Parts 1 and 2 will be on YouTube. Join Patreon via the link in the video description to watch Part 3. The bone-chilling wind rustled, carrying snow as it beat against the dead trunks by the roadside. Lewis sat in a shaky carriage, the wheels grinding against the icy hard soil with a dull creak. He looked down at the Northern Territory Pioneer Certificate with the royal seal in his hand, revealing a bitter smile. 3 months ago, he was hit by a dump truck and transmigrated directly into the body of Lewis Calvin, the son of Duke Calvin in the Otherworld. However, before he could enjoy a single good day as a celestial dragon person, he was appointed as the Baron of Expansion, tasked with developing his territory in the Northern Territory. This was certainly not a good thing. The Northern Territory remains frozen year-round, barren and desolate, with the threat of glacial giants looming from the north. Simply not a place for humans. Though the Empire nominally controls the Northern Territory, many areas are still under the control of the Snow Country remnants. In fact, just 2 years ago, a large-scale rebellion almost totally detached the Northern Territory from the Empire, which was suppressed at a great cost. Thus, the Empire realized that solely relying on the Northern Lords wasn't sustainable for long-term stability. The Emperor then ordered the major noble families to send their offspring to serve as pioneer lords in the Northern Territory, using land to trade for their power to stabilize the borders. At the same time, it also weakened some of the nobles' powers, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Of course, the major nobles weren't fools and could see through the Emperor's plan, mostly sending some marginal family members to cope with the Emperor's command. Lewis was one of them. Being the least promising of Duke Calvin's 12 sons, he naturally became the first choice for this assignment. Upon receiving the Pioneer Certificate, his family gave him 800 gold coins, a few carts of grain, 3 elite knights, 10 official knights, and 30 apprentice knights, and urged him to quickly hit the road. Judging by this setup, Duke Calvin clearly hadn't planned for his useless son to establish himself in the Northern Territory. As long as he didn't die on the way, it was enough. Dying in the Northern Territory would count as completing the task, emphasizing participation over success. No one believed Lewis could survive in the Northern Territory, not even himself. A recent graduate, thrown into this icy, perilous place. How could he live? Lewis pulled at his cloak, but it still couldn't ward off the penetrating chill. He couldn't help but mutter a curse. Damn, didn't they say every transmigrator gets a golden finger? Why do I have nothing? As soon as the words left his mouth, a mechanical female voice echoed in his mind. Daily intelligence system loading. Lewis paused, and before he could react, information about the intelligence system began pouring into his mind. Daily intelligence system. It randomly sends a few pieces of intelligence related to him every day, covering resource locations, personal secrets, even future events. This golden finger is undoubtedly the ideal tool for a pioneer lord. The Northern Territory, as a place full of uncertainties, has various dangers but also many opportunities. In such an environment, the important intelligence pushed by the daily system enables him to avoid danger and acquire resources. It undoubtedly paved a wide avenue for him to become a powerful lord. What's more, even in the worst-case scenario with daily intelligence reminders, he could escape in advance. Understanding all this, Lewis could no longer suppress the joy in his heart and chuckled softly. The dark path of the Lord's journey finally showed a glimmer of hope. Daily intelligence system loaded. As the prompt sounded, a semi-transparent screen appeared before Lewis, with several lines of text quickly scrolling across it. Daily intelligence update complete. 1. At noon today, the 3rd prince of the Ironblood Empire was framed while inspecting the stables and drowned in the manure pit. 2. Duke Calvin's 10th daughter was born with the burst talent in her bloodline. 3. At dawn, the northern crystal cod will appear 3 kilometers west of the glacial rift. 4. Knight Roy mixed frost scorpion venom into your dinner stew. Filled with excitement, Lewis read the intelligence from top to bottom. The first 2 pieces of information didn't help his current situation much, providing at best some psychological comfort amidst his hardships, such as ridiculing the 3rd prince's unfortunate accident in court intrigue. and once again marveling at his father's abundant energy and incredible fertility. But when his eyes moved to the third piece of intelligence, his gaze instantly froze. At dawn, the northern crystal cod will appear 3 kilometers west of the glacial rift. Northern crystal cod. This is something rarely encountered and greatly sought after. Before departing for the Northern Territory, Lewis, not wanting to await his doom, crammed a lot of Northern Territory knowledge, which happened to mention this fish. They live in extremely cold waters, and their flesh is not only delicious. Most importantly, their bones contain a special substance that can purify the impurities in a knight's bloodline, enhancing their power. This stuff is priceless on the market. It's not just about being tasty. It's an opportunity to exchange for money, connections, and even boost combat strength. This system came at the perfect time. He was originally worried about how to establish himself in the Northern Territory. And now, opportunity has just knocked on his door. Calming down, Lewis continued reading downward, and then his smile suddenly froze. Knight Roy mixed frost scorpion venom into your dinner stew. Lewis's Adam's apple bobbed as his gaze instinctively scanned the busy knights not far away. They were setting up camp around the bonfire, some pitching tents, others unloading gear from the horses. A few knights in charge of cooking were preparing ingredients, pouring chopped meat and vegetables into a large pot, with steam rising slowly into the cold night air. A knight with a simple-looking face was crouching by the pot, stirring the stew. It was Roy. A chill ran down Lewis's spine. A supposedly loyal official knight assigned by his family is covertly plotting to kill him. He thought these official knights, although they looked down on him, would at least follow the orders of himself as a lord. Yet some couldn't wait to send him off to the afterlife. Being dispatched to a godforsaken place was already miserable enough. Who'd have thought someone couldn't wait till he reached there before making a move? Damn, it's truly hard to guard against. Fortunately, with the daily intelligence system, otherwise he might have ended up in a grave. Outside the carriage, a knight's voice mixed with the howling wind called out, "Lord, dinner is ready." Lewis straightened his clothes, then slowly lifted the curtain and stepped off the carriage. The firelight illuminated the camp, with steaming stew bubbling in the iron pot. The rich aroma mingled with the cold wind, making one's mouth water uncontrollably. The knights sat around the bonfire but didn't start eating. Traditionally, he, as the lord, had to eat first before the others could start. Lewis's gaze swept over the crowd, finally landing back on the iron pot, a smirk tugging at his lips. The poisoned broth was served in a wooden bowl, emitting a tempting aroma. Lewis took the soup offered by the knight and slowly brought it to his lips, but suddenly stopped and turned to hand the bowl to Roy. "I have no appetite, drink it for me." Roy's face stiffened as he forced a smile and said, "My lord, that's against the rules, you should have it first." "I order you drink it." Lewis's tone suddenly became serious. Roy's lips turned slightly pale, and cold sweat seeped from his forehead. He knew very well what was in the soup. If he drank it, he would surely die. Knight Captain Lambert also sensed something unusual and gave a signal to the surrounding knights. They immediately got up and surrounded Roy. "Drink it," Lambert said in a deep voice. The scorching broth was forcibly brought to his mouth. Realizing he could no longer evade the situation, Roy suddenly tried to turn over and escape, but was firmly held down. Only then did the other knights truly realize. The soup was poisoned. Lewis stood up, looking down at Roy, who was pinned to the ground. "You know the outcome of trying to murder the Lord, don't you?" Terror filled Roy's eyes. He knew the consequences, of course. "Who ordered you to poison?" Lewis's voice was unhurried. Roy answered with a trembling voice. It was Lord Benjamin. He ordered me to poison." Benjamin was Duke Calvin's second son, Lewis's older brother. The knights' gazes all turned towards Lewis. They were all knights of the Calvin clan, well aware of the open and covert struggles between the brothers. But for a family member to backstab the Lord before he even had a chance to establish himself, it was still chilling. Roy continued hesitantly. "He promised that as long as you were killed, I could return to the south and that he'd arrange a new position for me, at least as a knight captain. Upon hearing this, the faces of the knights surrounding him grew even more unsightly. Yet Louis let out a low laugh. If he guessed correctly, his brother intended to completely eliminate a future contender for the title. The Calvin clan's dukedom wasn't inherited by the eldest son, but by the strongest. No matter how useless Louis seemed now, as long as he was alive, he remained a bloodline of Duke Calvin and had a right to inheritance. Moreover, if he died en route to the Northern Territory, the family would inevitably send another brother to complete the mission. This meant that Benjamin not only eliminated a rival but could continue to deplete the other brothers of the family, achieving multiple goals at once. Quite a clever plan. Roy held onto a sliver of hope as he looked at Louis with pleading eyes. "My lord, I was coerced. I'm just a knight. Lord Benjamin ordered me. I dared not disobey. Please spare my life. I'm willing to swear allegiance to you." "Lambert," Louis spoke in an even tone. "Yes." The knight captain stepped forward, drawing his longsword. Roy was utterly panicked, struggling desperately. "My lord, spare me. I will never." Pest! A flash of silver, and blood splattered onto the snow. Roy's pleas were abruptly cut short, his head rolling to the ground, dying with wide-open eyes. Lambert sheathed his sword, calmly stating, "The traitor has been executed." Yet within the camp, the atmosphere was somewhat subtle. The observing knights remained silent, a complex emotion flickering in their eyes. Roy betrayed the Lord and rightly deserved death, an indisputable fact. But his actions, were they truly just out of greed? He wanted to return to the south, not be trapped and die on this cold wasteland. And what about them? Were they any different? All of them knew what going to the Northern Territory meant. It was a place of exile, the territory with the highest mortality rate. No one came willingly, and no one didn't want to return. At that moment, no one dared to look at the head rolling on the ground, afraid of seeing their own reflection in its severed face. Confusion and helplessness slowly washed over them like a tide. Under the night, the campfire burned, reflecting the emotions clearly in their eyes. Louis saw it all and then took a step forward. "Anyone who wants to leave, you can go now." The group was startled, lifting their heads to look at him. "I will personally write a letter to the family, absolving you of guilt." Louis paused, his gaze sweeping over everyone's face. "But after today, anyone who leaves will meet the same end as Roy." No one spoke, and no one dared to move. They weren't fools. Even with a letter from Louis, the family might not forgive them for deserting their posts. What awaited them could be even worse punishment. Staying in the Northern Territory might be a dead end, but returning was not necessarily a path to survival. Louis looked at these silent knights and suddenly let out a light laugh. He put away the earlier aura of killing. His voice became calm. "You all think coming to the Northern Territory is a death sentence. You also know why you were sent here. Isn't it because you have no backing in the family, making you disposable trash?" Louis paused, then his tone suddenly became firm and powerful. "But I don't believe so. You are not trash. You became apprentice knights, even official knights, through your talent, your effort, through countless real battles. And those who sent you here, they are nothing but parasites hiding in the castle, indulging in pleasure." He slowly scanned everyone, and at this moment, a slight wavering appeared in each pair of eyes. "Have you ever thought that there might be a possibility if we can survive on this permafrost? If we can establish our footing here? Perhaps the darkness before dawn will be long, but the sun will eventually rise. I don't know if we can all wait for that moment, but I swear by the dragon ancestor, if that day comes, the glory brought by the sun, I will share with you all." Louis slowly looked at everyone, a slight wavering appearing in each pair of eyes. "For the Calvin family, you are insignificant pawns to be sacrificed at any time. But on this land full of opportunities, anything is possible. Someone here might become a baron, a viscount, even a count one day. Of course, You can continue to wallow in your fate, continue to lament every day, considering yourself halfway in the grave. Or you can join me on this forsaken land, holding the future firmly in your own hands. Silence. Dead silence. The night wind howled. The campfire flickered slightly, reflecting complex faces. Suddenly, bang! A low thud broke the night. Knight Captain Lambert knelt on one knee, his right fist pounding fiercely on his chest. I swear to follow my lord to the death. Then the second, the third, the fourth. I swear to follow my lord to the death. I swear to follow my lord to the death. The knights knelt one by one. Their right fists pounded heavily on their chests. Early the next morning, after the baptism of chicken soup the previous night, a noticeable change occurred in the knights' mood. They were no longer merely mechanically performing tasks. Their movements were faster, and there was a hint of fighting spirit in their eyes. Some began to proactively check their equipment, others discussed the situation in the Northern Territory, and some even started thinking about how to defend the camp. Even though the cake drawn by Lewis seemed so distant. But compared to waiting in a daze for death, having a goal to pursue is surely much better. Of course, Lewis knew that a passionate speech alone could not completely change their mindset. Without tangible benefits, morale would soon dissipate again. He had to immediately bring out real benefits so that these knights could see genuine hope. On the icy river, the cold wind was fierce. The knights looked at the thick layer of ice under their feet, exchanging puzzled glances with each other. Can we really catch fish here? Someone muttered. The Lord said so. Let's give it a try. Lambert was the first to swing a hammer and struck the ice hard. Many knights secretly laughed in their hearts. Do they really think they can catch fish by randomly finding a river and smashing a crack in the ice? This lord is still too naive. But no one dared to defy Lewis's orders. So the knights followed his instructions and began breaking the ice with their weapons. Soon, a narrow crack appeared, and the deep, cold river water surged out. A large net was slowly lowered into the water, and everyone held their breath, staring intently at the crack. Suddenly, the net rope tightened. Pull! The next second, a silver flash appeared, and a northern crystal cod was pulled out of the water, struggling fiercely on the ice. Good heavens, there really is fish! Quick! Quick! Catch them! Don't let them escape! The knights eagerly joined in, swinging the fishing nets with excitement. Over and over, they lowered and raised the nets, pulling up northern crystal cod one after another, their scales reflecting dazzling brilliance in the morning light. They counted, a total of 12. At this moment, a knowledgeable knight exclaimed excitedly, "These are northern crystal cod, a rare delicacy from the extreme cold. Its bones can purify the blood and enhance strength." Upon hearing this, the knights' breathing suddenly became rapid. They understood very well what purifying the blood meant, not only immediately enhancing strength but also increasing a knight's future potential. Such treasures might only be tasted a few times in a lifetime by the nobility. If only they could take a sip. While they were lost in their fantasies, they heard Lewis's casual words, "Half of these fish are for you. We'll make fish soup later." A short sentence, like thunder, exploded among the knights. This was something they never even dared to dream of. Knights exiled to the Northern Territories, when have they ever had such grace? The knights were in an uproar. "Lord, are you serious?" A knight suddenly looked up, his voice trembling with excitement. This is northern crystal cod. Those southern nobles might not even get to eat it a few times in their lifetime. Long live the Lord! Excitement, shock, disbelief, various emotions intertwined, finally transforming into a chorus of praise. Soon, a big pot was set over the campfire, the boiling fish soup bubbling, exuding a strong, fresh aroma. After being stewed, the fish soup presented a faint silvery white color, as if light glimmers flowed within it, like a gift from the heavens. When the fish soup was thick and rich, a bowl was filled and handed to the knights. "Can we really drink this?" A knight holding a wooden bowl, his hands trembling, not out of fear, but disbelief, Stop talking and drink. Louis raised his own bowl and drank it down without hesitation. The soup flowed down his throat, energy quickly spreading from his stomach to his limbs, an invisible warm current washing away the impurities in his blood. Seeing this, other knights hurriedly picked up their wooden bowls and eagerly gulped down the fish soup. At the moment the hot soup slid down their throats, their movements stalled for a moment, as if something within them awakened. The next moment, they all sat cross-legged, closed their eyes, focused their minds, and swiftly circulated their breathing techniques, greedily absorbing this indescribable energy, afraid of wasting even a slightest bit. Someone trembled slightly, feeling the sensation of being cleansed deep within their blood. A sense of lightness enveloped their entire body. Someone gritted their teeth, enduring the burning within them, as if their bones and blood were undergoing some transformation. The camp was silent, only the sound of steady breathing rising and falling, merging into a kind of invisible resonance. Suddenly a startled cry shattered the silence. My body. A young apprentice knight's eyes widened, a peculiar light emerging deep within his pupils. Boom! A faint silver light emanated from him, causing the knights to be momentarily stunned. Then their pupils contracted sharply. The aura of an official knight. He advanced. No sooner had the words fallen. Another apprentice knight also shuddered violently, a faint light oozing from him, surprisingly also breaking through the realm. Death-like silence, followed by a thunderous burst of clamor. It's insane. Truly insane. Just by drinking a bowl of fish soup, can one directly advance? The knights' gaze toward Louis completely changed. Just a few hours ago, they were still doubting what qualifications this exile to the Northern Territory disgraceful lord had to lead them. Was his promise really reliable? Was the dawn he spoke of just a wishful thinking? But now all doubts had long been transformed into endless admiration. They personally witnessed 2 apprentice knights breaking through and advancing into official knights in a short time. Such things in the territories of southern nobles required a long cultivation and vast resources, whereas here it was merely a bowl of fish soup. Even if other knights did not directly advance, their strength was also significantly enhanced. This matter was simply incredible, even making one suspect if it was an illusion. And bringing all this about was merely Louis's casual gesture to obtain such precious treasures. They certainly had no knowledge of the intelligence system's existence, only feeling that Louis received divine grace. And what amazed them most was that Lord Louis generously shared these northern crystal cod with them. Things so precious that even the nobility couldn't enjoy, Louis shared with them so easily. At this moment, all the knights were immensely grateful to Louis, no longer doubting the grand vision he painted last night. All doubts had been cast aside. Now they had only one common goal: to unite behind Louis and embrace the beautiful future that belonged to them. Long live the Lord! Long live Louis! The knights shouted in unison, their excited voices echoing across the icy and snowy land of the Northern Territory. The grace of Lord Louis cannot be repaid. Louis sat cross-legged, adjusting his breathing, as the tidal breathing technique naturally began to operate within him. Breathe in, breathe out. The deep and prolonged sound of his breath echoed within his chest, like the rise and fall of the tides, absorbing and refining the energy brought by the northern crystal cod. The tidal breathing technique is the ancestral breathing technique of the Calvin clan. With the core of bloodlines surging like ocean tides, it emphasizes a cycle of repetition, unleashing power as the tide rises and returning to stability as it falls. Under the wash of this gentle yet violent energy, it seemed Louis's bloodline was being reshaped. He could feel the speed of the blood flow within him accelerating, his meridians more unimpeded, and even his bones slightly burning as if undergoing a transformation. Finally, with a slow exhalation, the heat within him gradually settled, returning to calm, and he advanced. Mid-tier official knight. At such a young age, this kind of strength would already be considered a genius among ordinary people, 1 in a million. Yet among Duke Calvin's offspring, he was still merely a bottom-ranked wastrel. After all, his elder brother was already a peak knight, with a great military record and significant contributions to the empire. In this world, the power of a knight stems from the awakening of their bloodline. Not everyone can become a knight. Only those with sufficiently strong bloodlines can activate the dormant knightly power within. And once on the path of the knight, there are 6 main stages: apprentice knight, official knight, elite knight, extraordinary knight, peak knight, legendary knight, each with a significant gap between. Of course, Lewis was no longer in a rush now. With the daily intelligence system in hand, future opportunities would not be lacking. After fully absorbing the essence of the fish soup, Lewis slowly stopped the tidal breathing technique and opened his eyes. He immediately realized that the surrounding knights were looking at him with eyes of admiration. In the next moment, deafening cheers echoed through the camp. "Long live the Lord!" Hearing the thunderous cheers, Lewis finally breathed a sigh of relief. This signified that his prestige had been initially established, and at least for now, he no longer needed to worry about the knight's loyalty. After the cheering subsided, Lewis looked at Lambert beside him and asked, "How far are we from Frost Halberd City?" Lambert respectfully replied, "About 200 kilometers. That means a journey of 5 to 6 days. Lewis nodded slightly, then decisively ordered, "Accelerate and strive to arrive by the afternoon 3 days later." Lambert respectfully responded, "Understood." Under normal circumstances, the team could never travel so quickly, especially on this icy wasteland. But now, the knights' morale was at its peak. To achieve such a marching goal was more than feasible. Frost Halberd City, the capital of the Northern Province, is also the most important military and political center of the Northern Territory. The primary task for Lewis on this trip was to choose his pioneering territory. Naturally, the sooner he selected, the greater the benefit. But what really made him eager to rush to Frost Halberd City were the 3 pieces of intelligence refreshed by the system today. 1. 3 days later, a slave merchant will bring Weir, who has the potential of a peak knight, to the black market of Frost Halberd City. 2. 3 days later, the alchemy apprentice Hilko, wanted by the Golden Marrow Guild for stealing a secret formula, will disguise as a slave and be brought to the black market of Frost Halberd City by a slave merchant. 3. Duke Edmund is furious as all the noble families send their wastrel heirs to the Northern Territory. The first piece of intelligence greatly surprised Lewis. A peak knight, in this world, is already considered a top-tier T1 level battle strength, although not as rare as the legendary knights. Yet, every peak knight is nearly a military commander or a pillar of the kingdom, regarded as a cornerstone by any power. The current Weir probably hasn't yet fully matured, but just the potential to enter the realm of a peak knight is enough for Lewis to invest in him. The second piece of intelligence was also highly valuable. In this world, an alchemist is akin to a chemist, skilled in handling various magic items, even capable of converting low-cost materials into high-value goods, and is a talent fiercely contested by major powers. The Calvin clan has only 3 official alchemists, and although the alchemy apprentice is not yet fully mature, they remain extremely scarce. Lewis's plan was simple: first pretending to nonchalantly buy Hilko, then observe secretly. If he indeed had potential and posed no danger, he would be kept and nurtured. After all, the price of a slave shouldn't be too high. As for the third, even without the intelligence system, Lewis could foresee this event. As all the noble families compete to send unpromising offspring to the northern lands, as the provincial governor, Duke Edmund is naturally beside himself with rage. But from Lewis's perspective, this may not necessarily be a bad thing. If maneuvered well, it could become part of his bigger plan. Since Frost Halberd City harbors so many opportunities, he must reach it as soon as possible. Damn it! A bunch of blood-sucking parasites. The Empire sent them here to defend the Northern Territory, not to send a bunch of freeloaders to hinder efforts. The reports, thick and heavy, were slammed onto the desk in the office of the governor's mansion. Papers scattered everywhere, highlighting Duke Edmund's furious face. 2 years ago, a rebellion almost detached the entire Northern Territory from the Empire's control, with the rebels even breaking the outer walls of Frost Halberd City. Duke Edmund led the elite forces in a bloody battle for 3 months before barely suppressing the rebels. But at what cost? The border fortress was destroyed, granaries were burned, half of the troops were lost, and his only son was killed. The order in the entire Northern Territory has yet to be fully restored. This time, the emperor finally realized that merely stationing troops was entirely insufficient for maintaining stability. Thus, a strategy was devised to have nobility's offspring come to the Northern Territory to pioneer and stabilize the borders with their strength. But these idiotic noble families, do they truly intend to send their family elites to the Northern Territory to risk their lives? What a joke! A bunch of wastrels has been sent to the Northern Territory. Though there are some normal individuals, they are the exception. Duke Edmund scoffed in his extreme anger, grabbing a report and flipping it open. Let's see, what kind of goods have they sent? The third son of the Elven clan, rumored to be a compulsive gambler, has a debt enough to buy 3 mansions in the royal capital. The young master of the Grant clan, reputed to be only 15, is already a distinguished guest at all of the empire's renowned establishments. The 8th son of Duke Calvin, idling around daily, relying on family resources, barely reaching the level of a low-tier official knight, an utter wastrel. Is this a group of noble offspring? This is a delivery of pleasure-seekers, gamblers, and drunkards. A bunch of pampered fools. Their ancestors forged the realm with iron and blood. Yet now they are only concerned with power struggles, scheming and plotting. In their eyes, other than their family's interests, where is there room for the empire's safety? In his uncontrollable rage, Duke Edmund slammed his fist on the table. Even the solid wooden table groaned under the strain. The atmosphere in the room was so oppressive it was suffocating. His staff bowed their heads, not daring to speak. After a while, Edmund took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the fury in his heart, and sat back in his chair, his gaze icy. Forget it. Since these fools have rolled in, let them fend for themselves. The Northern Territory still relies on us. On the snow-covered ground, a convoy of more than 40 knights was slowly approaching Frost Halberd City. In the center of the convoy, a pitch-black carriage moved steadily, with a flag bearing the Crimson Moon emblem hanging from its roof. Such a large formation naturally drew the gate soldiers' attention, and they all warily stared at the approaching group. As they neared the city gate, a tall young man slowly descended from the carriage. He raised his hand to remove his hood, revealing a handsome face. I am Louis Calvin, the Empire-conferred Baron of Expansion, here to see Duke Edmund. The soldiers exchanged glances, their eyes filled with surprise. The Calvin clan is one of the 8 great clans of the Ironblood Empire, known even in the Northern Territory. Although they didn't know this young man's status within the Calvin family, he was certainly not someone they, as ordinary soldiers, could slight. One of the soldiers turned and went into the city to report. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged official came briskly. Lord Louis, the Duke is aware of your arrival. Please follow me into the city. So, led by the official, Louis and his party passed through the heavy city gates and stepped into Frost Halberd City. Although the streets within the city were wide, they were full of potholes, with snow mixed with mud, leaving a trail of muddy footprints as they passed. Most of the buildings were constructed of stone and wood, appearing rough and dilapidated, with even some ruins seen collapsing under the wind and snow. Pedestrians on the streets were few, roughly divided into 2 categories. One category was the Northern Territory soldiers in fur coats, their faces full of fatigue, eyes filled with the indifference brought by long battles. The other category was the civilians wrapped in coarse cloth, their expressions numb, focused only on rushing along the road. Louis glanced over these scenes without any inner turmoil. Considering the Northern Territory's scarcity of resources and frequent wars, maintaining the current order was already quite remarkable. Duke Edmund is inside. The official led Louis and his group to the governor's office. The interior had no overly luxurious decorations, only a heavy large table, several old bookshelves, and a deep blue military flag hanging on the wall. A middle-aged man sat behind the desk, his face marked by a wicked scar stretching from the corner of his left eye to his chin. making his stern face appear even sharper. His aura was like an immovable fortress, exuding a suffocating sense of oppression. This man was the ruler of Frost Halberd City, the de facto controller of the northern province, Duke Edmund. A mid-tier official knight, he scrutinized Louis, his gaze filled with disdain. A scion of the Calvin family? Louis's expression remained unchanged as he nodded slightly. Yes, you do look rather decent. Edmund's lips curled slightly, his tone laced with contempt and sarcasm. Compared to your illustrious elder brother, you certainly look more like nobility. This condescending attitude didn't surprise Louis. After all, this is a world where the strong prey on the weak, and strength is the most powerful credential. Being looked down upon by a renowned peak knight due to his own weak strength was normal. Thus, he couldn't be bothered with idle chatter and took out the pioneer proof with the royal seal, saying, "I'm here to register my expansion territory." Edmund took the pioneer proof, flipped through it casually, confirmed Louis's identity as a pioneer lord, and then pulled a map from a stack of documents on the table, spreading it on the desk. Apart from the areas marked in red circles, you can choose anywhere else. Louis looked down. It was a detailed map of the northern province. The northern province was vast, roughly half the size of Russia in his previous life. However, there were only a dozen or so red circles on the map, marked as areas unavailable for selection. The available choices were plentiful, which made Louis somewhat excited. To carry out this development plan, the Empire issued a complete set of the Northern Territory Pioneer Order. One clause clearly stipulated that all new pioneer lords must register and choose their initial development land at the governor's mansion, with priority given to those who arrive first. It appeared he was among the earliest pioneer lords to arrive. Other noble scions sent by their families were likely delaying, not willing to come to the northern province, postponing their arrival as long as possible, not taking this matter seriously at all. This was excellent news for him. Louis gazed at the intricate map, lost in thought. In recent days, he had been organizing the various intel provided by the system for this very moment. The diverse information from the daily intelligence system intertwined in his mind, which he constantly filtered and compared, searching for the most suitable territory for development. Indeed, he already had several ideal targets in mind. So, this selection didn't take too much time. He reached out and circled a spot on the map, looking up at Edmund. Here. Edmund looked down at the location Louis pointed to, and a hint of surprise flickered in his eyes. It was in the southeast of the northern province, at the junction of Cyan Rock Rift and Grey Moss Tundra, 75 kilometers from Frosthowl Fjord. Did this kid unexpectedly choose such a prime location at a glance? This area possessed one of the rare, slightly warmer places in the northern province, able to grow some cold-resistant crops in seasons other than the dead of winter. This alone surpassed most areas in the northern province. Moreover, a nearby stream ensured sufficient water supply and provided fishing for subsistence. More importantly, some cold iron veins were present, and although extremely challenging to mine, if suitable methods were found, they held considerable development potential. In this perennially frozen, resource-scarce harsh land, this place could indeed be considered one of the relatively prosperous areas. The Duke lifted his head, reassessing the young man before him. He had presumed him to be just an ordinary foppish noble, never expecting him to know how to select a territory location, clearly indicating he was not as simple as he seemed. With great interest, Duke Edmund stared at Louis and unexpectedly praised, "A good choice." Louis listened to Edmund's praise without showing any pride. "Thank you, Duke, for your compliment, but I merely did my best to make the most suitable judgment." Edmund admired Louis even more, patting him on the shoulder. "If every pioneer lord had your insight, there might be hope for the Northern Territory too." He casually picked up a steel seal and stamped it heavily on Louis's pioneer lord registration document, formally confirming Baron Louis's sovereignty over the territory. Louis accepted the document, his fingertips brushing over the Frost Halberd badge embedded in the steel seal. He appeared calm outwardly, but inwardly he was setting off fireworks. The land chosen based on the daily intelligence system couldn't possibly be an ordinary territory. If Edmund knew its true value, he would never let it easily fall into others' hands but hold it firmly in his own. Based on the location selected by Lewis, he successfully obtained 300 square kilometers of the Northern Territory as his initial pioneering land. He named it Red Tide Territory. On one hand, it is because the Calvin clan's emblem is crimson red. On the other hand, it is to commemorate the homeland he can never return to again. In the eyes of Duke Edmund, this land was just relatively more livable compared to other regions in the Northern Territory. But in Lewis's eyes, with his daily intelligence system, it was simply the Vatican of the Northern Territory, the homeland of the Emperor of Europe. Firstly, the rivers in the territory would welcome fish migration and spawning every spring and autumn, providing a steady food source. Fish meat, high in calories and protein, could not only sustain the residents but also supplement the soldiers' stamina. One might even anticipate the presence of magic fish like the northern crystal cod. Moreover, there is actually geothermal discharge in the territory, which is practically a miracle in the Northern Territory. Not only can it raise the surrounding soil temperature to grow some cold-resistant crops, but it can also help people survive the harshest of winters. This food, combined with fish meat, is sufficient to feed his residents, with some leftovers for sale. It is known that the most expensive thing in the Northern Territory is food. Plus, the geothermal discharge has brought about some small hot springs. When the cold winds of the Northern Territory cut through to the bone and others are shivering with cold, he can soak in the hot springs and drink hot soup. Just thinking about it is delightful. However, what truly made his heart race was the mineral resources of this territory. Common cold iron ore is nothing to talk about. It's not rare in the Northern Territory and is an essential material for forging weapons and armor. But a hidden magic marrow vein lay undiscovered on the edge of the territory. Demon marrow, similar to sulfur in his previous life, is a key material for making explosives and is highly sought after by alchemists. Of course, he currently lacks the capital to mine it, and he is still very weak, easily coveted by others. One day he will use this thing to shock the entire world. Magic gunpowder blasting nights. How thrilling! With rich food resources, warm geothermal energy, or veins and demon marrow. This place is simply a godsend, not something that should appear in the Northern Territory. And his intuition told him that the potential of Red Tide Territory goes far beyond this. Seeing Lewis holding his pioneering certificate, still in a daze with a faint smile on his lips, Duke Edmund couldn't help but tease. "Shall I keep you for a meal?" Only then did Lewis snap out of his euphoria, lightly clear his throat, and compose himself. He had one more thing to do before leaving. He raised his hand, signaling his knights to bring in 2 chests. When the first chest was opened, 3 live northern crystal cod leaped into view, their silvery scales shimmering faintly under the firelight. Duke Edmund's eyes suddenly lit up. Northern crystal cod, a rare item that even he, the governor of the North, found hard to acquire, and this young man brought 3 at once. Not only is its meat delicious, but more importantly, its bone essence can enhance a knight's physique and vitality, especially suitable for knights at a bottleneck. And it so happened that his daughter was stuck at the initial stage of being an elite knight, and with the help of this northern crystal cod, her chances of success would undoubtedly increase significantly. However, before he could speak, Lewis smiled and said, "Consider these 3 fish as my gift to the Duke." Duke Edmund was slightly stunned, then looked at the young man with a complex expression. Such a precious thing, just giving it away? Was this young man really that generous? Even for himself, resources of such caliber are hard to come by, let alone given away casually. But before the Duke could think further, Lewis opened the second chest. Inside were another 3 northern crystal cod. This time Lewis grinned. "These 3 are for trade." Crafty youngster. Duke Edmund finally couldn't help but laugh, nodding in appreciation. "Speak. What do you want?" Lewis didn't hesitate to say, "I need people, slaves, soldiers, craftsmen, and knights." When he heard this, Edmund was completely convinced of one thing. This young man was not here to muddle through and wait to die in the Northern Territory. He really wanted to expand and establish his own power in this harsh land. A hint of laughter flashed in Edmund's eyes. "How many do you want? The more, the better. Of course, I won't let Duke suffer a loss." Lewis slightly smiled. "Ha, you drive a hard bargain. Slaves you can buy from the slave market yourself. I can give you 50 soldiers. 150. Lewis held up a finger. "Too greedy." Edmund shook his head. "At most, 120. I happen to have a batch of recruits who haven't finished training yet. Older soldiers are impossible to give you. 30 craftsmen. No more unless I open a charity." Lewis sighed, nodding. "All right. What about knights? Preferably official knights." Edmund snorted. "Official knights? Dream on." Lewis then asked, "What about apprentice knights?" The Duke's fingers paused, his gaze contemplative for a moment before he finally spoke. 10 apprentice knights, 3 official knights, under your command but loyal to the Northern Territory." Lewis's lips curled up, extending his hand. "Deal." Edmund glanced at him, smiling as he shook hands. "Crafty youngster, don't die too soon." After bargaining, Lewis successfully exchanged 6 Northern Crystal Cod for the talents he most needed. Looking at the list in front of him, Lewis's lips slightly curled. Soldiers, though not rigorously trained, were at least usable. With some honing, they could form a competent garrison. Craftsmen, although not many, were enough to build houses, roads, and basic infrastructure, laying the foundation for Red Tide territory. And 10 apprentice knights, 3 official knights, greatly bolstered his knight team. Lewis thought the deal was more successful than expected. Duke Edmund was more generous than he had imagined. In any case, he had gotten what he needed most. After signing the territory contract, Elman glanced up at Lewis still standing there, lips slightly curling. "The deal is done? Why are you still here, waiting for me to throw you a farewell banquet?" Lewis laughed, turned to leave. "However," Edmund suddenly paused, speaking meaningfully, "you'd better check out the slave market and buy some slaves. Otherwise, given the current state of your territory, relying on refugees alone won't be enough." Lewis raised an eyebrow. Even without the reminder, he would have gone. After all, 2 talents were waiting for him at the slave market. Edmund instructed the official standing by. "Take him over there and tell those profiteers not to slaughter him like a fat sheep." "Yes, my lord." The official bowed slightly, then gestured to Lewis to proceed. Lewis thanked him. "Thank you for your goodwill, Duke." The Duke waved his hand as a gesture of farewell. The eastern marketplace of Frost Halberd City, where the cold wind howled. The air was filled with the stench of animal hides, the aroma of roasting meat, and the crisp sound of metal clashing. The stalls lining the streets were extremely rudimentary, mostly just a few wooden poles propping up a shed, with goods casually displayed. Originally, this was just a small trading market, occasionally visited by farmers and hunters to exchange for grain and daily necessities. But since the Northern Territory Pioneer Order was issued, many merchants smelled the scent of gold coins and flocked here like ravenous wolves, forcibly transforming this small market into a bustling trade center. At the easternmost side of the market, a rough wooden fence enclosed an open space, inside of which stood a group of ragged slaves. Most of them shrank their bodies, with heads lowered, as if accustomed to becoming someone else's commodity. Occasionally, a defiant look of anger could be seen, but whenever the slave merchant's whip cracked down 10 times in a row, all rebellious spirit would instantly be quenched. Although the slave market was a gray area within the empire in the chaotic Northern Territory, it was practically an open secret. Whether pioneer lords or smugglers, everyone knew what was most lacking here: manpower. Come and see. Young and robust laborers, skilled in mining, logging, brick carrying, and cotton picking, more capable than oxen. These are captives from the snow country, though not fully tamed yet. They're cheap. Buy them back and train them for a few months. They'll surely be obedient. Looking for smarter slaves? These are literate and can even help manage accounts. Various hawkers' cries rang out endlessly as the slave merchants expertly promoted their wares. To them, these slaves were essentially no different from horses and goods. A slave merchant noticed Lewis and his entourage and immediately put on a flattering smile and greeted them. "Sirs, come take a look. These are the best laborers in the Northern Territory, guaranteed to work hard, withstand cold and hunger, and absolutely affordable." The official accompanying Lewis frowned and reminded the slave merchant, "This is Baron Calvin. Weigh your actions carefully. Don't get any wrong ideas." "Of course not." The slave merchant waved his hands repeatedly, smiling even more warmly. "My business is fair to all, young and old alike, and the prices are quite reasonable. These slaves, each is a hard worker, adept at farming, chopping wood, building houses, and picking cotton. There's nothing they can't do." He waved his big hand, signaling for the slaves behind him to stand straight. Some slaves reflexively straightened their backs, but more just stood numbly, lifeless. "Look at these strong and muscular young men. They have the strength of 2 oxen. The slave merchant walked to a few dark-skinned slaves and patted their shoulders. "Though they seem skinny, they eat little and do much. Just give them a mouthful to eat, and they'll work for you till dusk without a word of complaint." He lowered his voice, revealing a suggestive smile. "Of course, if you have other interests, we can also provide higher quality goods here. From the south, fair-skinned, all meticulously trained, guaranteed to satisfy you." Lewis's eyebrows twitched slightly with a frown. "Not needed." The slave merchant, seeing this, immediately switched back to a professional smile, nodding repeatedly. "You're indeed a man of vision. Now is the time to make use of people in the Northern Territory's expansion. These rough serfs are the most practical trades. Rest assured, these slaves of mine are not only hard-working but also obedient. They won't cause you trouble." Lewis scanned the slaves before him. These people were in tattered clothes, with pale skin, many with faces full of numbness. Although the slave merchant boasted they were strong and capable, in reality most were malnourished and some could barely stand due to weak legs. However, among slaves, their appearance was indeed considered relatively good. His gaze slowly swept over the group of slaves and finally settled on a small, thin boy. The boy was tightly curled in a woman's arms, his frail body trembling like a scared little animal. But in Lewis's eyes, his status was far from an ordinary slave. This was a system-indicated target with the potential of a peak knight. This timid demeanor makes it hard to imagine that without the intelligence system's prompt, this boy might grow into a peak knight and become a key player in a future war. Elsewhere in the slave group, a man thinner than the rest was hunched slightly, seemingly trying to disappear entirely into the crowd. His face was hidden under disheveled gray hair, his eyes darting, always deliberately avoiding the gaze of the people around him. He looked completely unremarkable, even more downtrodden than the other slaves. For an ordinary person, he might seem like nothing more than a pitiable wretch close to collapse. But Lewis knew this was Hilco, the alchemy apprentice who fled north after being hunted for theft. The slave merchant, noticing Lewis's growing interest, patted his chest in assurance. "Sir, if you buy them, I guarantee you won't be disappointed." Lewis didn't rush his decision and instead asked, "How much for one slave?" "Men are 8 silver coins. Women and children 4 silver coins," the slave merchant said with a smile. Lewis nodded. The prices of these slaves weren't low, but not exorbitant either. It seemed the slave merchant was wary of the official beside him and didn't dare to go too far. "How many people do you have here?" "There are over 380 here, and we can bring in more from outside if needed." "These will do," Lewis decisively commanded. He then went to several other slave merchants, gradually purchasing 120 more people. In total, he gathered 500 slaves, spending 380 gold coins in all. This single transaction nearly halved his assets. Currency system: 10 iron coins equals 1 copper coin, 10 copper coins equals 1 silver coin, 10 silver coins equals 1 gold coin. Next, Lewis purchased large quantities of grain, seeds, farm tools, weapons, and other necessities for pioneering his territory. The prices in the Northern Territory were at least twice as high as in the South, further tightening his financial situation. After completing all the purchases, he counted his remaining assets and found only 68 gold coins left. Broke. During the 2 days in Frost Halberd City, Lewis not only busied himself with procuring supplies but also met a few noble lords sent for expansion, like himself. After brief interactions, he lost interest in these so-called nobles. Some spent their days drowning in taverns, escaping reality. Others wore dismal expressions, filled with despair about the future. In front of Lewis, they'd curse the emperor's incompetence, denounce their parents' heartlessness, wishing they could flee back south immediately. Lewis merely smiled noncommittally at this and stopped engaging with these people. 2 days later, outside the gates of Frost Halberd City, a nearly 1,000-strong contingent was fully prepared. Lewis mounted his horse and gazed into the distance. There lay Red Tide territory, his domain. Set off. With a command, the procession began its grand journey, heading towards the northeastern part of the Northern Territory, to the Red Tide territory. A row of simple large pots were set up on burning firewood, and the air was filled with the faint aroma of wheat porridge. The slaves lined up in a long queue, holding rough wooden bowls, waiting for the porridge to be distributed. Their eyes were full of gratitude, as they had been struggling with hunger in the past days. Even a bit of leftovers would be fought over, so having hot porridge to drink now was a great blessing. Lord Lewis's kindness is never-ending. Standing behind the stove, George muttered worriedly while ladling porridge with a large wooden spoon. "Lord, if you keep cooking like this, I'm afraid the food will run out. If one day the gap is too big, we might." His words were interrupted by Lewis with a casual wave of his hand. "When you're hungry, you need to eat. Just cook as told. Why so much useless talk?" George opened his mouth but ended up sighing, resigned to continue ladling porridge. This new master of his was great in every way, except that he was too generous, hardly caring about food at all. "Humph, at this rate, in less than half a year, I might end up back in the slave market." George felt a pang of sadness. If that's the case, he'd better steal 2 more bowls of porridge now, lest he should go hungry someday unexpectedly. But Lewis was completely unconcerned about this. He wasn't worried about running out of food. The resources of Red Tide territory were so abundant that one couldn't possibly starve. This was the confidence his golden finger brought him. Just in time, today's daily intelligence was updated. 1. Baron Hayes of Expansion died of freezing due to excessive drinking on his way to the territory. 2. The governor of the North's youngest daughter, Emily Edmund, broke through to a junior elite knight. 3. A pack of 70 hungry ice wolves, following the scent of food, are lurking in the gorge ahead, ready to attack the convoy. The first 2 pieces of information were inconsequential to Lewis, at most feeling a bit of regret for Baron Hayes's death. The third piece, however, made his expression serious. Even with his current military strength, there was nothing to fear from 70 ice wolves. But any carelessness leading to a surprise attack by these vicious beasts would result in unacceptable losses. He immediately summoned Knight Captain Lambert and ordered solemnly, "Let the knights form groups of 5 to scout around the gorge for any anomalies." Lambert nodded unhesitatingly and took the command. The knights quickly formed groups and galloped towards the gorge. The cold wind howled, and an eerie chill permeated the gorge. The night team moved slowly along the snow, where the air was filled with an unpleasant, fishy odor. It was like the smell of rotting flesh mixed with the scent of wild animals, making people instinctively frown. Lambert dismounted, crouched in the snow, and used his hand to brush away the thin snow, revealing the chaotic paw prints below. The deep impressions indicated the wolves were extremely hungry, lacking the patience to cover their tracks. He lifted his head, his expression grave. "There's something up." They quickly returned to Lewis's side, reporting their findings in detail. After listening, Lewis showed no signs of panic. "Very well, since they've come to us, let them see who the real prey is." He immediately ordered traps to be set up in the gorge to lure the wolf pack into them. The hungry ice wolves lurked in the snow, their ghostly green eyes fixed on the distant convoy. Their fur was thick and rough, the color a blend of gray-white and dark blue, making it easy for them to blend into the icy wasteland. Hunger made their bodies appear even more emaciated, yet the terrifying explosive power hidden beneath their bones was still evident. An enticing aroma wafted through the wind, the scent of their long-desired prey. Awo! The leading wolf king let out a low growl. Dozens of black shadows instantly sprang from the snow, stealthily and silently advancing toward the convoy like ghosts. Closer and closer, closer and closer. The dull sound of an explosion shattered the night, as a giant wooden stake mechanism suddenly sprang up, spearing through several leading wolves, dyeing the snow red with blood instantly. The wolf pack, shocked by the sudden trap, scattered in panic. The soldiers ambushed in the periphery quickly drew their bows and rained arrows down like a storm. The sound of arrows tearing through the air ripped the atmosphere, and the ice wolves, unable to dodge, cried out miserably as several were pierced through the throat, collapsing in the snow, their blood swiftly reddening the white snow. Now attack! Lambert's long sword cut a silver arc through the air. The knights launched a simultaneous assault, their raging fighting energy igniting the battlefield in an instant. A knight suddenly leapt up, the war spear in his hand glowing with red light, violently impaling an oncoming ice wolf. The explosive energy nailed the wolf's carcass to the snow, blasting open a massive crack. Another knight wielded a heavy sword, the blade entangled with crimson fighting energy flames. He leaped high, slashing down, the flames cleaving the knight as he cleaved a giant wolf attempting an ambush in half. Warm blood bloomed on the snow like crimson flowers. The wolf pack's wild nature could no longer suppress the fear in their hearts, scattering in flight. Close the net! The knights adjusted their formation, encircling the wolf pack. They wielded their fighting energy, every slash taking a wolf's life. Amidst the sounds of blades slicing through flesh, the wolf pack was completely slaughtered, leaving only deathly howls behind. Finally, only the Wolf King remained standing alone on the blood-stained snowfield, its thick fur soaked with blood, its ghostly green eyes fixed fiercely on Lambert, showing a final ferocity. Arwu! The Wolf King roared angrily. Its massive body lunged at Lambert, its claws slicing through the air with a chilling force, enough to tear through steel. But Lambert merely sidestepped. The light blade condensed from fighting energy instantly covered his long sword, red light surging. Slash! With a low growl, the sword light fell like thunder, directly separating the Wolf King's head from its body. Hot blood sprayed as the wolf's corpse collapsed heavily to the ground. The battle ended even faster than expected, with the Night Order virtually unscathed. The ground was littered with the corpses of ice wolves, the bloodied snow a testament to the battle's brutality. Lambert didn't even catch his breath, turning to look at Lewis approaching on horseback from afar. My lord! The wolf pack is annihilated. The knights soon tallied the results. A complete annihilation of 70 ice wolves. The spoils were also quite substantial. 70 thick wolf pelts, sharp wolf teeth, and most importantly, mounds of wolf meat. Lewis looked at the spoils and nodded in satisfaction. Well done. Skin the wolves and distribute the meat among the brothers as an extra meal. The soldiers burst into cheers. In the cold northern territory, a hot meal of meat was a dream come true. Moreover, wolf meat was not inedible. When properly prepared, it could taste no worse than ordinary game. The Lord is truly generous. At that moment, the new recruits looked at Lewis with eyes that shifted from mere obedience to genuine admiration. After several days of travel, Lewis finally arrived at the Red Tide territory with his convoy. However, what met his eyes was a desolate wilderness. What a godforsaken place! A knight from the south muttered as he looked at the scene before him. Lewis didn't respond. Instead, he dismounted slowly and observed his surroundings. Barren, dilapidated, lifeless. The entire land was deathly silent, with barely even a sign of weeds, truly a desolate place. But with his intelligence system, Lewis was very sure that this land held great potential with many resources. Geothermal, mineral deposits, fishery, and large tracts of land suitable for farming. If someone is willing to develop it, this place will surely become a land of wealth. This place will eventually become the richest territory in the Northern Territory, Lewis murmured softly, as if promising himself. Without wasting time, Lewis began giving expansion orders. First, set up temporary tents. Then once the living area is confirmed, start building houses. We can start by cutting wood to prepare. Find a water source by the river. Ensure everyone has sufficient drinking water and food supplies. Clear a plot of land for a simple training ground. The soldiers must not neglect their training. As orders were given, the soldiers and slaves quickly sprang into action. The sounds of logging and shouts filled the air, echoing across this long silent land, imparting its first flicker of life. As the newly appointed Lord of Red Tide Territory, Lewis needed to personally confirm the state of this land to draft the ensuing development plans. Thus, he spent the next few days carefully surveying the entire Red Tide Territory. When Lewis reached the southern part of the territory, he discovered areas where snow had melted, slowly emitting steam. He hurried forward, crouched down, and felt a trace of warmth with his palm. Is it a geothermal vent? Lewis's eyes flashed with delight. The intelligence system had hinted at geothermal resources here, and it turned out to be true. In an environment like the Northern Territory, geothermal resources are indeed extremely valuable wealth. If developed properly, not only could it provide warmth for the residents, but it could also facilitate the coming spring planting. More surprising, he discovered a few hot springs nearby. Hot Springs and the Northern Territory. These two words together seemed almost unbelievable. Imagining himself soaking in a hot spring while other lords shivered in the cold, Lewis couldn't help but smile. The feeling was simply doubly joyful, so he decided to place his manor near the hot springs. He then went to the riverside, where the ice had already cracked, and the river water flowed slowly. A few birds rested on the riverbank, occasionally diving into the water to catch small fish that hadn't yet awakened. The fish population in the river wasn't abundant at the moment, but according to the intelligence system's reports, when spring arrives, this place will become a breeding ground for fish, providing a stable food source for the territory. Just as he was pondering how to maximize the use of this resource, a squad of scout knights that Lewis had sent out hurried back with exciting intelligence. They discovered abundant mineral deposits deep within the mountains. Lord, in the Northwest Mountains, we discovered a cold iron vein. Moreover, deeper in, we found a mineral emitting a dark red glow, suspected to be demon marrow Oregon. Lambert gasped, Demon marrow, or, if it's true, that's a gold mine. Lewis nodded calmly. He had long known about the existence of this vein through his intelligence system, so he wasn't too surprised. The value of demon marrow ore needs no elaboration, but given the current conditions, attempting to mine it is too difficult. However, as long as this land can develop steadily, this vein will eventually become Red Tide Territory's most significant asset. After this round, Lewis and his knights felt more confident about this land. The intelligence system was right. This is indeed a land full of promise. However, compared to the potential value of this land, the current reality is very harsh. When they entered the native settlement, they were greeted by a scene of utter ruin. The stagnant water on the land mixed with decaying mud, filling the air with a damp, rotting odor. Crude wooden shacks and mud huts stood crookedly, looking as if they could collapse any moment. Most of the residents were poorly clothed elders, women, and children. They were thin, wrapped in clothes barely held together by old strips of cloth, clearly inadequate against the cold of the Northern Territory. Was there anyone managing this place before? Lewis frowned at the sight. The former governor ran off long ago, an indigenous resident answered. A few frail children huddled behind a door, their cheeks reddened by the cold, hiding their thin bodies in the shadows, watching Lewis's group. Their eyes were timid, full of wariness and fear towards strangers. Seeing this, Lewis felt uneasy. Having gone through compulsory education, he couldn't bear to see children suffering like this. He dismounted and took some rations from his pocket, walked forward, crouched down and offered the food. Take this and eat. But the children only stared at him warily. None dared to take it, seemingly afraid it was some kind of trap. However, the aroma of the rations was extraordinarily tempting in the air, and the children swallowed salivatingly. "Go ahead and eat," Louis said softly. The children finally couldn't resist, grabbing the food from Louis's hands, devouring it hungrily, fearing it might disappear the next second. But Louis soon noticed a little boy who didn't immediately devour his share as the others did. Instead, he quietly hid his portion in his worn clothing. "Why aren't you eating?" Louis squatted down to ask. The little boy looked up, his dirty face full of fear. He replied in a timid voice, I'm saving it to eat with Mom." Louis was taken aback. He suddenly remembered, in the South, the nobility fed their dogs the best meat. Yet here, the children had to hide away even a piece of dry food cautiously. It was absurd. He suddenly felt a sense of responsibility, the desire to do something for the people on this land. So Louis looked around at the cold and hungry natives and loudly announced, "All who are willing to work can come to my station. I will provide you with food, shelter, and a chance to survive." The natives looked at each other, their eyes full of numbness. They had suffered too much and no longer believed in anyone. But seeing these children who had just received food, they eventually nodded. "Let's give it a try." After all, nothing could be worse than their current situation. Louis stood on a slightly elevated hill, overlooking this desolate land. The place he was looking at was the initial settlement he had chosen for the Red Tide Territory, the future central town of the territory. This location was near a geothermal vent, meaning higher temperatures, enough to prevent people from freezing to death at night. The hill blocked the bitter cold wind, just enough to provide some shelter for these newly arrived residents. "Lord, is it time to start building the castle?" Mike, standing beside him, asked. Mike was the most experienced among the craftsmen Louis acquired from Duke Edmund. Louis appointed him as the building officer of the Red Tide Territory. "No rush for the castle." Louis shook his head. "First, let's build the residential area." "Where will you live then?" "Just live with everyone else for now." "You want to live with us?" The old craftsman was taken aback. "What, are you worried I can't get used to it?" Louis shrugged indifferently. "We're in the Northern Territory. What does it matter?" The old craftsman suddenly saw the young lord in a new light. So, after discussing with Louis, they decided on a type of semi-pit collective dwelling as the initial housing for the Red Tide Territory. It was a combination of typical Northern Territory dwellings of this world and Viking longhouses Louis had seen in books from his previous life. This house was dug to 1/3 below the ground surface, lower than the terrain, effectively insulating. The walls were supported with a wooden framework, woven with willow twigs on the outside, and finally plastered with grass mud for reinforcement, both windproof and moisture-resistant. Most importantly, the construction speed was extremely fast. A brief exchange with Louis filled Mike with admiration. This young lord had, in such a short time, designed such a building perfectly suited for the Northern Territory, a true architectural genius. After the design was completed, construction immediately commenced. Teams of 20, led by 2 soldiers and consisting of 18 slaves or refugees, advanced efficiently with clear division of labor. As the cold wind howled, the slaves hunched their shoulders, gripping their rough iron spades tightly, and struck the permafrost hard. The spade shook their wrists numb, but finally, the soil loosened a bit. "Don't just stand there. Keep going," the soldier urged. As they sweated profusely, a figure walked into the pit. It was Louis. He rolled up his sleeves, picked up a shovel himself, and dug for a while. "The Lord also wants to work personally?" Everyone was surprised. This work is really not easy. You all have worked hard. Dinner time is soon. You can take a break." Louis dug for over 10 minutes, remarking with a thoughtful sigh. Then he turned to the next construction site, continuing his tour of working alongside the people. Initially, some soldiers were dissatisfied, feeling they were clearly a combat unit, yet were sent to build houses, doing the work of laborers. But now that even the Lord was personally getting hands-on, what more could they complain about? The slaves felt even more so. Many of them had issues sustaining themselves. Now not only did they have food, but also a fixed place to live, which was already an enormous blessing. Between building houses, Lewis would occasionally pass by a construction site, casually lend a hand a few times, leave some encouraging words, then dust off his hands and move on. This framework is set nicely. You can sleep well tonight. Plaster the mud a little thicker. Don't slack off, otherwise you'll freeze. Is this side almost done? I'll send over some hot soup. Once you finish this batch, you can rest. Wherever Lewis went, the motivation there increased several folds. With the addition of sufficient food supplies, the soldiers no longer complained. The slaves worked as if their lives depended on it. Their morale boosted to the max, and the entire territory's construction speed was astonishingly quick. In just a few days, the first batch of semi-pit collective dwellings emerged from the ground. Like mounds rising from the earth, thick grass mud covering the roofs, blending with the snowfield. The houses were mostly buried underground, with sturdy and heavy frameworks supported by logs, the outer walls woven with willow twigs and solidified with rammed earth, saving timber while insulating against cold. Moreover, the entire residential area was built around the geothermal vent, capable of dissipating most of the cold air. Though they appeared simple, they could be considered one of the best living environments in the Northern Territory. With the completion of the first batch of semi-pit dwellings, the Red Tide Territory finally established a real foundation in this cold Northern Territory. Of course, mere houses were not enough. The human heart was the most crucial. To motivate the people of the territory and further establish his benevolent and wise Lord image, Lewis decided to host a grand celebration. He wanted to make it clear to everyone that following him, Lewis, they wouldn't suffer any losses. As night fell, a giant bonfire was lit on the open ground in front of the Red Tide Territory, dispelling the cold of the Northern Territory. This piece of open ground, once barren permafrost, had now become lively for the first time due to the arrival of the celebration. Nearly 1,000 residents gathered under the firelight. They had different identities, from slaves bought from slave traders to indigenous people of the Northern Territory, refugees taken in along the way, and soldiers and knights who had followed Lewis. But at this moment, they shared one commonality. They were all citizens of the Red Tide Territory. The crowd's gaze instinctively turned to the high stone before the bonfire. Standing there was their lord, Lewis Calvin. The young Baron of Expansion wore a black long cloak, his face flickering in the firelight, no one knowing what he was going to do. When everyone had gathered, Lewis finally spoke. Today is the first celebration in the Red Tide Territory, to celebrate the completion of the first batch of houses in the Red Tide Territory. With houses, this land will become your home, and you will become the true masters of the Red Tide Territory. However, there was no reaction from the crowd below. They just looked at each other, even a bit bewildered. What does it mean to become a master? These slaves, refugees, and laborers had never thought they could become masters of any land. They only knew work, they only knew obedience. Even the courage to resist had been worn away in their long suffering. Initially, they thought this celebration was some kind of oath by the new lord, or some kind of intimidation. Lewis had anticipated this reaction long ago, but it didn't matter. He would show them what hope was through practical actions. Next, Lewis glanced over the crowd. I want to reward those who are most diligent and loyal. He raised a hand, and the steward Hilco behind him immediately unfolded the parchment in his hands and began reading a long list of names. Huck, Morgan, Sharna. The slaves whose names were called all flinched, showing fearful expressions. In their past understanding, being named by the Lord usually meant punishment or even death. Some had already started trembling, some lowered their heads, and some even wanted to kneel down and beg for mercy. They had no idea how their fate was about to change. The slaves whose names were called hesitated as they stepped forward, their hearts filled with unease. Lewis waited until they were settled before slowly beginning to speak. In the days past, you have made great efforts for the construction of the Red Tide Territory. So today I will give you the reward you deserve. Without unnecessary words, Lewis directly reached out to take the slave contracts from Hilco's hand and threw them into the bonfire. The flames devoured the words that represented the slaves' identities. From today onwards, you are no longer slaves, but free men. Everyone was stunned, their breaths caught for a moment. Freedom? The slaves looked at each other in disbelief, their eyes full of shock, as if they couldn't believe what they were seeing and hearing. The next second, the crowd erupted completely. Free men. We're free men now. Great Lord. Oh my God. Free men. I'm a free man now. A middle-aged slave, his face weathered and worn, suddenly threw himself to the ground, his forehead continuously hitting the hard permafrost. Even when it bled, he did not stop. His voice was hoarse and broken due to excessive excitement. Great Lord, benefactor, great Lord, you are the Savior sent by God. A young female slave covered her face, crying, her shoulders shaking uncontrollably. Another elderly slave trembled as he raised his hands, mumbling softly. It looked like he was praying to the dragon ancestor, and also like he was offering his most pious gratitude to Lewis. And the other slaves around them widened their eyes, watching those kneeling on the ground in shock. They felt extremely regretful, thinking why they hadn't worked a bit harder. Maybe they could have become free men at this moment. When the scene quieted down a bit, Lewis dropped another bombshell. From today onwards, every month, more than 10 slaves who contribute to the Red Tide territory will become free men. As long as you are willing to work hard and contribute to the Red Tide territory, each of you has the opportunity to become free men and even own your own land. The entire group of slaves looked at Lewis, collectively incredulous. If the liberation of that first group gave them a glimpse of hope, then now Lewis gave them a real future. As slaves, they were merely Lewis's property, with their lives and deaths decided at will. And their children and grandchildren were still slaves, unable to break free for generations. But now Lewis told them that as long as they worked hard, they had the chance to escape their slave status and become truly free people. This meant stepping from hell into the human world for them. A few clever slaves knelt on the ground, shouting, "Great Master!" Soon more followed, the voices rising and falling, sweeping across the entire square like a tide. Their voices were hoarse and trembling, filled with uncontrollable fervor. "Great Master! Great Master!" Their voices grew louder and more synchronized, finally converging into a deafening chorus. It was like a cry bursting forth from the depths of their souls, echoing under the night sky, lingering for a long time. "Great Master!" The knights standing nearby watched the scene, exchanging glances. Though they had witnessed many miracles from the Lord before, this scene still left them utterly astonished. A few words from a single man had turned a group of numb walking corpses into fervent followers. Some young knights were even a bit at a loss. Why did these lowly slaves now gaze upon Lewis as if they were worshipping a deity? Standing atop the high rock, Lewis was full of emotion. Merely a promise had such power. As an heir, he naturally didn't agree with the institution of slavery. The slave system had to be abolished, but it had to be done gradually. He feared that absolute freedom granted too quickly would cause chaos. By utilizing a reward system for gradual emancipation, the slaves could stay motivated, allowing the Red Tide territory to develop swiftly. In the Red Tide territory, the difference between slaves and free men wasn't that significant. At that time, free men's harvests still had to be handed over to Lewis for unified distribution. However, by dividing the two classes and providing prospects for advancement, their enthusiasm could be easily harnessed. Of course, you're not left out. Lewis shifted his gaze to the soldiers and knights standing in the outer circle. He raised his hand, and his attendants nimbly opened several heavy wooden chests. The light from the bonfire illuminated the sturdy armor and warm boots neatly arranged inside the chests. At that moment, all the soldiers' eyes were inevitably drawn to the supplies inside the chests. Every soldier gets a set of beast hide armor and a pair of northern leather boots. Members of the Knight Order will additionally be rewarded with one complete wolf pelt, which can serve as an armor lining. As soon as the words fell, the soldiers immediately rushed towards the chests. This is the Northern Territory, where cold and poverty make resources exceptionally scarce. Many soldiers still wore worn-out boots, with their feet freezing numb while patrolling the ice and snow. A pair of new boots and fresh leather armor were things they had long dreamed of. The attendants distributed the thick leather armors to the soldiers one by one. Heavens! It's real leather armor. These boots. These are the finest leather boots in the Northern Territory. Lord, are you serious? They excitedly received the equipment, eyes full of excitement, hearts full of gratitude. Standing on the high stone, Lewis looked at the soldiers below, overwhelmed with excitement, a slight smile on his lips. These armors and boots were pre-purchased in Frost Halberd City, originally meant to outfit the soldiers. In the Northern Territory, resources are scarce. Even the smallest favor can make people utterly loyal. Moreover, these rewards were things they desperately needed, as revealed by Lewis's intelligence system. It was like striking at their most vulnerable point. How could they not be filled with gratitude? After distributing the items, the banquet continued, with several golden roasted prey being brought up. The hot juices dripped onto the flames, making a soft sizzle sound. The rich aroma of meat permeated the air, tantalizing everyone's taste buds. Everyone received a piece. Even the lowest-ranked slaves were fairly allotted a portion. When the first bite of the delicious roast entered their mouths, the long-lost warmth and satisfaction brought many to tears. It's so delicious. I haven't tasted real meat in years. Laughter and happiness echoed across the clearing as people danced around the bonfire. A refugee from the Northern Territory played a bone whistle excitedly, while several indigenous women held hands, spinning and leaping. The soldiers, not to be outdone, joined in humming and even started competing in dance steps around the bonfire. Laughing. Children ran in groups across the clearing, their faces lit with pure joy, while Lewis quietly overlooked the scene from the highest rock. As a lord, the people had already pinned their hopes on him. He must lead them to not only survive on this cold land but also to prosper. Hilco has been so busy lately that he barely has time to catch his breath. All because Lewis casually said, "Go register the basic information of the Red Tide Territory residents and see what each of them is good at." So he was thrown into this pile of messy handwritten files, staring wide-eyed at a group of confused farmers and blacksmiths. Some people stammered, completely unsure of how to answer. "I used to farm. Do you still want to continue farming?" "I don't know." Others answered casually, "I'm good at staying alive." Hilco almost slapped the record book on that person's face at that moment. Damn it, how did I, a future alchemist, end up as a steward for a border lord? Hilco cursed under his breath while feverishly writing, copying name after name into the book. He could only blame his own itchy hands for stealing some alchemy secret recipe. He was originally an alchemy apprentice who would steal his mentor's magic crystals to exchange for money, living an upper-class life in the Jade Federation. Until one day, he met a mysterious person in the black market who offered a hefty sum to specifically ask him to steal one of his mentor's alchemy secret techniques, a price that was tempting. Hilco didn't hesitate for long. After all, the payment was enough for him to break free from his apprenticeship and open his own alchemy workshop. However, the plan was far less smooth than he had imagined. The secret recipe was too profound for him to memorize, so he simply took the entire thing. Anyway, his mentor was forgetful, and missing one recipe wouldn't be noticed. But he underestimated the importance of this secret recipe. His mentor quickly discovered the loss, and the Golden Marrow Guild issued a warrant, vowing to bring the thief to justice. The black market buyer was quickly caught and confessed about him. Hilco knew that once captured, he would not only face harsh punishment, but might even be sent to a lab to become a guinea pig for bizarre alchemy experiments. So to save his life, he cleverly disguised himself as a slave, mingling among those transported by slave merchants, hoping to escape the Jade Federation and find a chance to get away later. But these slave merchants were more cunning than he expected. Whenever he tried anything sneaky, he was met with a long whip, leaving him no room to resist. After tens of lashes, he became obedient. Thus he indeed became an ordinary slave, and he didn't dare reveal his identity as an alchemy apprentice. If the slave merchants knew, they would happily resell him to the Golden Marrow Guild, and Hilko would be sent straight to a lab table. So, after going around in circles, he was taken to the black market of Frost Halberd City. He thought he would be sold to a mine to dig for the rest of his life. Who knew a young pioneer lord named Lewis would buy him and take him to this godforsaken territory. Initially, Hilko thought he might have escaped purgatory only to fall into another pit, to be enslaved until death. However, Lewis didn't treat slaves like livestock as other nobility did. Instead, upon learning that he could write and manage accounts, he revoked his slave status and made him an assistant similar to a steward. During his time observing and interacting with Lewis, he discovered something. Lewis was a good person. He would share his food with those starving slaves and even personally tore up the slave contracts, granting them freedom. A noble who actually treated slaves as humans? In Hilko's eyes, this didn't seem like a competent lord, but more like a religious follower. Tisk, guess I'm lucky this once. Though Hilko said that he constantly plotted his escape. After all, how could a future great alchemist spend his life in this godforsaken place? Master, this is the citizen survey you asked me to do. Hilko placed a thick book on Lewis's desk. His face showed deep fatigue, his steps were somewhat unsteady. Thank you for your hard work. Lewis took the book and casually flipped through it. The handwriting wasn't exactly neat, but it was clear in arrangement and categorized meticulously. Even the elderly who could barely lift a hoe, the women who could weave, and even the children who were good at hunting were noted, showing obvious effort in tidying up. Talent, indeed. Lewis looked up at the young man in front of him. Hilko stood sloppily, with deep dark circles under his eyes. He too knew that Hilko wasn't an ordinary person at all. After all, his daily intelligence system is not just for show. He knew from the moment he bought Hilko that the kid was an alchemy apprentice from the Jade Federation's Golden Marrow Guild, and also a criminal. However, he didn't expose him. On the one hand, Hilko seemed harmless. Lewis wasn't in a hurry to reveal him, wanting to see when he would willingly speak up. On the other hand, given the current situation of Red Tide territory, an assistant who could read and had administrative skills was more useful than an alchemy apprentice. The territory was still in its developmental stage. Forget alchemy, even basic infrastructure wasn't fully established yet. The priority now was to make this land function normally, not to conduct alchemy experiments. If he directly exposed him, what if this guy decided to slack and stop doing chores? Lewis glanced at the pile of documents and ledgers stacked behind him like a mountain. If he lost Hilko, this new lord might have to personally chew through this pile of junk himself. With this thought, Lewis decided to continue playing dumb. After all, in this remote area, the other party wouldn't be able to run away. Putting Hilko's matters aside, Lewis opened the survey book in his hand and quickly scanned the basic situation of the residents. Seeing the results, he couldn't help but smile slightly. Although Red Tide territory seemed like a barren wilderness, in reality, its talent pool was richer than Lewis imagined. With over 1,000 people, the majority engaged in agriculture and animal husbandry, and over 100 experienced fishermen. There were dozens of hunters, blacksmiths, carpenters, and tanners, enough to build a basic self-sufficient territory. This was exactly the information Lewis needed. He had Hilko conduct a population survey, not just for mere record-keeping, but to understand the fabric of this territory. A territory is like a precision machine, where every gear needs to be placed in the right position to operate efficiently. If you arbitrarily let a farmer forge iron, or a fisherman dig canals, or a hunter herd sheep, while it might operate, it would certainly be slow. If a lord doesn't understand his people, he can't control the future of this land. The next step was to reasonably allocate these people to get the Red Tide territory on the right track as soon as possible. Lewis pressed his head, and the territory's information kept operating in his mind. He started to make future industry plans for the Red Tide territory based on the existing information. After all, relying on the intelligence system and similar luck to support nearly 1,000 people is unrealistic. The Red Tide territory must have some stable industries. When the information was organized in his head, he raised his head and looked at Hilko. "I'll speak, you take notes." Hilko forced himself to stay focused, nodding subconsciously. "Send these 100 fishermen immediately to the riverbank." Lewis pointed at the winding river on the map with a pen. "Build temporary docks first, and prepare fishing boats in advance to prepare for fishery restoration. Though there are not many fish now, once the water temperature rises, large schools of fish will swim upstream to spawn. By then, the catch will become one of the most important food sources for the Red Tide territory. In the future, consider setting up aquaculture areas along the river. If we can successfully cultivate fish that adapt to cold waters, we can develop our own aquaculture industry instead of just relying on wild fishing." "Got it." Hilko noted down the key points the Lord said one by one. Apart from the fishery, agriculture and animal husbandry cannot be neglected. At present, we have over 400 farmers, focusing on land reclamation. Lewis drew a line on the cold zone of the geothermal map with his finger. Hot spring water can be used to melt the frost, so prepare the irrigation system in advance. Although the soil here isn't very fertile, making good use of the geothermal zones won't make it much worse. The first batch of crops will be rye and potatoes, which are cold-resistant and can grow on this land. Understood. As for animal husbandry, Lewis paused, recalling the livestock in the territory. The number of livestock in the territory is too low now. We can't rely on the existing cattle, sheep, and reindeer for large-scale breeding. I will arrange for people to go to Frost Halberd City to purchase more livestock and establish a dedicated husbandry area to develop animal husbandry. Understood. Hilko kept nodding, although exhausted, attentively taking down each instruction. Next, Lewis drew a circle in the forest area of the Red Tide territory on the map. We have over 50 experienced hunters. Aside from daily hunting, they can also explore the forest's periphery incidentally. Don't let magical beasts get close, and don't let unknown forces infiltrate. Lastly, these artisans brought from Frost Halberd City. Let the leatherworkers prioritize winter clothes, blacksmiths forge farm tools, and carpenters build houses. A workshop can be established to gather all the craftsmen together for collaboration, while recruiting apprentices to form a complete production chain. Lewis spoke quickly, each sentence seeming like a decision rehearsed countless times in his mind. Hilko originally had no fondness for the title Lord. His impression of the nobility was of hypocrites, arrogant, spouting righteousness while treating their subjects like livestock. The initial impression Lewis gave him was merely that of a kind-hearted person. But now he's beginning to change his view. This lord not only has a kind heart but also knows how to utilize the resources at hand. This guy is quite capable. Hilko felt admiration rising. And so, as Lewis executed his plans one by one, the Red Tide territory officially began operating. The bonfire illuminated the busy figures of people. Cooking smoke rose spirally. Hunters prepared for action. Fishermen started repairing fishing boats, and the sound of hammers from the artisans echoed in the air. This long-dormant land slowly awakened under Lewis's arrangements. Spring arrived quietly, but most of the northern territory was still covered with lingering snow, making it impossible to cultivate. However, the land under Lewis's feet was different. The soil was loose and moist, carrying the unique life aura of spring. This was thanks to Lewis directing hot spring water into the fields a week earlier, using geothermal energy to melt the permafrost. Now the soil, frozen for an entire winter, had finally become loose, and the originally non-arable wasteland was gradually exuberating with vibrant life. Is this really land from the Northern Territory? A farmer picked up a handful of soil, feeling the warm moisture, and couldn't help but exclaim. Those around him heard and also bent down to touch, their faces full of surprise and delight. The hot water really melted the permafrost. Who would have thought we could plant crops this early spring in the Northern Territory? Excited discussions rose among the fields. Of course, using hot spring water to melt permafrost was a temporary solution. Hot spring water has a high salt content, and repeated use might turn the soil into barren saline alkali land. Once conditions are matured, we would need to develop greenhouse cultivation. Standing beside Lewis was a middle-aged man whose clothes were stained with soil and dry grass. His name was Mike, the agricultural official of the Red Tide Territory. Mike was originally just one of the slaves, unassuming and not good with words. If not for the daily intelligence system, Lewis might never have noticed that among a group of slaves, there was one proficient in farming. He was innately talented in farming, possessing an almost instinctive intuition about soil, crops, and climate. When Lewis found Mike, announcing the freedom from his slave status, and appointed him as the agricultural official of the Red Tide Territory, Mike couldn't even believe his ears. It was something he never dared dream of. He was poor with words, not knowing how to express gratitude, so he silently put all his efforts into the fields. Today was the day to cultivate and fertilize the fields in the Red Tide Territory. Mike grabbed a handful of moist soil, gently crushed it between his fingers, revealing a satisfied smile. He looked up at Lewis, his rough hands wiped on the corner of his clothes. "Sir, everything is ready. In that case, let's start." Lewis nodded. "All units, start plowing," Mike commanded loudly. The command was quickly executed, with hundreds of farmers bending down to deeply insert the iron plows into the soil. So fluffy. There's even warmth in this soil. The softening of the soil surprised many farmers who had worked in the Northern Territory before. And all of this was due to Lewis's ingenious idea. The subjects' admiration for Lewis increased by another notch. Watching the farmers diligently tilling the land, Lewis asked, "Is the fertilizer prepared?" "It's all ready." Mike waved his hand to indicate. A dozen wooden carts slowly drove into the fields, loaded with dark-colored fertilizer emanating a strong and pungent smell. This was the special base fertilizer that Lewis ordered to be collected and made when he first came to the territory. It was composed of human and animal manure, straw, fish entrails, and clod powder, alchemy product. Human and animal manure and straw provided basic nutrients, and fish entrails were rich in organic matter. While the clod powder not only greatly improves fertility but also effectively prevents pest infestation, giving the seeds a better growth environment after being sown. The intense smell of the fertilizer permeated the air, stinging people's noses. Some frowned, but no one complained. Even as the Lord, Lewis didn't show the slightest disdain. After all, they all knew that only these fertilizers could lead to a better harvest. The farmers orderly scattered the fertilizer into the plowed soil, then mixed it evenly with a hoe to allow the nutrients to fully permeate. "We can plant seeds in 4 days," Mike said with a satisfied expression, stepping on the soil. Lewis stood for a moment, confirmed everything was in order, then turned to leave. It wasn't that he was bothered by the pungent fertilizer smell, but his daily intelligence system had updated with 3 particularly useful pieces of information that required his attention. Lewis's eyes flickered slightly, staring at the 3 pieces of information emerging from the daily intelligence system in front of him. 1. The chief of the Cold Moon Tribe was poisoned and died, and the Cold Moon Tribe has fallen into civil war. 2. There is a pack of ice wolves at the Cyan Rock Rift, mostly cubs. 3. 4 days later, Jack will be selling cranberry seeds in Frost Halberd City. Mixed among them are over a dozen Frost Blood red berry seeds. Lewis raised an eyebrow. The system's intelligence usually contained a lot of irrelevant, trivial information. But today, all 3 pieces of intelligence were valuable. Cold Moon Tribe? Lewis recalled the intelligence about this northern barbarian race tribe. The Cold Moon Tribe has always been one of the strong forces in the Northern Territory, renowned for its blood-boiling berserkers and archers. They have harassed the Iron Blood Empire's northern province many times, causing Duke Edmund to detest them bitterly. Now their chief died by poisoning. The tribe is bound to fall into chaos, and if the turmoil continues, it might even split. To the entire Northern Territory, this might be a forewarning of an impending storm. But for Lewis at the moment, this issue doesn't concern him directly. After all, he's just a small fry who is just starting out and doesn't yet have the means to influence the fate of the barbarians. The only thing he can do is strengthen his power as quickly as possible to prepare for future changes. Next up is the second piece of intelligence, about the ice wolves at Cyan Rock Rift. Cubs. That's the key to this information. Ice wolves are top predators on the northern snowfield, with enormous bodies, incredible speed, and the ability to survive in extremely cold environments. More importantly, their keen sense of smell makes them the best choice for reconnaissance and combat. However, adult wolves are extremely difficult to tame and almost impossible for humans to control. But the cubs are different. If tamed from a young age, the Red Tide territory will have a unique combat force, the Wolf Riders. Lewis speculated that these cubs' parents were the ice wolves they hunted on their way to the Red Tide territory before. What a coincidence. We'll set off tomorrow, Lewis murmured to himself. The last piece of intelligence made him laugh out loud. Frost Blood Redberry, an extremely rare mutated berry. It looks similar to ordinary cranberries, but the fruit is deep red, and its juice is thick and rich in magic power. Most crucially, it can enhance Bloodline Knights' fighting energy and promote cultivation growth. If this could be cultivated on a large scale, it would become the most precious specialty of the Red Tide territory. But Lewis realized a problem. Even if he rushed at full speed, he couldn't reach Frost Halberd City in 4 days. Being just 1 day late might let others get ahead of him. And the value of Frost Blood Redberry is too great. He must ensure they fall into his hands. Lewis couldn't take this risk. He made a decisive decision and immediately summoned Lambert and 2 other elite knights. Lambert is his guardian knight. If he leads the team this time, Lewis can rest assured. Lambert, Lewis said in a deep voice, his gaze solemn. You 3 must hurry to Frost Halberd City and arrive within 3 days. He paused for a moment, then continued. To the east side of the market, there's a merchant named Jack. For days later, he'll be selling cranberry seeds. You must arrive 2 days early, stake out the market, and ensure you buy all his goods first. Lambert was slightly startled but immediately nodded firmly in acceptance. Understood, my lord. He was quite puzzled why the lord valued a few berry seeds so much, but he accepted the order without a word, because every decision Lewis made along the way had ultimately proven to be correct. Lewis suddenly thought that since they were going to Frost Halberd City, they might as well take care of a few other tasks. He took a piece of parchment from his desk and began writing a letter. The content was simple: 1, to report his safety, 2, to ask for gold coins. Even though he wasn't sure if his cold-blooded father would respond, it couldn't hurt to try. Even a small amount of funding could expedite the development of the Red Tide territory. After finishing, he sealed the letter, stamped it with his seal, and handed it to Lambert. Once you get to Frost Halberd City, give this letter to the head of our family business there, and have them send it back as quickly as possible. Lambert took the letter, carefully stored it, and nodded in agreement. Understood. Make sure there are no mistakes, Lewis repeatedly urged. Understood. The 3 of them mounted their horses and galloped toward Frost Halberd City. The following morning, Lewis, accompanied by 5 elite hunters and 8 official knights, sped across the permafrost strait towards Cyan Rock Rift. Have you confirmed it? Lewis glanced at Edgar, the hunter leading the team. Edgar respectfully replied, As per your orders, we sent people to investigate last night. The wolf pack has lost its leader. Most are cubs and a few elderly female wolves hiding in the depths of the rift. It's a good opportunity. The goal of Lewis and his team was, of course, the ice wolf cubs. The group carefully approached the rift, the snow spotted with wolf paw prints and bloodstains, as if a fierce battle had occurred just last night. Edgar pointed to a certain chaotic part of the snow. Look, these paw prints are messy, indicating there might have been infighting among the wolves. Without a leader, internal conflict among the wolves is natural. In a while, we'll split into 2 teams. One team will create a distraction to draw the adults' attention, while the other team will take the chance to enter the den and bring out the cubs. Lewis looked at the hunters and said slowly, Let's move. The hunters scattered the fresh blood and remnants of prey they had prepared beforehand outside the cave and tied the largest pieces to the back of the knights' horses. These were fresh deer meat and animal bones, mixed with a strong bloody scent to trigger the adult ice wolf's hunting instinct to the maximum. The air quickly filled with a strong smell of blood. Soon enough, deep growls sounded from the cave, with pairs of green glowing eyes opening in the dark. "They're coming," Edgar whispered. 5 huge adult ice wolves slowly emerged from the cave, warily scanning their surroundings, growling low in their throats. Their gaze locked onto the distant prey remains, and their pace quickened towards it. The knights immediately spurred their horses, using ropes to drag the prey remains, guiding the wolf pack away from the cave. The leading wolf charged towards the knights, with the other adults following closely. This was, of course, a meticulously planned trap. As the adult wolves were lured away from the cubs, the knights abruptly jerked their reins and turned their horses around. Long swords gleamed with icy coldness, slicing downwards. Slash! The lead wolf didn't even have time to react before a sword pierced through its throat. The remaining adult wolves growled in anger, trying to fight back. Unfortunately, they were not facing ordinary hunters but official knights with fighting energy. The smell of blood pervaded the air, and the wolf pack fell one after another in a one-sided slaughter. Within just a few minutes, the knights eliminated all the adult wolves. When the knight easily killed the adult ice wolves, Lewis and his group had already swiftly infiltrated the den of the wolf pack. "Light the fire," Lewis whispered. Several hunters immediately took out torches and gently lit them. The warm orange light illuminated the inside of the cave. The walls were rough, and the air was filled with the peculiar animal scent. Their eyes scanned the surroundings, quickly spotting their target deep within the cave. More than 20 ice wolf pups were huddled together, trembling. They weren't very large, with thick fur, their bodies pure white like frost, eyes filled with fear of humans. "So many pups?" a hunter whispered in surprise. Edgar licked his cracked lips, eyes burning with excitement. These little ones, once grown, would definitely be top hunters. A few of the pups let out a soft but fierce growl towards the group, trying to warn the intruders. When you are weak, even anger seems adorable to others. The little guys have quite the temper. Edgar laughed. "Come on, little ones, have some food." A hunter gently placed a piece of meat in front of the pups hiding in the crevices of the rock, deliberately stepping back to avoid appearing too threatening. The pieces of meat were specially coated with a herbal sedative. This could effectively soothe the pups' emotions, making them relax without realizing it. A few bold and hungry pups sniffed the fragrance of the meat in the air, hesitated for a moment, and finally couldn't resist cautiously stepping forward to nibble. Seeing their companions eat without issue, soon more pups started to scramble for the food, even using little paws to push away their companions, afraid of losing out. However, in less than 2 minutes, the sedative's effect began to take hold. The once wary pups, after eating the meat, became dazed. Some even found it hard to stand, their small bodies swaying gently. "We can move now," Edgar said in a low voice. "Be gentle. These are future war wolves," Lewis reminded. "Understood." The hunters gently wrapped the pups with animal skins, preventing any struggle caused by discomfort. Although a few pups remained aware and resisted being obedient, writhing their little bodies against the hunters. But they were ultimately too weak, soon securely placed into leather bags. In this way, more than 20 pups completely lost their ability to resist, being placed one by one into specially designed leather bags to ensure they wouldn't be injured during transportation. Task completed. Lewis looked at the pups in the leather bags, smiling. "Let's go." The hunters immediately lifted the bags, left the cave, and reunited with the knights, heading rapidly back towards the territory. After the pups were brought back to the Red Tide territory, Lewis ordered them to be placed in a prearranged wooden fenced pasture. The pasture was very spacious, with the ground covered in thick dry grass. In the corners, a few soft nests made of animal skins were set up to simulate the wolf pack's living conditions, reducing their unease. Despite this, after experiencing the sudden change, these pups were full of vigilance. They huddled together, ears perked up, baring small but sharp teeth, ready to defend against any outside threats. Lewis stood in front of the fence, his eyes falling on the most special pup among them. It was a noticeably more robust pup than the others, with long limbs and a gaze carrying a hint of defiance. Even as the other pups were huddling and whimpering lowly, it still stood upright, scanning the humans outside the fence with sharp eyes, showing no signs of panic typical of young animals. And this innate aura made it clear to anyone that it was different from the other pups. This guy, Edgar also noticed it, exclaiming, "Is the future Wolf King?" The future Wolf King? Lewis suddenly thought of something, the corners of his mouth slightly turned up. "Then you shall be called Lang Feng." The pup's ears twitched slightly, as if aware that the humans were discussing it. However, it did not show retreat, watching them warily. "Edgar, how do you think we should tame them?" Lewis withdrew his gaze, turning to the hunter Edgar beside him. Edgar's heart tightened. This question seemed casual, yet subtly carried a hint of a test. He knew the Lord was assessing his abilities. Edgar dared not slack, quickly organizing his thoughts, respectfully replying. "First, build dependency. The pups need safety and food. We must ensure that every time they are fed, they see humans, so they regard humans as their providers. But that's not enough. Pups are naturally ferocious. Taming them with just food is unrealistic. They will guard their food and might even actively attack people. We must use a more direct method to teach them obedience. Specifically, if a pup guards its food, it must be disciplined immediately. If it resists, it must be pinned to the ground until it gives up resisting. In the world of wolves, strength is the rule." Lewis nodded in satisfaction. "Continue." Edgar suddenly felt energized, the tension in his heart slightly relaxing. He continued, "The second step, establish order." He pointed to Lang Feng. "There is a clear hierarchy within a wolf pack, and the strongest pup, its physique, bearing, gaze, all prove it is born to be a wolf king. As long as it's tamed, other pups will naturally follow." Hearing this, Lewis thoughtfully reached out, gently knocking on the fence. Lang Feng instinctively looked up, fixing its gaze on him with a hint of alertness, but did not immediately back down. "So, your suggestion is?" Lewis continued to ask. Edgar mustered up the courage to say, "You should personally tame Lang Feng. Only by making Lang Feng recognize you as its master will they be absolutely loyal to you." As soon as these words were out, the surrounding hunters couldn't help but look at Edgar in surprise. To let the Lord personally tame a wolf? That's quite bold. But Lewis revealed a meaningful smile. The daily intelligence system had once reminded him, Edgar is a beast-taming master. Now it certainly seems correct, this old man has some skills. Lewis slowly stood up, patting Edgar's shoulder. "Very well. From today you are responsible for all beast-taming affairs in the Red Tide territory." Edgar was momentarily stunned. Then an uncontrollable excitement burst forth in his heart. He knelt on one knee. "Your subordinate will not disappoint." A few months ago, he was still a pitiful wanderer in the Northern Territory, barely surviving by hunting. If it weren't for Lewis's party passing by, he might have already frozen to death in the snowfield. And now, not only had he gained the Lord's appreciation, but he was also entrusted with important responsibilities. Moreover, given the character of this Lord, if he performs well, he certainly wouldn't be treated unfairly. The onlooking hunters, seeing this, all cast envious glances. Edgar, that guy, got lucky. Indeed, his status might be different in the future. Jack was originally just a small seed merchant in the south, barely making a living by selling grain and fruit seeds. Although life wasn't wealthy, at least there was enough to eat and drink. Until a few months ago, he overheard fellow merchants boasting at the tavern. Since the Northern Territory Pioneer Order was issued, many nobles have flocked to the Northern Territory to open up land, creating a huge demand for seeds, far exceeding supply. This piece of gossip set his heart racing. In the south, seed merchants were as plentiful as horse manure on the roadside, with hundreds scrambling for a piece of the pie, making it almost impossible to make a fortune. But the north was different. He'd heard it was barren and seeds were hard to come by. Once supplies arrived, they were sure to sell. This is an opportunity for wealth. Excited, Jack converted all the savings he'd accumulated over the years into seeds. He filled his small cart and rushed to the north, dreaming of getting rich overnight. However, when he stepped into Frost Halberd City, he was dumbfounded. Isn't this the largest city in the Northern Territory? The city was run down, the streets muddy, the passers-by in tattered clothes all looking weary, with not a sign of prosperous business opportunity. Jack's heart skipped a beat. A premonition of doom washed over him. I'm doomed. I won't lose everything, will I? But since he was already there, he couldn't just leave empty-handed. So, with determination, he set up his small stall on an empty lot on the east side of the market. Are you the seed seller, Jack? He hadn't even set up his goods, when 3 knights rode over, bringing with them the dust of travel, their armor splattered with mud, their expressions somewhat anxious. Jack was stunned for a moment, his heart pounding. How did they know his name? Could it be that the fame of the Little Seed King had spread from the central province to the northern province? But a visitor is a guest, so he quickly straightened his back, cleared his throat, and was just about to introduce his products. What would you gentlemen like? We have potatoes, rye, oats, wheat. The lead knight interrupted him directly. We'll take everything. What? Jack looked shocked, wondering if he'd misheard. We want everything, how much? Jack was truly dumbfounded this time. Are all Northern Territory people this extravagant? Jack's mind raced, calculating how much he could sell this batch of goods for. Finally, he pretended to hesitate, then held out 5 fingers. Since you want it all, I'll give you a discount, 5 gold coins. 5 gold coins. In the South, a bag of potato seeds only cost 2 iron coins. The cost of all his seeds didn't even add up to 1 gold coin. Jack was ready to be haggled down, even considering lowering the price if they didn't agree. All right. To his surprise, the lead knight didn't even listen, just pulled out 5 gold coins from his purse and tossed them to him. Then, he and the other 2 knights quickly packed up all his seeds and blazed off in a hurry, leaving Jack standing there, clutching 5 heavy gold coins, dumbstruck. As the cold wind blew, he only then realized his stall had been swept clean. He hastily checked the gold coins, inspecting them one by one to confirm they were all real. They were real. All real. The next moment, a surge of ecstatic emotion overwhelmed him. Jack nearly jumped up. I'm rich. The cost of his seeds plus the travel expenses to the Northern Territory was less than 1 gold coin. Now he'd made a clear profit of 4 gold coins, and practically did nothing. Was business in the Northern Territory really this easy? Jack clutched the gold coins, his mind already racing to map out his next steps. This was just the beginning. If he went back and wholesaled a few hundred more bags of seeds, wouldn't he earn hundreds of gold coins? Thinking of this, Jack's smile stretched to 90 degrees. The Northern Territory was simply a gold mine. He wanted to go back and take a loan to become the #1 seed merchant in the Northern Territory. Of course, what he didn't know was that the seeds he had just sold included those of Frost Blood Redberry, which could be sold for thousands of gold coins. Otherwise, he would have regretted it bitterly. As for the story of him losing everything later, that's a tale for another time. Just as Lambert was hastily returning to Red Tide Territory with the seeds, Lewis was riding his horse, inspecting the condition of the seeds sowing in the fields. In the fields, farmers were busily sowing seeds, the sound of hoes turning the earth echoing constantly. Wherever Lewis went, the farmers would stop their work and respectfully salute. But unlike in other noble territories, the eyes of the farmers here didn't show servile fear but rather a kind of genuine respect. Especially those workers of slave origin. Their eyes held a fiery glow when they looked at Lewis. They longed for their efforts to be noticed by the Lord, and thus gain a chance at freedom. Lewis saw all of this, but didn't show much emotion. After all, in his view, there was no difference between slaves and freemen. Both were cattle and horses of the Red Tide Territory. Furthermore, the current system allowed these people to work harder, and he wasn't in a hurry to change it. When the time was ripe, perhaps he would consider more stable measures to release the slaves. But for now, they needed to prove their worth. At this moment, Mike walked over, leaning on a hoe, his face beaming with unconcealed joy. "My lord!" Mike wiped the sweat off his forehead, his smile squeezing into wrinkles. "These fertilizers are working wonders. This year is sure to yield a good harvest." Lewis glanced over the tilled fields, noticing that the soil was indeed moist and soft, a deep color indicating it had fully absorbed nutrients. He nodded slightly. "What's the first crop?" "Rye, turnips, potatoes." Mike answered immediately. "These crops are hardy and mature quickly. If all goes well, we can expect the first harvest in 3 months." Lewis agreed with a nod. Rye could be ground into coarse grain, turnips served both as vegetables and livestock feed. Meanwhile, potatoes were easy to plant and harvest, with long storage life, making them the most suitable for emergency food. Although some parts of Red Tide territory were enhanced by geothermal heat, making it better than other northern lands, not all land was suited to intensive agriculture. To play it safe, prioritizing the planting of these hardy crops was the most sensible choice. But it was far from enough to satisfy Lewis's ambitions. Once greenhouse planting technology was perfected, he planned to grow a wider variety of crops to completely resolve the food issues in Red Tide territory. Lewis stood silently on the ridge, his gaze sweeping over the land before him. The fertile black soil shimmered faintly under the sunlight, the busy figures of farmers intertwined, sowing the seeds of Red Tide territory's future hope. This land, originally a barren permafrost, was being revitalized little by little under his plan. Lewis felt an indescribable sense of accomplishment in his heart. Dead, all dead. Sif's heart pounded fiercely. She squeezed the horse's belly with all her might, and the warhorse galloped wildly across the icy snowfield, hooves kicking up a white mist. The cries of battle behind her echoed in the night, the howl of hounds mingling with the warriors' screams. Why did it turn out this way? Just days ago, she sat in a warm tent, listening to her father recounting the tribe's glory, her brothers laughing and playing, her mother gently tidying her hair. She thought she would lead her people across the snowfield like her father in the future. But that banquet destroyed everything completely. Her father, Harold Frostmane, suddenly collapsed at the banquet, convulsing all over, letting out a painful howl, and died in front of everyone's eyes. In the following days, her mother, brothers, and sisters died one after another, either executed or died from mysterious accidents. Their heads were hung on stone pillars, blood dripped onto the white snow, strikingly red. The words of her brother Sigel still echoed in her mind. "Sif, listen." Sigel gripped her shoulders, speaking urgently. "Run south. Never come back." She shook her head desperately, eyes filled with tears. "No, brother, Sigel suddenly seized her neck, forcing her to look up at him. "Listen. Run south. Don't come back. Never think about revenge." Then, without further words, Sigel whipped the horse with all his might, drew his war axe, and turned to face the pursuing soldiers. "Ha!" he roared lowly, blood boiling. His eyes turned red. The totems on his body suddenly lit up, muscles swelling like rocks. He became a raging god of war. Blood-boiling berserker, using life as the price, burning their blood to gain temporary invincible power. "Come on, bastards. Let's go to hell together." He laughed loudly, raising the giant axe to face the enemies surging from the darkness. Sif's heart felt as if it were being torn apart. She wanted to rush up and fight alongside her brother, but the warhorse had already bolted south with her. The chill had not yet completely faded, and the river on the west side of Red Tide territory still carried the cold remnants of winter. Each spring and autumn, this river would welcome migrating fish. They swam upstream to spawn on the upstream shoals, and when the fry hatched, they returned to the deep water areas with the flow. The locals had known this natural law since ancient times, but their fishing methods still remained at the stage of stabbing fish with wooden spears and scooping them with bamboo baskets. While they could barely fill their bellies, compared to the river's true potential, It was like a drop in the bucket. So, under Lewis's order, 100 fishermen set out for the riverbank, organized to begin a fishery construction plan. They used wooden stakes and stones to simply build temporary docks. Carpenters were also called together to lead fishermen in day and night work to build fishing boats. They worked tirelessly and finally built 10 fishing boats capable of operating in the water within 2 weeks, preparing for the future fish tides. The fishery here experienced earth-shattering changes in these 2 weeks. But no one expected their first large-scale fishing would come so quickly. The cause was that Lewis received an important piece of intelligence from the Daily Intelligence System yesterday. 1. Tomorrow, the river on the west side of Red Tide territory will see a large number of fish. This news excited him greatly, and he immediately ordered, "All fishermen gather at the riverbank dock, prepare for a full-scale fishing." So the next day, the riverbank was crowded. 100 fishermen lined up waiting for the Lord's command. On the modest but already forming wooden docks, Lord Lewis stood high and surveyed everyone. "Ladies and gentlemen, today, we will have our first large-scale fishing operation in Red Tide territory. Do you remember a month ago how desolate this place looked? But look now, we have boats, we have nets, we have docks, all are results of your effort. We no longer simply wait for fate's handout, but use our own hands to grasp the future. And today, everything is ready. We only need to reach for it, and we will let everyone in Red Tide territory know that the days of hunger are over. May we return fully loaded." The fishermen, fired up by Lewis's words, raised their nets and spears, shouting in unison, "Return fully loaded." But Luke, the fishery official beside Lewis, showed a trace of indescribable anxiety in his eyes. Will there really be fish? In the past month, Lewis's judgment had been proven right time and again, forcing Luke and others to believe. But the problem is, this is fishing. Fishing relies heavily on luck. Even the most experienced fishermen can hardly predict which day will be a big catch or where they might return empty-netted. He was a bit shocked when Lewis notified him yesterday. Why was the Lord so sure there would be a large catch today? What if there wasn't? If the river yields little today, the inspiring speech just given would become a joke. And if the fishermen, having prepared for half a month, gain nothing? It's a small thing if the fisherman's morale is hit, but the most important thing is, would the Lord react angrily? Then what should he do? Would he be stripped naked and thrown into the river for bait by the Lord? Luke secretly glanced at Lewis, finding that he didn't panic at all. He stood there with a faint smile on his face, like he already saw the river churning with fish. This is the Lord's poise. Luke was a bit lost in thought. Just then, Lewis interrupted Luke's daydream. "Is everything ready?" "Ready," Luke quickly replied. Lewis nodded. "Then let's begin." Luke took a deep breath, stood on the platform, and loudly gave the command, "Brothers, go according to plan." The fishermen, long waiting, began to collaborate. According to Lewis's plan, today's fishing operation will be divided into 3 groups to ensure maximum efficiency. The first group is the main force, made up of 10 fishing boats. The fishermen skillfully maneuvered the boats and positioned the nets in the middle of the river, creating a vast net barrier. The second group is the small-scale fishing team. With relatively fewer people, they are responsible for casting nets in the shallow water areas along the shore, catching fish near the bank. Fishermen skillfully deployed nets into the water, the mesh gaps just right for catching smaller fish. The third group uses traditional fishing tools. They hold spears, rapidly probing the water, and once they spot fish, they strike quickly to capture the escaping fish. Some fishermen also set traps along the shore. These simple yet effective tools can effectively capture some fish unwilling to approach the nets, further supplementing the catch. "Brothers, on with the original plan," Luke shouted at the top of his voice, and the shore instantly bustled with activity. 10 fishing boats lined up with a clatter, the paddles churning up the water into a froth. Then the fishermen sank giant seine nets into the river. These nets had been meticulously improved. As soon as they sank into the water, they instantly tightened. "Hold the formation. Don't let the fish escape." Reg, the old captain, had veins bulging on his arms with the tension of a bowstring in his hands. Shadows darted chaotically underwater, surging like a tide. "They're in the net! They're in the net!" Someone shouted first, and the whole river seemed to explode in excitement. Fat-headed river fish slammed against the nets, but the ironclad formation of 10 boats left them no escape route. The fishermen deftly pulled on the ropes, trapping the fish securely. The surface of the water erupted with countless splashes, fish leaping into the air, their silvery scales gleaming under the sunlight, looking very pleasing. "Quick, pull! Don't let the net slacken! Ha ha! This is the most fish I've seen in my life." The fishermen braced their arms, working together to pull up the full load. The seine net kept contracting, so heavy it even caused the boat to tilt slightly. When the last net was finally raised, the boat was piled high with lively fish flopping about. Each fish was much larger than typical river fish, glistening with an enticing sheen, their plump bodies constantly twisting. This time, their harvest exceeded everyone's expectations. More than 2,000 fish, enough to feed the entire red tide territory for several days. On the other side of the river, the net-casting fishermen were also giving it their all. "Get the angle right when casting, or you'll miss the shoal," the seasoned old fisherman instructed his young apprentice. The inexperienced young man took a deep breath, gripping the net steadily in his hands before throwing it with force. The net drew a perfect arc in the air, enveloping a group of fish that hadn't escaped yet. "Got them!" He excitedly tightened the rope, and the water surface immediately churned with large splashes, snaring several 2-foot-long fat fish struggling mightily. "This one is huge!" He excitedly lifted a fish as long as his arm, drawing envious glances from his companions. "If we cook this one into soup, imagine how delicious it'd be." The group grinned widely, their hands working even faster. Although their catch wasn't as big as the seiners, they successfully caught hundreds of fresh fish, each person's wooden bucket packed to the brim. On another section of the shoreline, the traditional fishing group composed of locals was engaged in another form of hunt. Each held a polished fish spear, their eyes almost glued to the river. "Here it comes!" An experienced fisherman suddenly swung his arm, the spear piercing the water. Splash! Blood-tinged froth surfaced, and a 3-pound fish was securely speared, struggling desperately but ultimately unable to escape fate. In that short time, their buckets were already stacked with 7 or 8 big fish, tails flapping outside the bucket rims. Meanwhile, further away on the shallow shores, some fishermen quietly placed fish traps in preset traps, waiting for fish to wander in. "Wait a bit longer, a bit longer." Suddenly, a fisherman brightened up, quickly lifting the fish trap. "Caught them! Over a dozen!" They cheered excitedly. These fish weren't large, but their tender meat made them the most popular delicacies. The entire fishing operation lasted for several hours before the fishermen gradually put away their nets. Every boat was piled high with fresh fish. They slapped their scales and wagged their tails with a slap-slap sound, splashing water all around. More than 3,000 fish. Over 3,000. When the final count came out, the entire dock erupted in excitement. "Lord is indeed wise as God. He said there'd be fish, and indeed there were. We've never seen such fishing methods before, catching so much in one go. Lord not only knows how to govern the territory, but he's also amazing at fishing." The fishermen clapped and celebrated, patting each other's shoulders, joy reflected on their faces as they praised Lewis. Even those who doubted today's catch were completely convinced by the facts. Luke stood by, looking at the scene with indescribable amazement. His initial anxiety had long been replaced by surprise. He really hadn't expected Lewis's predictions to be so accurate, even incredibly so. He couldn't help but look up at the Lord standing high on the dock. Lewis wore a faint smile on his face. Seeing the satisfaction on the fishermen's faces filled him with joy. He knew that he had just taken the first step for red tide territory to emerge from adversity. The food crisis in red tide territory could finally ease a bit. And today's catch was just the beginning. It marked the start of a long-term industry. As a transmigrator, Lewis certainly understood the importance of sustainability, so he devised a meticulous fishing strategy early on. Firstly, to ensure the ongoing reproduction of fish stocks, Lewis required all nets have larger mesh sizes. This would allow immature fish to escape easily, continue growing, and wait for the next breeding season. Moreover, fishing was only allowed at fixed times each day, with at least one day a week designated as a closed season to give the river and fish a breather. Only by doing so would future catches remain abundant, instead of suddenly drying up one day. Not only wild fishing, Lewis also planned to establish dedicated breeding areas, selecting quality fish as broodstock to raise in designated waters. This would make the fishery more stable, not completely reliant on nature's rewards. As Lewis gazed at the mountain of fish on the dock, he wondered how to manage them. No matter how much food there is, if not properly managed, it would just turn into waste. How about hosting a celebration feast, Lewis thought. In just a few days, it would mark exactly a month since he arrived at Red Tide Territory. A day worth commemorating. In this month, Red Tide Territory had transformed from a barren land with scarce resources and low spirit, gradually restoring order, building fisheries, agriculture, and the lives of the people began to show hope. Lewis knew this wasn't entirely his doing. Therefore, this feast was not only to celebrate the bountiful catch, but also to honor those fishermen, craftsmen, and soldiers who contributed to Red Tide Territory. However, the feast could only consume part of the fish. A large amount still needed proper handling. Though it would only feed 1,000 people for a few days, fishery was a long-term industry. The caught fish couldn't be wasted. They ultimately needed to be preserved, preparing for the food shortage of winter. Lewis suddenly thought of a method to preserve fish long-term, and he wanted to try it out. The evening glow showered the Red Tide Territory. Inside the smoking shed near the hot springs, several smoked fish hung on wooden racks, their golden skins slightly wrinkled, exuding a rich smoky aroma. Lewis stood by, scrutinizing these fish smoked for hours. He then lightly pressed the surface with his finger. The dry, resilient texture satisfied him, and he nodded approvingly. Lord. Sally stood beside him, speaking cautiously, her hands unconsciously twisting together. Her eyes carried nervousness, afraid that her smoked fish was not good enough. Upon hearing her, Lewis lifted his head and praised, "Well smoked. The texture and color of the fish are great." Sally let out a sudden sigh of relief, a hint of a nervous smile appearing on her face. All according to your method. Without your guidance, we wouldn't have managed. You have deft hands." Lewis casually tore off a piece of fish meat and tossed it into his mouth. Though the fish meat was dry and hard, its rich smoky fragrance slowly spread in his mouth as he chewed, and the taste was not bad. Standing nearby, Hilko yawned tiredly, his dark circles almost falling to the ground. It wasn't that Lewis deliberately overworked him, just that they were the only two literate people in the entire territory. So he had to reluctantly have him work 996. Today, to comfort him, he brought him here to eat fish. "Here, have a taste." Lewis casually handed over a smoked fish. Hilko's weary eyes sparked with some interest, and he took a bite. "Tastes better than I expected." "This is Sally's hard-earned result," Lewis praised. Hearing her name, Sally was suddenly a bit flustered, quickly waving her hands. No. Being able to smoke these fish is all thanks to your guidance. I don't know this." Lewis quietly listened to Sally's words, but his gaze lingered on the smoked fish. The Red Tide Territory was located in the cold Northern Territory, where food resources were limited. Though fishery was an important supply source, every winter and early spring, the rivers nearly froze over, leaving almost no catch. To avoid falling into famine, he had to find an effective way to preserve food through the long, harsh winter. So Lewis came up with an innovative method, using geothermal heat to smoke fish. Hot spring smoked fish? Can it really work? Hilko was full of disbelief when he first heard of this plan. Compared to simply air drying, this method removes more moisture, extending preservation time, explained Lewis. Regardless, this method was worth trying. So he selected the meticulous Sally to lead the women in an initial attempt. Step 1. Process the fish body. First, they had to open the fish belly and remove the innards but keep the fish skin intact. Fish skin not only prevents the fish meat from falling apart during smoking, but also locks in the fragrance, making the smoked fish taste better. Next, they cured it with coarse salt, for varying durations from several hours to a day, depending on weather and humidity. This not only removed the fishy smell and enhanced flavor, but also removed a portion of the moisture, preparing it for subsequent smoking. Step 2. Build the smoking rack. In the hot spring area, they wove a row of smoking racks using branches, bamboo strips, and vines. They also installed simple windproof and insulating facilities on both sides of the rack, maximizing the penetration of hot spring steam into the fish while preventing heat loss. Step 3. The smoking process. Geothermal resources were not stable, so the smoking time was split into 2 to 3 days over multiple rounds. If the temperature was too high, the fish meat would harden, too low, and preservation would be difficult. So each batch of smoked fish required careful adjustments in time and temperature. All these seemed tedious, but after some time and Sally's continuous attempts, they had achieved small-scale success. The fish hanging on the smoking racks had become one of the hopes for surviving the winter in the red tide territory. Lewis nodded slightly. "We can increase the scale now." A hint of delight flashed in Sally's eyes. She and the women under her had worked hard for several days for this. In a world dominated by force, women's status was always low. If they could take on the responsibility of smoking fish, their status in the red tide territory could improve considerably. She pressed her lips together, cautiously asking, "Lord, are you saying you want us to take charge of smoking fish? You've already done well, haven't you?" Lewis gave her a light glance, his gaze sweeping across the smoking rack. If the scale expands, naturally experienced people should be in charge. Sally's heart raced, and she couldn't help but grasp her apron tightly, feeling an unprecedented sense of certainty. "Thank you, Lord." She instinctively bent down to bow, her voice carrying a slight tremor. Lewis chuckled. "It's I who should thank you all." Just then, a knight came over and whispered in Lewis's ear, "Lord Lambert has returned." Lewis's eyes lit up. This was indeed a double blessing. He immediately strode toward the residential area, heading to meet the 3 who had just entered the area. Lambert knelt on one knee, murmuring, "Mission accomplished." Lewis nodded slightly, a hint of comfort flashing through his eyes. The dependable Lambert always brought a sense of reassurance. "You've worked hard," he said solemnly, then glanced at the 2 elite knights behind Lambert. Though they seemed slightly more fatigued than Lambert, not one of them complained about the hardships of the journey. "We'll discuss the detailed report tomorrow," Lewis said with a gentle smile. "Tonight, rest well. At tomorrow's award ceremony, you'll receive your deserved rewards." The 3 saluted in unison, an attitude of respectful acknowledgement. "Yes, leave the seeds behind, then you can go rest." The 3 knights handed the packages over to the attendant without hesitation and left with their travel fatigue. Using fighting energy for long-distance journeys, even elite knights couldn't avoid physical and mental exhaustion. Lewis watched them leave until their figures disappeared before turning and heading to his office, the attendant following with lots of seed packages in hand. One package after another was neatly stacked on the office desk, all results of this procurement. Lewis waved his hand, signaling the attendant to withdraw. When the door softly closed, he stepped to the desk and, following the intelligence system's tips, found the seeds he was looking for. He gently picked up one, examined it in his palm. The seed was reddish-brown, smooth-skinned, indistinguishable from ordinary cranberry seeds at first glance. If not for the intelligence system, he might have mistaken it for a common seed. But it was anything but ordinary. This was the frost blood redberry, a magical fruit from the extreme cold of the Northern Territory. Consuming it not only strengthened the body but had peculiar effects on a knight's fighting energy refinement. This meant, once successfully cultivated, it not only could become a unique specialty of the Red Tide Territory, It could also become a strategic resource coveted by all major nobility. Louis looked at the seed, as if seeing mountains of gold and silver beckoning. It has been a full month since Louis arrived at the Red Tide territory. At this moment, he stands on a temporarily constructed wooden platform, overlooking the crowd gathered below. 12 knights clad in iron armor are lined up on both sides, deliberately maintaining a uniform stance, making the Lord's figure appear even more imposing in the firelight. Woo! The sound of a horn cuts through the night sky, officially commencing the commendation ceremony of the Red Tide territory. Over 30 knights of the Red Tide territory kneel on one knee. They press their left fists to their chests, grip their knights' swords with their right hands, and recite the oath Louis had written in advance. We believe in the dragon ancestor, follow the Lord of the Red Tide, loyal to Louis Calvin. We pledge to defend the honor of the Red Tide with blood and sweat. The resounding oath echoes across the square. Then the entire square erupts with deafening cheers. Soldiers bang their shields, farmers raise hoes and wooden staffs, and even children shout excitedly. Louis slightly raises his hand, signaling for everyone to be quiet. The clamor gradually subsides, and all eyes focus on the young lord. Only then does Louis slowly speak. We have been in the Red Tide territory for a month now. A month ago, this place was still desolate and barren. We faced challenges like poverty, hunger, snowstorms, and wild beast attacks. He pauses, his gaze sweeping over the gathered citizens. But now we have passed the first phase of the crisis, thanks to you. It was you who built the first shelter from the cold, ensuring children and the elderly no longer slept outdoors in the snow. It was you who caught the first river fish, filling the stomachs of brothers and sisters. It was you who cultivated the first piece of farmland and sowed the first seeds, bringing hope to this barren land. All of this is because of you, Louis declares passionately. Your sweat has begun to rejuvenate this permafrost. In the crowd, most people clench their fists, eyes reddened with emotion. They had never heard a lord credit the achievements to the common people. In the past, just not getting whipped was considered fortunate. Louis's gaze sweeps across the square. Of course, effort deserves reward. In the Red Tide territory, no matter who you are, if you work hard enough and are loyal enough, you will get your due reward. Next, I want to commend the heroes who have made outstanding contributions to the Red Tide territory. As his words fall, the entire square instantly becomes quiet. Everyone holds their breath, eyes locked on the figure atop the platform. Agricultural official Mike. The stooped, middle-aged man stumbles forward, his old mud-stained boots slipping on the wooden steps. Yet when he looks up at the Lord, his spine, unstraightened for decades, becomes erect. Mike, you have optimized the farming methods, rejuvenating this barren land. Louis points to the farmland in the distance that is beginning to take shape. Therefore, I officially promote you to the position of agricultural director, granting you greater jurisdiction over farmland and awarding you an additional plot for experimental planting. Tears slide down Mike's face. Thank you, sir. Excited applause bursts from the crowd, with many farmers cheering enthusiastically. Craftsman Representative Mike. An old man with skin darkened by the sun strides onto the stage, his face full of pride. Your talent in architectural design has made the houses in the Red Tide territory more sturdy and better insulated, laying the foundation for the territory's development. Louis points to the row of semi-subterranean collective dwellings surrounding the square. Therefore, I have decided to grant you the authority to lead the craftsman team and provide more financial support. Mike trembles with excitement. I will not disappoint your expectations. Fishery official Luke. Next, more than a dozen people are called to the stage, with identities ranging from knights and craftsmen to hunters and farmers. Most of these people come from humble origins, some even being slaves. Louis steps forward and personally places special labor medals on each awardee. Due to limited conditions, it's merely a wooden medal intricately carved by a carpenter at Louis's request. Nonetheless, the awardees carefully hold them, fearing they might drop. After the awards are presented, Lewis shouts to the people below. These individuals have contributed sweat and blood to the prosperity of the Red Tide territory, making significant contributions. Let's thank them with applause. Clap, clap, clap. Thunderous applause suddenly erupts, resounding throughout the square. These honorees straighten their backs, their eyes filled with emotion and tears, their chest medals reflecting dazzling light from the bonfire. They are just ordinary fishermen, hunters, craftsmen, and even lowly slaves. Yet at this moment, they stand in the spotlight, receiving the highest commendation from the Red Tide territory. It's a feeling they've never experienced in their lifetime. If Lewis were to ask them to traverse a mountain of knives and a sea of flames now, they wouldn't hesitate. Of course, we also applaud those who have similarly made efforts. As soon as his words fall, applause rises again, this time not just for those on the stage, but for everyone present. Because each person is using their own way to make the Red Tide territory stronger. Then Lewis's gaze gradually sweeps over the square, focusing on those wearing tattered clothes, still marked by the brand of slavery. They lower their heads, eyes flickering with light, hearts filled with anxiety and anticipation. Today I will fulfill another promise. The slaves' hearts suddenly quicken, the air seeming to freeze for an instant. Below individuals, Lewis begins to announce a series of names, all slaves who have excelled in labor, construction, and development over the past month. Those whose names are called display expressions of disbelief. It wasn't until someone beside them nudged them that they realized and trembled as they walked onto the stage. Today, you officially gain your freedom. Lewis waves, and knights step forward to burn their slave certificates with a single fire. They burst into tears, kneeling and kowtowing, thanking Lewis's kindness in this way. Meanwhile, the eyes of those not freed shone with complex emotions. There is envy, regret, but most of all hope. As long as they perform a little better, next time will surely be their turn. Loyalty and talent are more important than bloodline. Lewis's voice resonates throughout the square. From today, the Red Tide territory will establish a regular reward system, whereby anyone who contributes to the territory can receive appropriate rewards. This statement makes the square boil, every face glowing with the light of hope. Changing classes is no longer an unattainable dream, but a reality achievable through hard work. For the prosperity of the Red Tide territory, cheers. Lewis raises his glass. The strong liquor reflects the bonfire, catching a layer of firelight. Cheers. Everyone raises their glasses and erupts into deafening cheers. The aroma of grilled fish permeated the air. The women carried plates of freshly cooked fish. The townspeople sat together, holding freshly grilled fish, eating and chatting, occasionally bursting into laughter. "To our great Lord!" someone shouted out. Everyone raised their glasses excitedly, echoing, "To our great Lord!" Glasses clinked, and laughter filled the air. Lewis, sitting at the head, watched all of this, and couldn't help but smile. Compared to the hidden battles at the nobles' banquets in the South, he preferred laughing, singing, and dancing around the bonfire with the common townspeople here. Perhaps it was the influence of alcohol. Lewis casually took the xylophone handed to him by a knight. His slender fingers plucked the strings, releasing a series of clear notes, as he sang a simple tune from his homeland, Earth. Edelweiss, Edelweiss, every morning you greet me. Forever bless my homeland. The square instantly fell silent. Everyone held their breath to listen, as if transported to that faraway place. When the last note fell, cheers erupted like a tidal wave. "One more song," someone led the shout. "The Lord sings so well. One more song. A toast to the Lord." The whole square joined in the clamor. Even the most reserved knights couldn't help but laugh. Lewis shook his head and chuckled, casually picking up a piece of grilled fish and taking a bite, letting the merriment and laughter drift through the night air. The next day, when Lewis woke up, daylight had already spilled through the gap in the curtains, and the air still held the remnant smoke of last night's bonfire. Probably drank a bit too much. He rubbed his temples and sighed tiredly. He usually woke up before dawn to practice the breathing technique and cultivate fighting energy. But last night was so joyous that it led to an unusually late morning today. He instinctively reached out to the side to confirm the other half of the bed was empty before he sighed with relief. Thankfully, no mistakes were made. After washing up, Louis sat cross-legged on the bed, took a deep breath, and began to practice the tidal breathing technique. The fighting energy flowed slowly through the veins, but Louis could clearly feel its stagnation. Still at that bottleneck, a mid-tier official knight unable to advance. Damn it, when will I be able to break through? Even though I've been training with the strictest regimen, my aptitude is too mediocre. Relying solely on training to advance in rank is much harder for me than for others. If only I could find something similar to the Northern Crystal Cod again. Useless intelligence system, give me something good. He thought helplessly, as he opened the intelligence system to see if there was anything noteworthy updated today. 1. After the feast, the agricultural official Mike proposed to Tanya and succeeded. 2. The Icefield young wolf, Lung Feng, defeated all the young wolves raised in Red Tide territory and became their alpha. 3. The former Cold Moon tribe little princess, Sif, fled to Red Tide territory. She is starving and freezing and unconscious on the prairie and will be attacked by a frosty white bear at 5 p.m. The first piece of intelligence made him raise an eyebrow slightly. Mike, that old guy actually found love again. This agricultural official spent his days with dirt, always thinking about optimizing land and increasing yield. Who knew he would quietly handle such a big matter? Tanya, he remembered this woman, was a widow from the indigenous community, in her early 30s with 3 children, resilient and capable. Mike managing to win her over was quite a surprise. That's something to celebrate. Looks like Red Tide territory's population will be increasing by a few more. He shook his head with a light laugh, happy for his old comrade. The second piece of news met his expectations. Lung Feng lived up to expectations, standing out among the young wolves and becoming the alpha. Louis had confidence in him from the beginning. After all, this young wolf naturally had a certain untamed regal demeanor. Whether it was its physique, demeanor, or gaze, it was different from other young Icefield wolves. Becoming the leader of the pack was almost inevitable. Very good. Louis nodded in satisfaction. This is the war wolf I chose. However, when his gaze fell on the third piece of intelligence, his smile vanished instantly. The Cold Moon tribe's little princess, Sif, fled to Red Tide territory. This piece of intelligence made Louis's heart sink. Regarding intelligence about the Cold Moon tribe, the daily intelligence system had always been sending him updates. Since the old chieftain's death, the tribe had fallen into complete chaos. The old chieftain's family was purged, the Elder Council lost its authority, and the leaders drew in their own forces with factional fights worsening. If one phrase could describe it, it would be, the entire Cold Moon tribe was in complete disarray. But even so, Louis never thought the Cold Moon tribe's little princess would flee to Red Tide territory and end up unconscious. The most pressing issue is, at 5 p.m., she will be the frosty white bear's dinner. What to do with this mess? Louis rubbed his brow and sighed. Louis had only 2 choices before him, to save her or not to save her. He pondered for a long time, gently tapping his fingers on the table. Not save her? After all, the matters of the Cold Moon tribe are immensely complicated, and Sif's emergence could potentially bring a series of unknown troubles. Besides, she's already unconscious on the prairie. By 5 p.m., she'd become the frosty white bear's dinner, and there would be no further connections to deal with. But in the end, Louis decided to step in. Firstly, since Sif had already fled near Red Tide territory, it meant she had distanced herself from the power struggles of the Cold Moon tribe, reducing the risk in rescuing her. Secondly, although he wasn't a saint, his genuine values wouldn't let him stand by. An innocent little girl, regardless of her identity, if he had the ability to save her, he couldn't simply watch her die. Otherwise, his conscience would never be at ease. Thirdly, despite the idea being far-fetched and unrealistic, what if one day his strength was sufficient, and he could use Sif's name to subdue the Cold Moon tribe. Of course, for now, considering these things was premature. Overall, based on reason, kindness, and even a little bit of fantasy, Lewis made the decision to rescue her. Lambert. Lewis called for his guardian knight. Lambert quickly entered, respectfully lowering his head. "Lord, I want to go hunting, have people prepare," Lewis said casually. Lambert froze slightly, looking surprised at the Lord. Since coming to Red Tide territory, this young lord had been busy with territorial affairs from morning till night. Let alone hunting, he didn't even have time for a morning stroll. Yet today he suddenly had a keen interest in going hunting? As a qualified attendant, Lambert didn't ask much, just nodded and replied, "Understood. I'll arrange hunters and knights." Despite spring having descended upon the northern territory, the cold wind was still biting. Sif's hands tightly gripped the reins, her fingertips long since numb. The warhorse beneath her was panting heavily, its 4 hooves stumbling, and its sweat quickly frosting in the cold night. Faster, just a bit faster. Behind her was the burning fire of the Cold Moon tribe, bought with her brother's life. No turning back, no stopping. Run south, never return. Sigel's roar still echoed in her mind, like a nail driven deep into Sif's soul. Sigel was dead, as were her father, mother, brothers, and sisters. But she was still alive in disgrace, like an abandoned ghost, wandering this world with no place to call home. Not knowing where to go, she just kept fleeing south. The food had long been eaten up, and Sif could only quench her thirst with river water and barely stave off hunger with tree bark and some wild fruits. After several days, the warhorse finally exhausted its strength, letting out a long neigh before collapsing. Sif also tumbled down from the horse's back, heavily hitting the ground. She wanted to stand up, but couldn't even move a finger. Her consciousness gradually drifted, and Sigel's face appeared in her mind. "I'm sorry, brother. I can't go on." Her vision gradually blurred, and Sif's consciousness sank into darkness. A mighty troop from the Red Tide was marching northward. The hunters were focused, and the knights looked around vigilantly, all wanting to perform well in the hunt. After all, this hunt was personally led by the Lord. And Lewis, wrapped in a thick wolf fur cloak, swayed slightly as he rode his warhorse. A trail of chaotic animal tracks appeared on the wasteland. An experienced hunter immediately squatted down to examine them, speaking in a low voice, "Lord, there are signs of rabbit activity ahead, and not just one." Lewis nodded gently, slowly drew the short bow from his waist, nocked an arrow, and squinted ahead. Sure enough, beside a clump of withered grass not far away, a gray-white rabbit cautiously poked its head out. The arrow shot through the air, its speed nearly invisible, and instantly pierced through the rabbit's neck with precision. The rabbit rolled over, twitched twice, and then lost all signs of life. "Great shot, as expected of the Lord." The hunters and knights immediately applauded and cheered, each trying to flatter. Indeed, the Lord is skilled in both literature and martial arts, even hunting with such precision. With such archery, even the kingdom's imperial hunters may feel ashamed. If our northern province had 100 such sharpshooters, what would we fear of a barbarian race invasion? Yes, yes, truly a born warrior. Even a knight picked up the rabbit with both hands and ran to Lewis, his face full of admiration. "Lord, could this rabbit be a descendant of the Beast King? Otherwise, how could it be so difficult to shoot?" Lewis's mouth slightly twitched. This group truly knows how to flatter. However, he didn't mind, as the prestige and renown of a lord sometimes had to be built upon these little legendary deeds. Of course, this hunt was merely a cover. The real target was the little princess about to be devoured by the frosty white bear. Using hunting as an excuse to go north to find a person was Lewis's way of not letting others know he had a prophetic-like ability. Of course, Lewis was also aware that some smart people around him had already started noticing the anomaly. They were not foolish, long having sensed that their lord was unusually lucky. Since arriving from the south to the northern province, He could precisely predict all sorts of crises and opportunities. To say this was merely coincidence, no one would believe it. But in this fantastical worldview, even if Lewis directly told them he had the daily intelligence system, they wouldn't understand what those 6 words represented, as this world had no web fiction. Thus, they attributed it all to the dragon ancestors' divine grace. This hunt is truly bountiful. Lord, your archery is practically divine. Indeed, indeed, even the dragon ancestor is blessing us today. Haha, we must certainly celebrate once we return. And so, chatting and laughing, this troop made its way, yielding a plentiful harvest along the way. The hunters killed several fat deer and even caught some rare cold region fish by the ice river. Sometimes relaxing like this doesn't seem too bad. Watching everyone in high spirits, Lewis couldn't help but smile. Suddenly, a scout hunter hurriedly rushed back to the troop, with a strange expression on his face. Lord, a girl has been found ahead. The hunter's words immediately silenced the entire hunting party, everyone looking at him in confusion. A girl? Lambert frowned. How could there be a girl in the wilderness? Just not far, near the ice river. The hunter panted, with a look of lingering fear on his face. She lay unconscious in the snow, looking like she's fainted. Found her. Lewis's gaze subtly changed, but he maintained a calm expression. Lead the way. As they passed through a low forest and approached the ice river, they discovered the unconscious Sif. The girl lay on her back in the cold snow, slightly curled up, her white short hair scattered messily with wind and snow. The fur coat on her was worn out, with her shoulders and arms exposed to the air, frozen purple. A few partially healed wounds showed her struggles over the past few days. Yet her delicate face still bore a trace of stubbornness, showing not a hint of weakness, even in a faint. An experienced hunter bent down to observe for a moment, his face changing. Lord, she's from the northern tribe. Another hunter carefully examined the patterns on her belt, softly supplementing, Cold Moon Tribe. The air fell silent for a few seconds. The surrounding knights couldn't help exchanging several glances. The Cold Moon Tribe was indeed a major enemy of the northern province. But Lewis only took a glance and made a decision. Bring her back for treatment. The knights didn't hesitate, quickly lifting the girl and cautiously placing her on a warhorse. The hunters then led a cart full of game, and the group grandly set out on their return journey. Upon returning to the Red Tide territory, the girl was placed in an empty room and handed over to an indigenous healer with some medical knowledge. Lewis was silent for a moment, his gaze falling on the girl's face. At this moment, her eyes were tightly closed, her lips cracked from the cold, her brows slightly furrowed as if fighting against death. Lewis took out a bottle of life potion from his family and handed it to the doctor. Give this to her. The doctor hesitated slightly but still slowly poured the liquid between the girl's lips. After a while, her once pale face seemed to regain a bit of color, and her breathing steadied somewhat. Although still unconscious, it seemed her life had been saved. A bottle of life potion is quite expensive. Hope she wakes up, Lewis said as he looked at the unconscious girl. Sigh. If only someone in our territory knew how to prepare demon soil. Lewis sat behind his desk, his fingers absent-mindedly tapping on the surface, his tones sounding like a casual complaint. But his gaze occasionally swept towards Hilko, who was sitting at the smaller desk beside him. Hilko was engrossed in writing, documenting the fish catch and smoked fish production. The dark circles under his eyes were even more pronounced than they were last night. Hearing Lewis's complaint, he abruptly stopped writing, pressed his fingers against his temples, and tried hard to clear his mind. Did he hear wrong? No, it definitely wasn't an auditory hallucination, because this was already the 5th time he heard Lewis say this today. No matter how sleep-deprived he was, he couldn't possibly have hallucinated 5 times, right? Hilko's hand paused slightly, finally confirming one thing. This was a deliberate hint at him. Making demon soil was an entry-level skill for every alchemist. And of course he, being an alchemy genius, knew how to do it. But the problem was that he hadn't disclosed this layer of his identity to anyone, at least not in the Red Tide territory. So, how did Lewis know? His mind raced, trying to recall if he'd accidentally let something slip at some point. Or maybe he simply couldn't hide that aura of an alchemy genius? In the midst of his thoughts, Lewis spoke once more, still in that helpless tone. If only we could make demon soil ourselves. This was the 6th time. Lewis, like a monk chanting scriptures, and Hilko finally couldn't take it anymore. He took a deep breath and feigned nonchalance, saying, "I know a bit. I learned some at the church school." As soon as the words left his mouth, Hilko wanted to smack himself. Who was he kidding? A church school would never teach how to make demon soil. However, Lewis seemed to believe the statement completely, even showing a look of sudden realization. He asked with interest, "Oh, is that so? Can you help me then?" The air in the office fell into a subtle silence. Did he really believe me? Hilko glanced at Lewis without showing any emotions. Lewis's expression didn't look like he was fooled at all. Instead, it looked like a gaze filled with anticipation, as if saying, "You finally admitted it. Now hurry and make the demon soil." Hilko? Of course, Lewis knew about Hilko's identity as an alchemy apprentice. The frost blood redberry had to grow in highly acidic soil. Only then could it efficiently absorb nutrients, making the fruit full and bright red, enhancing fighting energy better. If the soil was neutral or alkaline, the nutrients would be tightly locked, causing the plant to grow poorly, with yellowing leaves and even failing to bear fruit. But the problem was Lewis only had a general idea about how to prepare acidic soil, not the specific ratios and methods. However, he knew who did: Hilko, who was hiding his alchemy apprentice identity. Lewis originally wanted to wait for the other to come forward, but the current situation was special, and the cultivation of frost blood redberry couldn't be delayed. What a pity. Today he would have to reveal himself. Silence spread between the two, the firewood in the fireplace crackling. Hilko looked down at the ledger on his desk, weighing the pros and cons. Finally, he sighed slowly, as if finally resigning himself. "I can, but I have one condition. Let me rest 1 day a week." This time, it was Lewis's turn to be silent. In the current manpower shortage in the Red Tide territory, it did seem like a bit of a waste of talent, as he hadn't taken a day off all month. But then again, if Hilko continued working at this intensity, he might suddenly drop dead. Lewis sighed. "All right, deal." Hilko then wrote down a list of demon soil ingredients for Lewis. Most of the materials could be bought at the market in Frost Halberd City. But one name caused Lewis's gaze to linger for a moment. Demon marrow. "You really dare to ask, don't you?" Lewis laughed, looking up at Hilko. "I just listed according to the most standard proportions." Hilko shrugged. "Of course, you can use substitutes, but the effect might. Without demon marrow, the effectiveness of the demon soil will be greatly reduced, right?" Lewis directly pointed out. Hilko spread his hands, saying nothing. Lewis rubbed his brow. Demon marrow was indeed a bit pricey. The Red Tide territory did have it in the mines to the northwest, but there were some minor difficulties in extracting it. The technique of extraction was manageable. Even with the most basic method, having the locals use pickaxes to knock on the veins could at least get some to make demon soil. However, that wasn't the real problem. The real issue was, according to the intelligence system, several frost giants had been frequently roaming near the mining area since spring. Frost giants, one of the most troublesome demons in the Northern Territory. They usually inhabit extremely cold regions, with huge bodies, immense strength, and skin as hard as ice, making it difficult for ordinary weapons to inflict effective damage. What's more troublesome is that they can manipulate cold air, creating chilling storms that slow enemies and even freeze them to death. Previously, Lewis hadn't hurried to deal with this issue. On one hand, Red Tide territory was in the development phase, focusing on agriculture and production, leaving no time to deal with the mines. On the other hand, the mining area was far from residential areas, and the giants posed no real threat to the territory. Additionally, at that time, they had little understanding of frost giants, and acting rashly would have been too risky. so he only dispatched a few knights to observe them in hiding to gather more intelligence. But now the situation was different. In recent months, the intelligence system had gradually provided some information about the weaknesses of frost giants, and the territory's development had entered a stable phase. It was time to actively resolve this hidden threat. Since they had to extract demon marrow anyway, they might as well clear out the mining area, bringing this resource fully under Red Tide Territory's control. After pondering for a moment, Lewis promptly took action. He first summoned 2 knights, handed them Hilco's list, and said, "Go to Frost Halberd City and purchase the alchemy materials on this list, as quickly as possible." Yes, the knights took the list and hurriedly left. Next, he summoned Knight Captain Lambert and instructed, "Lambert, gather all the knights and prepare for battle." Lambert was slightly taken aback but asked no questions, immediately responding, "As you command, my lord. The target is the Northwest Mountain Range. To subdue the frost giants," Lewis stated firmly, continuing, "Gather everyone. No mistakes allowed." "Yes," Lambert replied decisively, then stood up and left with large strides. Soon, the Knights of Red Tide Territory quickly assembled, horses neighing, charging towards the mines in the northwest of Red Tide Territory. Lewis stood on a concealed rock on the mountain, overlooking an open area in the valley below. For frost giants were throwing boulders, then using their enormous ice rock staffs to hit them, playing joyfully. "Are they playing baseball?" Lewis quipped, but remained vigilant. These colossal creatures averaged a height of 5.2 meters, their bodies covered in natural armor interwoven with ice crystals and rock fragments. Just looking at the knotted texture of their muscles is enough to evoke thoughts of terrifying brute strength. The casually swung ice rock staff was a full 6 meters long and could leave a deep crevice in the ground when it struck. Even more frightening is the layer of pale blue frost mist that surrounds the frost giants, their realm of extreme cold. If a regular person got too close, their blood circulation would stall, and they might even be frozen into an ice statue. Thankfully, there were only 4. If there were 40, Lewis would be fleeing the Red Tide Territory overnight. Nervous? Not exactly. He had already grasped the frost giant's weaknesses and had set traps in advance. On top of that, he had brought along most of the Red Tide Territory's knights and hundreds of soldiers this time. 53 knights against 4 frost giants. The advantage is ours. "Is everyone ready?" Lewis asked softly. "Yes, sir. Everyone is in position," the officer responded. "Good." Lewis nodded slightly. "Execute the plan. Let these big guys taste our Red Tide Territory's methods." He slowly raised his right hand, fingers closed. "Action!" The officer waved the large flag, and the knights ambushed at various points sprang into action simultaneously. A whistling arrow tore through the sky, dragging a fiery red trail, striking the body of the frost giants. Disrupted by the sudden attack, the 4 frost giants, who were happily playing, paused briefly, then let out a deafening roar. Their giant feet stomped the ground, angrily advancing towards the flames. "Separate them," Lambert shouted. The knights divided into 4 groups, harassing the giants from different directions, using their spears to provoke them. Every attack precisely hit the giants' most sensitive parts: knees, faces, between fingers, underarms. The giants roared, raising their ice rock staffs to sweep across, intending to crush these insect-like enemies. But the knights were prepared, quickly retreating, using the terrain and their speed to delay, guiding the giants into the ambush zones. A few minutes later, the 4 giants had been fully separated, entering different trap areas. Release! The ambush team that had been lying in wait suddenly threw the specially prepared weighty nets. The heavy ropes accurately entangled the giants' legs. The giants' steps faltered as they struggled to tear the restraints. The hidden knights on the flanks rapidly advanced, their sharp spear tips or long swords thrusting into the weak points behind the giants' knees. The spears pierced their cold flesh, where the ice armor was at its thinnest. Each stab made the giants let out earth-shattering roars, staggering back in pain. "Retreat! Switch positions!" The warriors, unwilling to get bogged down in the fight, quickly spread out in different directions, leaving no chance for the giants to counterattack. The giants let out painful wails, kneeling on one knee, their struggles becoming sluggish. On the other side, the soldiers waiting in ambush hurled torches, the flames licking at the giants' sturdy ice armor. Soon, their extreme cold aura began to waver, and the surface of the ice armor started to crack under the heat. The archers took their chance, shooting flaming arrows, the arrows slicing through the night, directly targeting the giants' faces. The giants clutched their faces in agony, struggling violently. Knights, prepare. Target the heart and throat. Kill! The knights activated their fighting energy, the red fighting energy blazing on their long swords and spears. They spurred their horses forward, like piercing red blades, ruthlessly stabbing at the giants' hearts and throats. Blood sprayed, and the first giant let out one final wail before its body crashed to the ground. Of course, the other teams didn't have it all as smooth. From one trap area came a deafening giant roar. It was an especially ferocious frost giant, its massive body breaking free of the rope net. Merely a slight press from its sturdy leg shook the trap-filled ground, sending stones flying. Damn it! This trap can't hold it! The lead knight's face changed. Just as he was about to order the team to re-encircle, the giant had gone completely berserk. It suddenly spread its arms wide, roaring towards the sky, the cold aura surging. A wild frost storm violently swept in all directions. Boom! The storm carried countless sharp ice blades, instantly covering the entire region. The wind tore through the earth, catching the knights off guard, flipping them over with the strong gust. Ah! 2 apprentice knights were caught in the storm, their armor instantly coated with a thick layer of frost, freezing them stiff. They were then swept by the wind, thrown hard against the rock walls, losing their ability to fight. Another official knight, yet to react, was hit by the giant's sweeping staff. He flew like a kite with a broken string dozens of meters away, crashing to the ground, blood spilling profusely from his mouth. The scene plunged into chaos at once. Just as the frost giant was about to sweep its staff again, a red fighting energy suddenly sliced through the blizzard, slashing straight at the giant's wrist. The scorching sword energy tore a long, narrow wound on the giant's cold iron muscles, with dark blue blood spraying out, quickly freezing into ice crystals as it hit the snow. Cut its leg! Lambert shouted angrily, raising his giant sword high, enveloped in intense fighting energy, aiming at the giant's knee. 2 elite knights followed closely, forming a triangular attack formation, charging the giant. Lambert's giant sword slashed down fiercely, targeting the joint behind the giant's knee. The sword embedded deeply into the ice armor, cutting into the tendons. The giant's immense body shuddered violently, nearly kneeling. Another elite knight took the opportunity to leap, his long sword burning with flame fighting energy, thrusting into the giant's ribs. The last knight struck at the giant's ankle, trying to completely destroy its balance. 3 swords landed together, the intense pain driving the giant into a furious rage, letting out a sky-rending roar, intending to counterattack with its staff once more. Stop it! Lambert roared, stomping the ground fiercely, leaping up again. The giant's sword reversed, slicing horizontally, the blade targeting the giant's wrist joint precisely. The sound of bone cracking was clearly audible. The giant's grasp on the staff slackened as the massive ice rock staff slipped from its fingers, crashing to the ground, sending ice splinters flying. Now! Behind him, the knights raised their spears, accompanied by thunderous roars, all weapons simultaneously thrusting into the giant's vital points. The icy blood splattered, staining the snow red. This frenzied giant could no longer sustain itself, its massive body crashing down, completely lifeless. The corpse of the frost giant lay sprawled on the ground, its massive body devoid of life, and the air was thick with the stench of blood. Soldiers busied themselves cleaning the battlefield, while knights tended to their comrades' injuries. Fortunately, we had adequate preparation, so the casualties were not too severe. Most people only suffered minor frostbite or scratches, which could be treated with the ointments and bandages they carried with them. A few physicians were busy nearby, bandaging wounds and applying warm ointment to prevent the cold from penetrating the body. But only the knight who was flung by the rampaging frost giant was gravely injured. He was pale, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, and his armor had been shattered by the giant, leaving a deep indentation in his chest. It was clear that his ribs were broken, and his internal organs were likely seriously damaged as well. Though he still had faint breathing, whether he could make it through was unknown. A physician kneeled by his side, his expression grave. "The injuries are too severe. Conventional treatment won't work." The surrounding knights looked uneasy. After all, he was their comrade. Just moments ago, they had fought side by side, and now he lay here on the brink of death. "He cannot die." Everyone looked up to see Lewis already standing nearby. He slowly retrieved a deep green crystal bottle from his bosom, the liquid inside emitting a faint glow. It was an extremely precious life potion, capable of quickly healing wounds and even pulling a severely injured person back from the brink of death. This kind of potion was so cherished by the nobility that it would not be used unless absolutely necessary. Without saying much, Lewis knelt on one knee and personally poured the potion into the wounded man's mouth. As the potion entered, a miracle slowly unfolded. The previously shallow breathing became steady, and a touch of color returned to his pale cheeks. The sunken chest gently expanded, the broken bones began to heal, and the torn internal tissues gradually restored. His nearly stagnant heartbeat regained strength. The breath of life returned to the brink of death knight. His life is no longer in danger. The physician breathed a sigh of relief. But as to how well he will recover, that depends on his fate. The knights watched the scene, their gazes complex. They looked at Lewis, their eyes full of reverence, astounded that Lewis would use such a precious potion on a knight. Their loyalty to Lewis increased. +1, +1, +1. "Lord," Lambert said softly, "such a potion shouldn't be wasted on him." Lewis got up, smiling calmly. "He fought for me, for Red Tide territory. How is it a waste to use it on him?" His gaze swept across everyone present, his voice firm. "Those who are loyal to me, I will never easily abandon." For a moment, all the knights straightened their backs in silence. They pressed their hands over their hearts, responding with a knight's salute, saying nothing but expressing more than any oath. Truthfully, Lewis felt a pang of regret for the potion as well. This was a life-saving potion his full-blooded sister secretly gave him before heading to the Northern Territory, and he had only 3 bottles. The first bottle was used on the unconscious Sif. The second on this severely injured knight. Now only 1 bottle remained in his possession. The thought filled him with conflicting emotions. It would be a lie to say he didn't feel a pang of regret, as this was something that could save a life, and in a critical moment it might just save his own life. Yet he used it like that, though he had no regrets. He saved Sif, and perhaps in the future, this little princess of the Cold Moon tribe might bring some value. He saved this knight too, making the soldiers of Red Tide territory aware that their lord won't easily forsake them, gathering cohesion. "Never mind. I'll leave the last bottle for myself." Lewis sighed softly, casually storing the empty bottle back into his bosom. Next came the awarding of merits and rewards. Lewis solemnly stood before everyone as a lord, personally bestowing rewards on everyone who had earned merit. "In this campaign, we exterminated 4 frost giants. Everyone made contributions. Perhaps other lords might not specially host a ceremony to award achievements, but I am different. Merit should be rewarded." He paused, noticing the expectant eyes of those in front of him, his mouth twitching slightly. "However, Ahem, I suppose you are aware, I am truly poor." The soldiers exchanged looks, then burst into laughter. Lewis shrugged helplessly. "But since you've achieved merit, there must be some benefits." After saying this, cheers and applause erupted on sight. The rewards were simple: fresh fish, game, grain, and a small amount of gold coins. Yet no one showed a hint of dissatisfaction, because in their hearts, they knew Lewis had done enough. He wasn't a lord who merely promised empty words. He was willing to save his soldiers. Even after they fought bloodily, despite being strapped for cash, he would do his utmost to give them rewards. Moreover, the vast majority of lords would not bother giving achievements and rewards when dispatching troops to eradicate aliens or demons. Once the battle was over, sending troops back for rest was considered a favor. But Lewis was different. Their lord would personally stand and acknowledge their achievements, pledging more rewards in the future. This is what they valued most. It's our honor to serve the Lord. May the dragon ancestor bless Red Tide territory. All the soldiers and knights bore no grievances and even felt grateful. They happily accepted the not-so-lavish rewards, wearing satisfied smiles. The question of how to deal with the giant corpses arose. The Northern Territory lacked food. Every piece of meat was precious. If these were ordinary game, they would have been skinned and processed into jerky for preservation. But frost giants, after all, were humanoid creatures. Looking at those massive corpses, Lewis felt some resistance. Moreover, even though the Red Tide Territory's resources were limited, it hadn't reached the point where such means were necessary to fill stomachs. Don't eat them. Take them all back for processing, he decisively ordered. The knights had no objections, as their lord always acted with principles. But abandoning the corpses seemed like a waste. After all, the bodies of these frost giants contained vast cold energy. Even in death, their flesh was rich with special nutrients. With this thought, inspiration struck Lewis. If we can't eat them, let's put them to good use. They can be made into fertilizer. Fertilizer. Lambert was briefly stunned, then nodded thoughtfully. This was indeed a good idea. The giant's flesh, rich with magic essence, could significantly improve the land scarcity issue of the Red Tide territory if processed appropriately. Take them back and hand them over to the agricultural official, Mike. So, the soldiers began to clean the battlefield, loading the giant corpses onto makeshift wooden frames and slowly transporting them back to the Red Tide territory with horses. As the frost giant's corpse was dragged away, the bloody aura on the battlefield finally began to dissipate slowly. But for Lewis, the true goal of this operation was just beginning, which was to mine the demon marrow or demon marrow as the core material of explosive alchemy object is extremely rare. Even in the entire Northern Territory, or even throughout the Ironblood Empire, such deposits are a rarity. Fortunately, this deposit is buried very deep, so it has always gone undiscovered. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been Lewis's turn. Moreover, without the guidance of the daily intelligence system, Lewis would never have been able to find it. The knights were stationed outside, as a team of villagers, equipped with pickaxes, gloves, and simple protective gear, slowly entered the mining area and began to cautiously excavate. Shovelfuls of rubble were dug up, accompanied by a crisp clang. A hint of deep purple crystal finally emerged from beneath the strata. It was a mineral that emitted a faint glow, exuding a mysterious energy wave. First take a small portion and, according to Hilco's suggestion, adjust the demon soil formula, Lewis ordered. Store the rest for now. He didn't rush to order large-scale mining. After all, this requires professional personnel, tunnel reinforcement, mining techniques, and alchemical extraction, each one not easily resolved. In the letter he previously sent to his father, he specifically mentioned the need for support in this area. If his father is willing to send help, that would naturally be the best-case scenario. Otherwise, Lewis would have to think of ways to recruit experienced craftsmen from the outside. The spring sunlight sprinkled over the farmlands of Red Tide territory, with a breeze carrying the fresh scent of new sprouts. Lewis stood on high ground, overlooking the land gradually stirring back to life. A few weeks ago, this place was still a barren field sown with seeds. Now, the rye has broken the soil, potato sprouts are peeking through the surface, and turnip seedlings are gently swaying with the wind. It seems this year's harvest shouldn't be too bad. A satisfied smile appeared on his lips. Just then, urgent footsteps sounded in the distance. Mike came running, carrying a bit of unease. Though he had successfully proposed, He had not formally reported to the Lord yet. As a former slave, Mike's heart still harbored some fear towards his master. Even though he was now a freedman, he still believed that a marriage proposal required his master's approval. What if Lewis was unwilling? What if he disapproved? These thoughts swirled in Mike's mind, making his steps heavier than usual. However, before he could speak, Lewis flashed a faint smile and said aloud, "Mike, congratulations on your successful proposal." Mike was completely stunned. He hadn't said anything yet. How did the Lord know? Shock, fear, disbelief. All kinds of emotions surged in his heart, and he almost instinctively wanted to kneel. However, a fair hand supported him. Lewis frowned slightly, his tone brooking no argument. "Mike, you're now the chief of agriculture. Quit that kneeling business." Mike suddenly came to his senses, with slightly reddened eyes, lips moving as if he wanted to say something. But he was interrupted by a gift Lewis handed over. It was 2 strips of smoked fish. They were tied with a thin string, even in a crooked little bow. Mike was dumbfounded. "This is a wedding gift," Lewis said calmly. "Though I'm a bit tight on money lately, I thought it's important to give some gift." Mike tightly grasped the gift, his lips trembling, and finally couldn't help it. Tears pattered down. He never thought he would receive such a blessing from the Lord. He had thought he would have to cautiously seek the Lord's approval, maybe get reprimanded, or even be asked to pay a price. "Stop crying." Lewis patted Mike's shoulder. "Isn't this a good thing?" Mike sniffled, nodding vigorously, trying to calm himself down. "All right, get your emotions in check. I have official business to discuss with you." Hearing this, Mike took a deep breath, wiped away his tears, and stood straight. "At your command." Lewis tilted his head slightly, signaling Mike to look back. Mike instinctively followed the gaze. Then his eyes widened, sucking in a breath of cold air. For massive bodies lay at the edge of the field, their ravaged torsos a patchwork of wounds, the frost covering their skin beginning to melt and revealing dark blue flesh. Such huge corpses. Mike's Adam's apple bobbed, regaining his voice after a long pause. "Don't just stand there. I want you to process these corpses into fertilizer," Lewis said with a smile. Fertilizer. Mike was so astonished he almost bit his tongue. He had never heard of using frost giants' corpses to make fertilizer. Yet Lewis's tone was matter-of-fact. The muscles of a frost giant are rich in minerals. Used properly, they might produce a miraculous effect on crops. Mike's mouth twitched slightly, but his mind began racing, thinking about how to handle these mountains of fertilizer. But before his shock could fully fade, Lewis's next words tightened his nerves once again. "There's also this." Lewis took a small cloth bag from his pocket, solemnly handing it to Mike. Inside were half of the frost blood redberry seeds. Being so precious, Lewis dared not take risks and could only cultivate a part testwise. He entrusted them to Mike because the intelligence system once noted that Mike has an astonishing talent for planting. Lewis believed that, given proper guidance, Mike would cultivate them several times better than himself. Mike quickly reached out to take them, carefully opening it to see what looked like ordinary fruit seeds. This is frost blood redberry seeds. Lewis did not delve into details. Anyway, they are extremely precious. Each seed is worth hundreds of gold coins. Mike's eyes widened abruptly, his breathing becoming labored. One seed could buy hundreds of slaves like himself. You want me to handle these?" Mike's hands trembled slightly, afraid that a mishap would ruin these valuable seeds. Lewis nodded. "This batch of seeds is very rare and requires meticulous cultivation. If there are any problems, you can come to me at any time. I've already had someone research a suitable demon soil formula, but it still needs time. So your task now is to bury these seeds in ice to activate them." All right?" Mike carefully cradled the seeds. "I'll take good care of them and won't let a single one get damaged." Just then, a guard hurried over and said to Lewis, "My lord, the girl we rescued earlier has woken up." Consciousness drifted between chaos and reality, like sinking into the deep sea. then slowly being pulled back to the surface. Sif slowly opened her eyes as her blurry vision gradually became clear. What appeared before her was an unfamiliar wooden ceiling, and the air was filled with a faint scent of smoke and fire. Her body was enveloped in warm bedding, her skin clearly feeling the comfort of the temperature. Instinctive vigilance made her quickly survey her surroundings. This was a wooden hut. Its walls and beams were simple yet tidy, with a few basic wooden tables and chairs, and a fireplace burning warmly. Thankfully, there were no imprisoning chains or obvious weapons. Sif tried to turn over, but she immediately felt her body was unresponsive, so weak that even a slight movement was extremely exhausting. Terrible. This body can't move at all. This made her heart sink involuntarily. Then the tragic memories surged like the tide. The annihilation of the Cold Moon tribe. Brothers and sisters. Parents all died miserably due to betrayal. The last elder brother perished along with the enemy to cover her escape. She closed her eyes. Grief welled in her heart. Her chest felt as though it was weighed down by a boulder, making it hard to breathe. At least I'm still alive, and have the chance for revenge. She gritted her teeth, forced herself to endure the soreness in her eyes, and tried to calm her emotions. At that moment, the wooden door creaked open. Sif suddenly opened her eyes, looking warily toward the door. She thought she would see unknown soldiers, the nobility, or the murderers who slaughtered her tribe. Yet it was a frail, middle-aged woman who came in, appearing to be in her 40s with wrinkles on her face. She was dressed in simple cotton clothing, holding a tray with a bowl of porridge and a cup of warm water, the steaming heat carrying a hint of food fragrance. Seeing Sif awake, a flash of delight passed through the woman's eyes. "Oh, finally awake. You have such a big life, child." The middle-aged woman gently lifted Sif's upper body, letting her lean against a soft pillow. Then she picked up a cup of warm water, slowly brought it to Sif's lips, saying gently, "Have some water first, moisten your throat. You've been asleep for several days." After hesitating for a moment, Sif eventually slightly parted her lips, allowing the woman to bring the cup closer to her lips. Warm water slowly flowed into her mouth, finally somewhat relieving the fiery burn in her throat. Sif couldn't help but swallow gently, her awareness slowly becoming clearer with the nourishment of the water. "Slow down, don't rush." The woman spoke with some heartbreak in her tone. "Poor child, you've definitely suffered a lot." Sif's eyelids lightly fluttered, a faint shadow passing through her eyes. Yet she didn't respond to the woman's words. "If it weren't for the Lord sending people to save you, you'd probably have been carried off by wild beasts." The woman patted her back lightly and started babbling to herself. Upon hearing this, Sif faintly lowered her gaze, her fingertips quietly tightening. The Lord? Is he a southern noble? Vigilance rose in her heart, yet her face continued to show silence. The woman didn't notice her psychological change, continuing her chatter. "Don't be afraid. Although our Lord is young, he's an impressive person with a kind heart, who can't bear to see others suffer. You might not know, he even rescues injured slaves, and we displaced people have received a lot of care from him." She spoke easily, but Sif became increasingly uneasy inside. She had been picked up by a southern barbarian noble. Since childhood, she heard countless rumors about the empire. They were cunning invaders, each cold-blooded and ruthless, who liked to deceive the weak with lies, then mercilessly devour everything. And now she had fallen into the hands of such people. Sif became increasingly uneasy. Above all, she absolutely must not let them know her true identity. Though her family was now exterminated, her former identity as a Cold Moon tribe princess still held great value. For those in power, she was a useful political pawn. Might even be sent to the empire's royal court, becoming some noble's plaything. Sif could never accept such a fate. So what should she do now? Her fingers curled slightly, her heart beating uneasily. Escape directly? Sif quickly dismissed the idea. Currently, her body couldn't move, let alone her lack of understanding of the terrain here. Running away recklessly would result in either dying on the road or being captured again, worsening her situation. Pretend to comply? Perhaps that was an option. She could pretend to be obedient, secretly observing everything here, then find a suitable chance to escape. But doing so would require cautious actions, never letting them know her identity, nor revealing her intention to flee. Most importantly, she must learn who this Lord really was. If he truly was as the woman described, a kind-hearted person, perhaps she could find some breathing space. But if he was only superficially kind, while actually cold and cruel inside, then she must plan for the worst. Regardless, she couldn't sit and wait for her doom. While she pondered wildly, footsteps suddenly came from outside, accompanied by a guard's announcement. "The Lord is here." Sif's body instinctively tensed up, fingertips gripping the bedding, holding her breath. She was ready to face an overweight, leering, heavily perfumed imperial noble. She had even rehearsed numerous times in her mind the upcoming scenario. If he humiliated her, she'd pretend to comply, waiting for a chance to escape. Yet when the door opened, the reality completely caught her off guard. Who walked in was a young man with dark hair and handsome features. He seemed to be just over 20 years old, tall and straight, dressed neatly and elegantly, neither overly luxurious nor too plain, everything just right. He had no intense pungent perfume scent, no exaggerated flashy jewelry, nor any aura of brutality or bloodthirstiness, even carrying a touch of refreshing neatness. His gaze carried scrutiny, but not the kind of disdain from above. Even with a hint of warmth in his eyes, Sif was stunned for a moment. This is an Ironblood Empire noble? This was entirely inconsistent with the education she received since childhood. In her understanding, imperial nobles were either fat, greedy buffoons or cold-blooded and ruthless butchers, bloodthirsty, arrogant, seeing northern alien races as beasts. Yet this young man in front of her looked nothing like that. But she quickly pulled herself together, alarm bells ringing in her mind. Don't be deceived by appearances. This man perhaps was just more adept at disguising than other southern barbarians. His appearance was clean, manners graceful, but that didn't mean he lacked ambition or schemes. So she must be extra cautious. Sif suppressed her doubts, lowered her gaze, discreetly observing the young man's every move. The room was silent, with only the soft crackling of the burning wood in the fireplace. Louis stood by the bed, looking at the frail girl in front of him. Her skin was paler than that of the imperial people, with a cool northern hue. Her short silver hair was slightly disheveled, her eyes a deep blue with an air of mystery. Though slender, she had muscle lines hidden beneath her taut skin, like a leopard ready to pounce. Even in such a predicament, her gaze was neither servile nor overbearing, with an almost imperceptible sense of vigilance. Louis asked, "What's your name?" Sif looked at him quietly, not answering. "Where are you from?" Still silent. "Where are you going?" The firelight reflected on the girl's serene face. As if she hadn't heard him, she remained silent. Beside her, the kind-hearted aunt sighed and gently patted Sif's hand. Her tone carried a trace of pity. "Poor child, don't be afraid. We're all good people here. The Lord saved you, he won't harm you." Yet Sif's mind was racing. She was well aware that if she fabricated an identity, it could easily be exposed. And if she tried to avoid the questions, it might arouse suspicion. The best solution she could think of was to play dumb, answering nothing. She didn't want to expose her identity, so she tacitly chose silence. Unexpectedly, the response from the other side was more understanding than she had imagined. Louis pretended to be deep in thought as he looked at her. After a moment, as if he had come to some conclusion, he mildly said, "It seems you've lost your memory?" Sif was slightly taken aback, not expecting Louis to offer such an explanation on his own. She slightly lowered her gaze, neither confirming nor denying, accepting this assumption by default. Louis looked at her silver hair and nonchalantly said, "Since you've lost your memory, you might as well stay here for now." Then, he thought for a moment, a vague smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. "Your hair is white, so let's call you Xiaobai from now on." In an instant, Sif's pupils contracted slightly, fury rising within her heart. Xiaobai? She was a princess of the Cold Moon tribe, educated in the ways of royalty from a young age, taught by her father about the noble bloodline and the future of the clan on her shoulders. Now she was casually given a pet-like name by a southern barbarian. Her nails dug deeply into her palms, struggling to contain her anger. Sif told herself not to reveal emotions, not to let him notice her true identity. So she remained silent, gritting her teeth, not saying a word. But in her heart, she had already secretly remembered this southern barbarian who insulted her. "Can you read?" Lewis asked casually, as if simply mentioning it. While trying to control her anger, Sif instinctively nodded. But almost at the same time, she realized she had made a mistake. This reaction was too quick, too natural. In the Cold Moon tribe, only the nobility had the opportunity to learn the words and language of the southern people. Therefore, even though Sif's father was extremely hostile to the southern people, he still hired a southern teacher to teach her language and writing. Now it had become a potential flaw that could betray her identity. Sif subtly observed Lewis's expression, trying to judge if he had noticed anything. But Lewis seemed unaware of her mistake, thoughtfully nodding. "Then you can be my secretary from now on." Secretary? Sif didn't react for a moment, as she had never heard this term before. Lewis explained, "It's just to help me jot down some things and handle some trivial matters. Don't worry, it's nothing difficult, and you won't need to do anything dangerous." Sif lowered her gaze, lost in thought. A secretary didn't sound like a slave or prisoner, nor like any dangerous occupation. At least compared to being imprisoned, tortured, or even executed, this arrangement was much better. Moreover, she seemed to have no better choice. So Sif gently nodded, which was considered as consenting to this arrangement. This wasn't submission, but endurance, Sif told herself. Seeing this, Lewis's mouth curled into a slight smile. Then he stood up. "You've just woken up. Rest well for now, and we'll talk when you've recovered." After saying that, he didn't say more, striding towards the door. Sif watched Lewis's back as he left, her fingers slightly tightening on the bedding, her eyes complex. This man hadn't shown any obvious malice, but he couldn't be considered truly benevolent either. What exactly was he thinking? For now, she couldn't determine and dared not draw conclusions recklessly. But one thing she was very clear about, no matter what, her ultimate goal wouldn't change. Survive, then revenge. On the other side, Lewis walked out of the room, a faint smile on his lips, as if he was in a good mood. Making Sif a secretary was indeed a good idea. Lewis didn't care about Sif concealing her identity. He had already understood the basics of Sif's identity through the intelligence system. Who she was didn't matter, what mattered was she was nothing now. Even if the time came when he could utilize Sif's identity, he wouldn't need her consent. As long as Sif was now in his domain, under his control, that was enough. Lewis even found Sif's deliberate concealment somewhat charming. Like a stray dog picked up, too afraid to bark, constantly wary in her eyes, her tail slightly tucked, unwilling to get close, afraid to act rashly, terrified of being slaughtered and eaten if not careful. As for her ability to write, this was an unexpected delight. With this, Hilco's workload pressure could be greatly reduced, and he wouldn't have to constantly complain about being buried under paperwork. Moreover, having a white-haired beautiful girl around would undoubtedly improve one's work mood, right? In high spirits, he stepped forward, turning to the craftsman workshop to discuss the castle construction with Mike. The construction in Red Tide territory was in full swing. Thanks to the ease of building semi-subterranean communal dwellings and the hard work of the slaves, rows of neat houses sprang up, and the semi-subterranean communal dwellings had already taken shape. It could be called a miracle in the history of construction in the Northern Territory. Now knights each had independent rooms, soldiers 2 to a room, free citizens 3 to a room, and slaves 6 to a room, with households even able to apply for independent residences. Such housing arrangements were a huge boon in the barren northern domains. At least when winter came, no one would be homeless and freeze to death in the snow. This was almost unimaginable in other territories, but under Lewis's governance, All of this had become a reality. However, simply accommodating the people wasn't enough. Now that the foundations of Red Tide territory were gradually stabilizing, it was time to allocate half the craftspeople and labor force to start building a true lord's castle. The workshop was filled with the scent of sweat, and various clanging sounds echoed in the air. Craftsmen of all kinds were working tensely and orderly at their respective positions. Even the apprentices were thrown into the busy work. The entire workshop was like a precision machine in operation, with every part working in close sync. The industrial prototype of the Red Tide territory was quietly taking shape. Louis watched all of this, nodding with satisfaction. This time he had a clear goal, and he went straight to the depths of the workshop to find the head of the craftsman. Mike. Mike was holding a hammer, pounding on the planks, pretending to be busy to cover up the fact that he was slacking off just a moment ago. It wasn't until Louis approached that he put down his tools, showing an excited expression. "Lord, what brought you here?" "It's time to build the castle." Louis cut straight to the point with no unnecessary talk. "Build a castle?" Mike was instantly excited. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. "Lord, give me 50 years. I'll definitely build you the largest and most majestic castle of the Ironblood Empire in the Northern Territory." 50 years? I'm already 70. You'd probably be in a coffin. Louis was speechless. He suspected Mike was a wonder enthusiast. Mike laughed heartily. "When I die, my apprentice will build it. And when the apprentice dies, my apprentice's apprentice will build it." Louis twitched his mouth slightly and couldn't help but retort, "Are you Yugong? Planning for countless generations." Mike scratched his head. "Who is Yugong?" Louis waved his hand helplessly. "Not important. Let's be realistic. We don't have much time. The castle needs to be built quickly. It must be quick and functional, with defense as the priority." As he spoke, he retrieved a castle design drawing he had made from his pocket and handed it to Mike. The blueprint detailed the functions of each area of the castle very clearly. The castle must balance defensive effectiveness, functional integration, and aesthetics, but most importantly, defense. 80% of the focus is on defense, 20% on livability. We must not weaken the defense for the sake of comfort. Louis pointed to the detailed annotations above and introduced them. Mike glanced at the drawing, his expression subtle, finally spoke with difficulty. "Lord, this design is great, but for this kind of stone castle it would take at least 10 years. With this complexity, it might take 30 or 40 years to complete." Louis was dumbfounded. 10 years? 30 to 40 years. He thought he had thoroughly considered efficiency, but he realized his plan was entirely unrealistic. He originally planned to build a sufficiently sturdy castle as quickly as possible, not expecting that even 30 or 40 years wouldn't be enough. Mike looked at him with a somewhat awkward smile. "To tell the truth, with our technology and number of workers, achieving this level would indeed require time." Louis furrowed his brows, weighing his options in his mind. The Red Tide territory has now had some scale, but against external threats, it remains fragile. A castle is not for a luxurious life, but a barrier for survival. The Cold Moon tribe is in turmoil now, but once united, they will surely come south. And the Northern Territory is not just facing this danger. There are also the glacial orcs to the north, and the rebel factions from the Snow Country. These crises are like a runaway truck quickly heading towards the Red Tide territory. Louis doesn't have the luxury of waiting 10, 30 years. Nor can he wait until he's old to move into this ideal castle. He changed his question. "Is there a faster alternative?" Mike was stunned for a moment, hesitantly started. Well. He looked at the hammer in his hand, then at the busy craftsmen around him, seemingly trying to come up with a reasonable solution, but all he could do was shake his head helplessly. "I haven't studied much, don't have much of an innovative mind," Mike said with a bitter smile. Louis sighed helplessly, waved his hand. "Forget it. I'll figure something out myself." Afterward, Louis closed his eyes, recalling in his mind those classic architectural forms he had seen in his previous life. The tall walls of castles, the sturdiness of watchtowers, the heaviness of fortresses, each building revolving in his mind, but they all required a lot of time and resources to build. "Not good enough, not fast enough," he muttered. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Lewis's mind, like a lightning bolt tearing through the silent darkness. "Earth Tower," he blurted out. Earth Tower, he remembered those buildings from his hometown in his previous life. They were unique dwellings built by the Haka to avoid chaos, surrounded by walls, sturdy, durable, and capable of accommodating hundreds of people. Revered as Oriental ancient castles. Most importantly, Earth Towers are quick to build. "Yes, this is what I need." He quickly picked up the pen beside him and rapidly modified the original complex castle design into a large cylindrical structure on the blueprint. Mike, standing aside, frowned. "This bare thing has no aesthetic at all." Lewis rolled his eyes directly. "Aesthetic? What use is aesthetics? Practicality is what matters. It can block enemies and accommodate everyone. That's the crucial point." He tapped the paper with the pen, explaining, "Look, this circular structure can disperse external pressure to the greatest extent, providing strong defense. And using earth materials, it's cost-effective, fast, and doesn't require too much time or resources." Mike helplessly rubbed his hair, starting to carefully observe Lewis's castle design. But he quickly realized Lewis was indeed making sense. Though this Earth Tower looked simple and rugged, it was undoubtedly a practical and efficient choice. Lewis stood at the center of the craftsman's workshop, waving the blueprint in his hand, and began explaining his construction plan to the craftsman, one by one. Firstly, location selection is important. He pointed to a marked spot on the blueprint. The castle is best near hot springs, but not too close, as the geothermal energy from hot springs can provide natural heating for the building. Also, we can channel hot spring water under the floor through pipes in winter. The floor will retain heat, keeping it warm in winter, akin to a natural underfloor heating. This way, there's no need to worry about the cold in winter. The craftsmen widened their eyes, never expecting such an operation. Seeing their reactions, Lewis revealed a smug smile and continued, "Next is the defensive outer wall. We will use a 1-meter thick stone wall to form a circular structure and add hot spring clay to form a central earthen wall, making it robust and highly defensive. The inner circle consists of wooden frame housing, with huge wooden pillars as uprights, reinforced beams, split into multi-layer living areas. The ground floor for storage, the second, third, and fourth floors for living, with wooden ladders made from trimmed tree trunks, both simple and practical." He sketched a simple internal structure on the blueprint. Lewis continued to explain his design concept. "In terms of defense, the main gate will be covered with thick iron, which not only guards against cutting but also counters fire attacks. The top of the stone wall can have arrow slits designed, allowing our archers to engage the enemy from within at any time. Concealed spots on the roof will have openings for boiling oil. If enemies attempt to climb, we can pour scalding oil directly on them to burn them alive. These cunning tricks can greatly enhance the defensive capability of the Earth Tower." In the end, he patted the blueprint and summarized, "A circle of stones, mud plastered with grass, the wood frame for the interior, hot spring water as a stove, Earth Tower castle complete." The craftsman listened in awe, completely stunned by such a simple yet practical design. What surprised them even more was that Lewis was able to design such a complete structure in a short time. Some even couldn't help but murmur in admiration, "Lord, you're simply a genius." Mike pondered for a moment, slowly nodding. "It is indeed feasible. The construction period might be shortened to within half a year, perhaps even faster. But I can't guarantee success, for this is something new, unprecedented. You all study the specific techniques and do your best." Lewis patted him on the shoulder. Hearing Lewis's words, the craftsmen started discussing in low voices, excitement spreading through the workshop. If this bold plan succeeds, it will not only provide stronger defense for the Red Tide territory, but also further enhance its reputation in the Northern Territory. And so, the Earth Tower plan of the Red Tide territory officially commenced. Duke Calvin, as usual, did his favorite exercise after waking up, stretching his muscles. Then he washed, dressed, and finally sat in the study to begin reading the piles of letters. Most of the letters were about mundane affairs, land management, economic maneuvers, marriages between nobility, dispute mediation. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon a particular letter. The sender was Louis Calvin. The name made Duke Calvin pause slightly. It was somewhat familiar. After a moment's thought, he finally remembered Louis was his 8th son, the one whose mother died early and had terrible talent. Just a few months ago, to comply with the emperor's expansion decree, he had casually sent him to the Northern Territory to develop the wasteland. Alas, having too many children makes even remembering them a difficult task. Duke Calvin sighed in a Versailles manner. He now had 10 daughters, 12 sons, and 2 concubines currently pregnant. Regarding child-rearing, he always adhered to the strategy of winning by numbers. As long as there are enough born, a few would eventually succeed. And this tactic indeed proved effective. For instance, his eldest son Gaius was now the deputy commander of the empire's Imperial Guard Dragon Blood Knight Order. The next Calvin clan leader would most likely be him. The Duke looked at the envelope stamped with the Calvin family crest, feeling slightly impatient. This was probably a letter pleading to return to the south. But since it had been sent, he might as well have a look. The letter's content began with Louis's simple well wishes, stating he had safely arrived at the Northern Territory fief, and all affairs were on track. Then it mentioned a surprising piece of information. Louis discovered that the fief contained a large amount of cold iron ore, and even came across the extremely rare demon marrow ore. Seeing this, Duke Calvin couldn't help but chuckle. Demon marrow ore, only the Jade Federation had such abundant mines, while the Ironblood Empire had very few demon marrow ore mines. He thought Louis had hit a stroke of luck, and completely didn't believe this child discovered such valuable resources through his own insight. But regardless, the value of this territory indeed increased greatly, worth investing more resources for development. Yet what the letter continued to say surprised Duke Calvin even more. Initially, he expected Louis to request indulgences, like fine food, wine, beauties, the luxuries of life. However, Louis's requests were completely different from what the Duke anticipated. He proposed a series of practical and pragmatic requests, craftsmen in construction and mining to improve the basic infrastructure of the territory, especially mining operations and castle building. Secondly, he requested the provision of food, various seeds, and livestock. Finally, he particularly mentioned bloodstone, a mysterious mineral capable of testing if people possess the potential to become knights. Looks like this kid is much smarter than I imagined. The Duke slightly raised his eyebrows, feeling a hint of interest in this nearly forgotten son. Having finished reading the letter, Duke Calvin thoughtfully tapped the table. Recent dilemmas quietly emerged in his mind. The emperor's measures against the old nobility had become increasingly harsh, gradually weakening the power of the 8 great clans. Meanwhile, new nobles were continuously emerging, intensifying the struggle for interests. The political landscape of the Ironblood Empire was now more unpredictable than ever, and he too began to feel unprecedented pressure. Perhaps expanding into the Northern Territory was a viable path, he mused. Of course, devoting substantial support to the Northern Territory was impossible. But using the territory under Louis to plant a seed in the north was not a bad choice. Having figured it all out, Duke Calvin commanded his guard, "Have Bradley come over." Moments later, an old butler walked into the study. Duke Calvin gestured for him to sit, then picked up the letter from Louis on the table, slowly placing it in front of Bradley. "This is a letter from Louis." Duke Calvin paused slightly. "He requested talent and resources from me. I thought it over and decided to give him some support." Bradley nodded seriously and quickly perused the letter. Duke Calvin continued, "You go with the team to the Northern Territory, investigate the situation of the demon marrow ore, and see if what Louis said is true. You understand that the demon marrow ore must not be easily exposed." "Yes, my lord," Bradley responded, showing no complaints about being sent to such a remote place. "Moreover, I will provide him with limited support." Assign a few experienced craftsmen and architects to help him improve the town's infrastructure. A squad of knights will bolster Louis's combat strength. Additionally, bring some funds, food, tools, seeds, and livestock as support. These are not much, just an opportunity for him. Duke Calvin deliberated for a while, then added, if he manages the territory well, the family will make additional investments. However, should he display any incompetence, the family will immediately withdraw all support. Bradley, you are responsible for secretly monitoring, ensuring everything is under control. Understood. The old butler Bradley slightly bowed his head in reply. The Duke stood up, slowly walked to the window, gazing northward. Louis, I hope you won't disappoint me, he said softly. Bradley's actions were exceptionally swift. As soon as the Duke issued the command, he began preparations for the expedition to the Northern Territory without any delay. In less than a day, he was leading an elite team on the journey to the Northern Territory. The team consisted of 3 elite knights, 10 official knights, and 30 apprentice knights. In addition, there were dozens of experienced craftsmen skilled in construction, mining, and smelting. In terms of supplies, they were extremely well prepared. Dozens of carts were packed to the brim with grain, loaded with flour, dried meat, and pickled vegetables, ensuring that even in the harsh conditions of the Northern Territory, they could survive the toughest times. Furthermore, seeds of various cold-resistant crops were neatly packed, along with dozens of livestock suited for survival in the north. Black-horned oxen, cold-land sheep, and cold-resistant warhorses were all carefully selected to adapt to the snow-covered harsh environment. There was also the Bloodstone and 3,000 gold coins. The team grandly departed from the Winter South Province, embarking on the long journey to the Red Tide Territory in the Northern Territory. Louis's morning was as usual. He habitually opened the daily intelligence system as soon as he woke up. The screen updated with today's intelligence, and he quickly browsed through each item. Daily intelligence update complete. 1. Under the order of Duke Calvin, Bradley leads the support supplies to the Red Tide Territory. 2. Tomorrow night, Baron of Expansion Yorn Harvey will encounter a bandit attack when passing through the Cyan Rock Rift. 3. The serf Romeo and the native Juliet were caught tasting forbidden fruit in the fields. The first piece of intelligence today made Louis's eyes light up. Unexpectedly, the letter he had written to Old Den really brought attention to the potential of the Red Tide Territory, truly pouring in the gold coins. Louis stared at the name on that piece of information. Bradley. This name echoed in his mind for a while. He was one of the old stewards of the Calvin family, quite prestigious within the family, almost a central figure in the family's affairs. Louis didn't expect that Duke Calvin would actually send him over, indicating the Duke's high regard for the Red Tide Territory. As for what specific supplies would be brought, the intelligence did not detail it, but it definitely wouldn't be few from the looks of it. Moreover, after Bradley arrived, he could help handle some of the trivial matters in the territory, making life much easier for him in the future. Then, he saw the second piece of intelligence. This made Louis frown slightly, even somewhat shocked. He knew Yorn, who was one of the few friends the original owner had in this new world. In the Ironblood Empire, the offspring of noble families had to train in the imperial capital. The original owner, due to poor talent, was ostracized by other noble children, whereas Yorn was often mocked for being clumsy. So, the two misfits often gathered together. Yorn always followed silently behind him, calling him boss. Baron of Expansion? Louis's gaze unconsciously lingered on these words, feeling somewhat puzzled. Yorn's father, Count Harvey, was a newly emerged noble in recent years. Although the family was very wealthy, they only had 2 children. According to the Northern Territory Pioneer Order, Yorn didn't need to come to such a harsh place as the Northern Territory to pioneer territory. However, the intelligence showed he was called Baron of Expansion, which confused Louis somewhat. And the news of Yorn's attack made him uneasy. The resources in the Northern Territory were scarce, and bandits were always rampant. Although Yorn definitely had knights for protection, it wasn't impossible for him to be unexpectedly captured or killed. Both emotionally and rationally, he had to go to the Cyan Rock Rift to personally save Yorn's life, as he was one of his few friends. As for the third point, Lewis just felt a bit helpless. Youth these days were really bold, daring to make mistakes right in the fields. But as the Lord, he didn't plan to intervene in these matters. Having more population in the Red Tide territory was actually beneficial for him. Having finished reading all today's intelligence, Lewis summoned Lambert and directly ordered, "Gather the knights, head to Cyan Rock Rift." Lambert didn't ask many questions and smartly patted his chest plate. "Understood. I'll prepare immediately." Before his words fell, he had turned around, quickly stepping outside to start gathering personnel. The night wind in Cyan Rock Rift was biting cold, making the campfire crackle, its light reflecting on a round face. Yorn Harvey wrapped in a sable cloak, holding a bowl of hot porridge. He looked like a fluffy fat cat, drinking soup while bragging. "Do you know? Back in the imperial capital, those noble offspring, taking advantage of their family's power, were utterly reckless, bullying men and dominating women. What happened in the end? Didn't they get dealt with by Lewis and me?" Yorn wiped the soup stain from his lips with his sleeve, speaking proudly. "That day, the two of us faced an entire Noble Circle's clique, at least a dozen people. Lewis punched one down, and I wasn't far behind, grabbing a chair and smashing it over, scaring them witless. Of course, Lewis is fierce, but it's mainly because of me. Without me, he couldn't have held on for that long. Yes, my lord is indeed brave and powerful." Several accompanying knights smiled along, tactfully not exposing Yorn's exaggerated words. Through long-term understanding, they were accustomed to Yorn's clumsy attempts to glorify himself. Their faces strained to maintain respectful smiles, but they felt somewhat confused inside. This lord really can lead them to establish a foothold in the Northern Territory. They had noticed along the way that Yorn had little understanding of the real situation of pioneering territory. He seemed to think that with over 600 people and just a gut feeling, they could make a mark in the Northern Territory. But they understood that the environment in the Northern Territory was far more brutal than the noble struggles in the South. Merely relying on brotherhood and courage wouldn't ensure survival. And as the leader of the team, Yorn had no sense of alertness. Even the patrol arrangements were just casually instructed, yet he still laughed and boasted of his heroic deeds. In his view, with dozens of knights and nearly 100 soldiers under his command, how could there possibly be trouble? Just then, several whooshing sounds pierced the silence. Dozens of crossbow bolts rained down from both sides of the rift cliffs, the arrowheads spinning in the air, carrying a cold, killing intent, targeting Yorn's unsuspecting team with precision. A soldier's throat was pierced through, struggling as he fell to the ground, blood splattering on the stones by the campfire, instantly staining them red. Immediately, a burst of frantic footsteps sounded, and cloaked desperados leapt down from the cliffs on both sides, like phantoms in the night, swiftly charging into the camp. "Enemy attack!" The sharp shout was just uttered when a desperado pounced like a leopard on the soldier who had spoken, precisely slicing open his throat with a dagger. Blood sprayed. The shout abruptly ended. The camp plunged into chaos. "Kill them all! Seize the goods!" The bandit leader swung his long knife and roared in anger, his underlings bursting forth with fighting energy, charging aggressively and fiercely. Meanwhile, the slaves and serfs screamed in terror, dropping their food and tools, scattering in all directions. The soldiers frantically drew their weapons, trying to organize a defense, but the rain of arrows continued unabated, and some were pierced through the shoulder before they could raise their shields, crying out in agony as they fell. Yorn suddenly awoke, dropping his bowl to the ground, shattering it. He looked around at the chaos, terrified and at a loss. Bragging, drinking porridge, how did it suddenly end up in a bandit raid? The knights quickly shielded Yorn, drawing their swords to face the enemy, silver fighting energy shining on their blades, as their warhorses reared, charging fiercely toward the enemy. "Engage!" Two knights charged forward first, their fighting energy bursting from their hands, their sword blades glinting, cleaving towards the incoming bandits. The sharp sword energy directly sent two charging forward, flying, blood splattering onto the muddy mountain path. However, these bandits were not ordinary. Most of them were berserkers with cultivation in fighting energy. A burly bandit leader swung a giant axe, surrounded by dark blue fighting energy, sweeping out suddenly. He directly overturned a knight and his horse to the ground. The war horse neighed miserably, and the knight's armor cracked, blood oozing from his mouth. Thus, both sides were locked in a fierce battle, the glow of fighting energy flickering continuously in the night, illuminating blood-stained faces. Yorn tried to stay calm and issue commands, but the situation was already out of control. The knights, though valiant and coordinated, were outnumbered and soon had their defenses breached by the bandits. Damn it! Yorn watched helplessly as his knight was cleaved by the bandit leader's axe and then approached him. His heart trembled violently. What is going on? How are these bandits so strong? Their attacks were swift, coordinated, and extremely precise. Boss, this kid seems pretty valuable, a bandit shouted loudly. Should we keep him for ransom? Screw leaving him, the bandit leader snorted coldly. The orders from above are to bring him back for execution as a sacrifice. Hearing this, Yorn completely panicked. Was his glorious journey to end here just as it began? Boom! Suddenly, a loud noise came from the distant mountain path. Soon after, the heavy sound of iron hooves accompanied by deafening roars approached rapidly. Charge! Yorn looked up abruptly, seeing a fully armed cavalry unit charging towards the battlefield from the nearby mountain path. Like a thunderous spear, it pierced fiercely into the battle. In the rear, Yorn saw Lewis commanding, his black hair flying in the wind. Lewis appeared like a legendary hero, arriving magnificently, bringing tears to Yorn's eyes. Boss, you're here! Yorn shouted to Lewis with all his strength. Lewis ignored him, his eyes fixed on the enemy forces, issuing a command. Move! The night squad led by Lewis was entirely different from Yorn's group. They were already coordinated after a long time of training and were ready for an ambush, waiting for the enemy to relax their vigilance, attacking at the most dangerous moment for their own side. Dealing the bandits a most lethal blow. Kill! With fighting energy fully unleashed, the knights thundered into the battlefield, sweeping through with a dozen warhorses. As sword light and shadow intertwined, blood splattering. Stop them! A bandit raised his weapon, but a spear infused with fighting energy flew swiftly from afar, piercing his chest and pinning him firmly to the ground. Lambert then unleashed a sweeping sword energy, flipping over 3 or 4 bandits at once. Their bodies flipped in mid-air and were a bloody mess upon hitting the ground. The bandits fought hastily, some unable even to gather their fighting energy before being cut down one after another. The remaining bandits panicked completely, attempting to flee, only to find themselves surrounded by the cavalry. Some bandits narrowly escaped, but the speed of the warhorses far exceeded theirs. Just a few steps out, they were pierced through the back by spears, collapsing to the ground. The knights didn't entangle with the bandits at all, their charge momentum undiminished. With each sword or spear thrust, a bandit fell. They weren't fighting, they were harvesting. Harvesting like grim reapers. Damn it! The only relatively powerful, burly bandit leader roared, dark blue fighting energy surging wildly as he swept his giant axe. However, several knights quickly stepped forward, crossing their swords to seal his actions, shields crashing heavily against him, forcing him back half a step. In the next instant, a cold light flashed, blades breaking through his fighting energy defense, blood spraying. The bandit leader's eyes widened, unbelieving his fate, eventually falling helplessly. With the bandit leader's death, the bandits had no more resistance. The battle ended so quickly Yorn wondered if the prior nightmare was just an illusion. Lewis stayed mounted, his gaze coldly sweeping the surroundings. The fleeing desperados were thoroughly cleared. Only a little over 20 prisoners were left, tied up and kneeling on the ground, bearing various degrees of injury, yet their expressions remained filled with hatred. Lambert stepped forward and whispered, "It's confirmed. They are all members of the Snow Swearers." Snow Swearers, Lewis had heard of this organization. A rebellious group from the northern snow country. Their ancestors were warriors of the snow country until the Empire's army conquered the northern territory, destroyed their royal court, and killed their royal family. The surviving descendants hid in the wilderness, accumulating strength, vowing to repay blood with blood one day. So it's them. Lewis nodded thoughtfully, then slowly walked toward the prisoners. Seeing him approach, those people ignited with burning anger in their eyes. Empire's dogs. One day, you'll repay your debts in blood. Kill us. One day you'll be buried in this land. You invaders will die miserably. A prisoner stared fiercely, spewing curses full of hatred, and then spat a bloody spit toward Lewis. The knight beside him, incensed, kicked him over, placing a sword at his neck, and shouted, "Insolence!" Yet even so, these prisoners continued to glare at them with deep-seated hatred and showed no sign of surrender. Lewis silently watched this scene. These people had been bandits for too long, deeply entrapped in hatred, impossible to easily tame or reform. Keeping them would only become a lurking disaster. So he hesitated no more, calmly waved his hand, and said indifferently, "Execute them all." The soldiers followed orders, dragging the prisoners one by one aside, the flash of blades accompanied by blood spilling into the mud. Lewis watched the Snow Swearer being dragged away for execution in the distance, while Jörn chattered beside him. This guy was now full of admiration, his eyes bright like a puppy seeing its master, circling around Lewis as if wagging his tail. Jörn smiled obsequiously. "Boss, if it weren't for you this time, my small life would probably have been handed over to these desperados. You're truly my savior. Back in the imperial capital, I knew you were definitely not an ordinary person. Now you're indeed so formidable. Stop flattering." Lewis glanced at him, frowned and said, "Why are you here? Huh? Didn't I come to become the Pioneer Lord?" Jörn replied with confidence. Lewis looked at him puzzled. "With your qualifications, you shouldn't have been sent to the Northern Territory." Jörn pouted and responded matter-of-factly, "I applied here voluntarily." "Huh!" Lewis was caught off guard by his words, wondering whether he heard wrong. "Anyway, the benefits of my family won't fall to me. I'd rather run far away on my own." Jörn shrugged, speaking casually. "Besides, you're here too. I figured hanging out with the boss is better than being a boring youngest son at home." "Did your old man agree?" "Of course not. But I submitted the Pioneer application proactively, and the Emperor quickly approved it." Jörn snorted proudly. "Now I'm stuck here no matter what." Lewis was silent for a moment. Others avoid the Northern Territory, yet he voluntarily comes here? I've already chosen my territory next to yours, so we brothers can rule the Northern Territory together, making those who look down on us unreachable. Jörn patted his shoulder, grinning as he leaned closer. These words amused Lewis, and he shook his head and asked, "All right then, how much resources and manpower did you bring?" "You're underestimating me. How could I not be prepared?" Jörn patted his round belly with a confident demeanor. "Over 600 people, including craftsmen, soldiers, and slaves, capable of self-sufficiency. The old man will send more over later." Then he looked around, leaned closer to Lewis, and lowered his voice. "Plus, I have 10,000 gold coins." Lewis was taken aback, suddenly feeling struck by lightning. 10,000? That's 20 times his current assets. Truly a nouveau riche noble. Lewis couldn't help but admire. Jörn chuckled, clearly proud of his financial capability. He took out a heavy bag of gold, slapped it into Lewis's hand with a thud. "This is nothing, boss, you must take it. Otherwise I won't feel at ease." Lewis looked down at the large bag of gold coins, estimating there were over 100 coins. His mouth twitched slightly. He lifted his gaze to Jörn. "Do you think I'm a mercenary?" "Don't say that. This is my respect for the boss." Jörn waved his hands repeatedly, looking serious. "You saved my life. What are these coins in comparison? Lewis sighed helplessly, but still put away the gold coins, given his current financial constraints. Then why don't you check out my place first, and have a decent meal? Yorn waved his hand. Not now, I need to settle my people first. All right, come over once you're done. Then Lewis chatted with Yorn for a while longer and prepared to lead the team back to the Red Tide territory. Yorn stood at the camp, laughing and waving. Boss, take care. Once I settle in, I'll join you for a drink. Lewis glanced back at him, smiled, didn't say much, and rode away with the knights. Yorn watched them until their figures disappeared on the mountain path before retracting his gaze. He then excitedly shouted to his knights, "Full speed to our territory. Begin our journey to dominance." The knights exchanged looks and responded reluctantly. The cold wind howled as the secret base of the Snow Swearer hid among the northern mountains. Several Ironblood Empire nobles were hung upside down on a bizarre altar, twisting in pain. Their mouths were gagged with rags, left only to stare in despair, their bodies marked with conspicuous wounds. Blood seeped from the injuries, slowly flowing along their cheeks into the altar carved with eerie runes. "Ancient God of Cold Abyss, please bless us with revenge," the priest intoned solemnly. Suddenly, a sickening deep writhing sound came from beneath the ground, seemingly responding to the priest's pleas. Soon after, a spine-chilling cold emanated from the cracks. The corpses on the altar began to wither quickly, as if consumed by an invisible force. The nobles' eyes burst, blood flowed from their 7 orifices, and they turned into shriveled husks. Hero stood above, coldly surveying everything happening on the altar, expressionless. His gaze fixed on the pool of blood, as if through it, he saw the image of his mother fallen in a blood pool years ago. 40 years ago, the Empire's cavalry trampled their homeland, burning their royal court. The young him curled in the shadows, watched helplessly as his mother was dragged by soldiers, pierced by a sword, eyes filled with unwillingness and pain. Thinking about this, his fingers slightly tightened, murderous intent surged. Eldergrim slowly approached, draped in a heavy gray fur cloak, his cloudy eyes filled with deep worry. "Hero, a team hasn't returned," his voice betraying unease. Hero withdrew his gaze from the altar, spoke deeply. "I know." Eldergrim stayed silent for a moment before eventually speaking. "If this continues, we're bound for trouble." Hero coldly glanced at him. "Blood for blood." Grom sighed and then said quietly, "That northern barbarian which bears no good intentions, she's merely using our hatred to pave the way for her clan." Hero's eyes were icy as he responded calmly. "If she can give us weapons, give us the opportunity for revenge, what does it matter? Then what are we gaining? I only see our warriors slowly dwindling." Grom fiercely tapped his cane, his tone rarely sharp. "Enough!" Hero's face darkened. Grom wanted to say more, but Hero had already waved his hand, coldly ordering, "Take him away." 2 Snow Swearer warriors immediately stepped forward, tightly gripping Grom's arms and dragging him away. Grom didn't struggle. He just looked deeply at Hero, finally sneered coldly, "You'll regret it." Hero no longer looked at him, turned back to gaze at the gradually extinguished campfire flames. His mother's dying scene flashed before his eyes again. Blood pools, cries, the Empire soldiers' cold smirks. "Blood for blood." He murmured again, his voice as low as the icy cold wind. The firelight completely extinguished. Hero's gaze also disappeared into the night. Sif was a bit nervous. Today was her first day working as the secretary for the Red Tide Lord. She didn't have much fondness for Lewis, even harboring some wariness. In her eyes, this lord was just an imperial noble in a gentle guise, essentially no different from those repulsive nobles of the Ironblood Empire. She arrived on time at the Lord's room and was greeted by the sight of a figure sitting cross-legged in meditation. Lewis was practicing his breathing technique, cultivating fighting energy. This was the second time she had seen this young lord, but compared to their first encounter in the hospital room, this time she observed more closely. His features were pronounced, his stature tall and slender, with an air of tranquility between his brows. He didn't resemble those nobility donned in luxurious garments and bloated, rather more like a scholar, even exuding a calm and composed focus while cultivating. This temperament indeed made it hard for Sif to immediately equate him with the scheming imperial nobility she had in mind. But she quickly gathered her thoughts, thinking this guy was probably just putting on a show. If he were truly so diligent, his strength shouldn't be so low. Finishing his practice, Louis opened his eyes and saw her immediately. "You came quite early." Louis displayed a relaxed smile. Sif nodded, remaining silent. Today she wore an ordinary leather jacket produced by an artisan workshop, making her appear neat and efficient. Louis glanced at her casually, thinking that if resources in the Northern Territory weren't so scarce, providing her with a maid's outfit wouldn't be bad. But then reconsidered, thinking it was still quite cold now. Besides, he wasn't accustomed to being served. The entire Red Tide had no young maids dedicated to serving him, only an old lady responsible for cleaning and laundry. "I'm not blaming you. It's just that I have swordsmanship training later, and formal work starts in an hour," Louis explained. Sif again just nodded, saying nothing more. Then Louis left the room to start his daily swordsmanship training with Lambert. During the training, Lambert wielded his sword steadily, with aggressive strikes, each blow precise and powerful. Louis, on the other hand, focused more on technique, relying on agile footwork to dodge and find counterattack opportunities. "Your footing needs to be steadier," Lambert advised in a deep voice before striking downward. Louis quickly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding it, but Lambert's maneuver was swift, sweeping horizontally. Louis was forced to raise his sword to block, the massive impact making him retreat several steps, his arm slightly numb. Sif watched from the side, internally assessing. Lambert's skill was considerably superior to her own. While Louis's swordsmanship was decent, it was only decent. Just a flower rack, she thought. But she noticed that no matter how Lambert attacked, Louis never let up, always earnestly facing the battle. "Again?" Lambert asked. "Of course." Louis wiped the sweat from his brow and readied his stance again. Sif furrowed her brow slightly. This guy didn't seem to be perfunctory. He was genuinely striving to improve. Swordsmanship learning was a compulsory daily lesson for Louis. Since arriving at Red Tide, he had Lambert instruct him for an hour each day. Thus, the swordsmanship training was spent in continuous clashes and adjustments for an hour. Louis sheathed his sword, exhaled a long breath, wiped the sweat from his brow with the back of his hand, and revealed a cheerful smile. Sif glanced sideways slightly. This guy indeed looked somewhat charming. "Let's go. Start the day's lordly duties." Louis looked at her, in a relaxed tone. "Don't be so nervous. The secretary's job is actually quite simple." He casually outlined some points, finally summarizing, "Your main task today is to accompany me on outings and document my day's work." Sif nodded and responded blandly, "Understood." And Louis's first act as a lord was to inspect the soldiers' training on the training ground. 120 soldiers formed a phalanx, running around the field in a mighty formation. Their footsteps were neat and uniform, though panting heavily, no one complained of exhaustion. "Last 5 laps. Speed up. Action. Fast. Fast. Didn't you eat enough? Come on. Keep running. Your ability is far beyond this." The knight instructor ran alongside, constantly shouting slogans. This training method was entirely different from the training methods of other noble territories in the Ironblood Empire. Other nobles at most trained physical stamina and individual cold weapon techniques. This relied on traditional master-apprentice teachings, often scattershot, leaving soldiers with a shaky foundation, leading ordinary soldiers to become nothing more than cannon fodder for bloodline knights on the battlefield. But Louis understood that in this low magic world, even the strongest legendary knight couldn't cleave an enemy in armor in 2,600 or more strikes. The most common apprentice knight facing a well-trained soldier could at most fight 1 against 10, comparable to 2 Yipmans. However, cultivating them was 100 times more difficult than a regular soldier. Therefore, Lewis, using knowledge from his past life, devised a more systematic training system. Pure standardized training, focusing more on the soldiers' teamwork and rapid response capabilities, with particular emphasis on battlefield adaptability. These soldiers might not have fighting energy, but he believed that with this training, they could become a formidable force. Attention! The soldiers halted abruptly, turning to face forward. Lewis approached slowly, exuding an aura of authority in his every move, naturally causing all soldiers to stand straighter. "Good morning, Lord," the soldiers shouted in unison, their voices deafening. Lewis nodded slightly, speaking in a calm tone. "Thank you for your hard work. We're not tired," they replied firmly and powerfully. These soldiers underwent physical training, formations, and simulated battles daily. Although the training volume increased, no one complained, because they ate well and stayed warm, and Lord Lewis granted them unprecedented respect. The grace of the Lord, each of them remembered in their hearts. Lewis scanned the circle, his gaze landing on a few soldiers with incorrect actions. On the battlefield, such sluggishness would cost you and your comrades your heads. The soldiers broke into a cold sweat, quickly lowered their heads, and acknowledged it. "Run 5 more laps." "Yes." The soldiers turned without hesitation, continuing to run, their steps more forceful. Sif stood by, watching the soldiers run in unison, a complex feeling rising within her. She didn't fully understand the significance of this training, but she could clearly feel the soldiers' genuine respect for Lewis. Though Lewis didn't give loud commands or make any exaggerated movements, each of his words made the soldiers obey without hesitation. This young lord seemed truly different from the ordinary nobles. After leaving the training ground, Lewis walked with Sif along a dirt path and suddenly stopped, heading toward a simple yet clean wooden house. "I'll go take a look inside," he said, pushing the door open and walking in. The light inside was dim, with a faint herbal scent lingering in the air. A knight lay on the wooden bed against the wall, his face still pale, but much better than it had been a few days ago. He was the knight who had been injured in battle with the frost giant several days ago, Javier. Seeing Lewis enter, he instinctively struggled to get up and pay his respects, but Lewis gently pressed him back down. "Don't move," Lewis frowned. "Your wound hasn't healed completely yet." Javier showed a somewhat embarrassed smile. "Lord, I'm much better now. Don't push yourself." Lewis pulled over a chair and sat down. "What did the doctor say?" "It's stabilized, but recovery will take some time." Javier lowered his head, seemingly a bit unwilling. "I'm sorry to worry you. It's good enough that you made it back alive." Lewis sighed softly. "Don't worry. I'll find the right potion as soon as possible to help you regain your cultivation." "Thank you. I will never forget your kindness, Lord. Once I'm healed, I'll continue to serve the Red Tide territory." Javier's voice carried a hint of choking, full of loyalty. Sif stood by, watching the scene, feeling a slight ripple in her heart. She initially thought that Lewis was just going through the motions, putting on a show. But seeing the unfeigned loyalty in the eyes of the injured knight, she suddenly felt a bit shaken. "Don't make it sound like a farewell," Lewis chuckled lightly, standing up and patting Javier on the shoulder. "Get well. Don't rush back and make a fool of yourself." Before leaving, he instructed the guards to take good care of him, bringing Javier to tears once more. After saying goodbye to Javier, Lewis took Sif eastward towards the riverbank. The morning light cast shimmering waves on the water's surface, with a few fishing boats leisurely anchored by the shore, fishermen busy sorting out their nets, occasionally breaking into cheerful laughter. Lewis glanced around. The development of the fishery had reached a stable stage, with more boats than at the beginning, but the yields were not as bountiful as before. This didn't surprise him. It was exactly what he intended, to avoid overfishing and ensure the sustainable reproduction of fish populations. He ordered the enlargement of net meshes to allow young fish to escape. At the same time, fishing had to follow scheduled periods with a designated off-season to give the river and fish populations a chance to recover, promoting sustainable fishery development. Seeing Lewis, Luke, the fishery official, quickly walked up with a slightly flattering look on his face. Louis nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the river. "How is the progress on aquaculture?" "We have started trying." Luke patted his chest. "We've selected a few species that adapt to cold waters and are attempting semi-enclosed farming." He pointed to the rafts on the water, speaking excitedly. "It's all because you, Lord, had the foresight to consider our long-term development. Otherwise, in a few years, all the fish would be gone." "You're doing well?" Louis casually praised him. Luke's eyes squinted with delight, waving his hands repeatedly and saying, No, it's all thanks to the wise leadership of the Lord." Louis chuckled softly, not taking the bait. Sif, watching this scene from the side, secretly pursed her lips. She scoffed at this flattering wise lord, but had to admit that the people of the Red Tide territory indeed trusted him. Louis glanced at Sif, his lips slightly curling upward, fully aware of her inner thoughts but too lazy to explain anything. "Let's go," Louis said, stepping toward the Red Tide territory's farmlands. The vast fields spread out under the morning light, with the rye stalks visibly robust, the deep green leaves gently swaying in the breeze, the potato plants lush, and the turnips growing vigorously, painting a picture of vitality. Mike, the agricultural official, was leading a few farmers inspecting the fields. Seeing Louis, he quickly came forward, clapping the dirt off his hands with an honest smile on his face. "In just over 10 days, the turnips can be harvested. The rye is doing well, and the potatoes haven't had any issues. We should have a good harvest," Mike said to Louis, with a hint of pride in his voice. Louis nodded, his gaze scanning the fields, noticing the neatly arranged ridges, the moist soil, meticulously cared for. "Well done, Mike," he praised. Mike paused for a moment, then his smile broadened, even carrying a bit of excitement. He clenched his fists, as if trying to suppress the joy in his heart, yet unable to hide a smile creeping onto his lips. He knew he owed everything to this young lord standing before him. In the past, he was nothing but a slave working the land, without even the right to glance at a noble. But Louis not only granted him freedom but also allowed him to manage all the farmland in the Red Tide territory, transforming him from a humble slave to an agricultural leader. Now, his lifelong goal was to do everything he could to improve agriculture in the Red Tide territory, to allow the land to feed more people and make this territory more prosperous than anywhere else. "Lord, I will not let you down," Mike said solemnly, his voice trembling slightly. Louis smiled slightly, patting him on the shoulder. "Keep up the good work." Then he looked at the beaming Mike and suddenly remembered something, raising an eyebrow and asking, "So, how's the newlywed life treating you?" Mike paused for a moment, then blushed, stammering and waving his hands. No such thing, Lord. Don't tease me." Louis laughed heartily, patting him on the shoulder. "Take it easy. I don't want you worn out anytime soon." The surrounding farmers also laughed along, the atmosphere instantly becoming much more relaxed. From morning until now, in Sif's eyes, Louis gradually transformed from a cunning noble to a leader who understood how to care for his territory, approachable and respectable. Whether he was sincere or pretending, at least the people sincerely loved him. She felt a bit worried that if every territory in the Northern Territory developed as steadily as the Red Tide territory, the Cold Moon tribe would face a significant threat. But on second thought, what would a threat matter? They were all traitors who killed her family. Better off dead. Sif withdrew her thoughts, looking at Louis not far away. The man stood in the fields, casually chatting with the farmers and slaves, in a relaxed tone, with a lazy smile in his eyes and brows. The breeze ruffled his black hair slightly, and against the sunlight, the lines of his side profile looked particularly distinct. For some reason, Sif found herself a bit captivated. After leaving the fields, Louis mysteriously leaned close to Sif and whispered, "Come, I'll take you to try something good." Sif looked at him doubtfully but still followed. They arrived at a small workshop where the air was filled with a faint sweet aroma. Inside the workshop, a middle-aged woman was completely engrossed in stirring the syrup in the pot. Her name was Doris, one of the refugees who had followed Lewis to the Northern Territory. A few days earlier, Lewis had learned through the daily intelligence system that she was skilled in sugar production, so he deliberately arranged for people to help her collect tree sap and try making birch syrup. Now, the first batch of sugar was already made, and today was the day to boil the second batch. Outside the workshop, workers were systematically collecting sap from the birch forest. They drilled holes about 1 meter above ground on the tree trunks, then carefully inserted tubes, allowing the clear sap to slowly flow into wooden barrels. Don't collect too much from each tree every day. No more than half a barrel, or it might harm the trees. Doris busily instructed the workers. Remember to seal the holes after collecting. Using wooden plugs will suffice. The boiling syrup bubbled intensely, and the sweet fragrance in the air grew stronger. Oh, Lord! Doris looked up to see Lewis. A smile spread across her face. You came just in time. The sugar we made yesterday has cooled, and you can taste it today. Lewis smelled the sweet fragrance in the air, and his lips curled up. Well, today I really have a treat. Doris grabbed a piece of golden, translucent birch sugar from a wooden tray and handed it to Lewis. Lewis casually tossed it into his mouth, chewed a bit, and remarked, it tastes really good. Then he casually picked up a piece and offered it to Sif. You try it too. Sif frowned, hesitated to take it, and instead stared at the candy warily. She had never seen such strange food and even suspected Lewis might have added poison to it. Lewis chuckled at her reaction and purposely threw the candy in his hand into his own mouth, crunching loudly. See, it's not poisoned. Only then did Sif gingerly accept the candy, hesitated a bit, and put it in her mouth. The sweetness instantly spread in her mouth, with a unique woody aroma, a flavor she had never tasted before. Her eyes widened slightly, and the coldness on her face disappeared for a moment, but she quickly suppressed it. Then she swallowed it nonchalantly and nodded lightly. It's all right, but the slight curve at the corner of her mouth still betrayed a bit of her true feelings. Lewis saw it all clearly and couldn't help laughing, then directly grabbed a small bag of sugar and stuffed it into her hand. If you like it, take it. Sif clutched the bag tightly, looked down without saying a word, but her ears quietly turned red. Then Lewis nodded with satisfaction to Doris. The taste is good, better than I imagined. Well done, keep producing more. Doris beamed at the praise. Yes, Lord, I will work hard. However, Lewis soon thought of a problem. Birch sap can only be collected during a few short weeks in spring, after which the flow stops. What a shame. He sighed softly. The collection period is too short, can't be used as a specialty industry for sale. Doris also sighed regretfully. Yes, once the time has passed, we can't collect the sap. Lewis stroked his chin, pondering for a moment. However, since we can make birch sugar, perhaps we can try planting fruit trees in the future to see if we can produce fruit sugar. The Lord is indeed smart. If we can grow good fruits, we might be able to make more types of sugar. Doris nodded excitedly upon hearing this. Let's take it slowly. Lewis replied casually. When conditions allow, let's have the craftsman try building a sugar refinery. Doris looked full of vigor. Thank you, Lord. I will certainly research more methods. Then Lewis also grabbed a small bag himself and casually stuffed it into his pocket, while there was still a large bag left in the workshop. Lewis instructed, distribute these sugars to the children. The accompanying knight immediately took the sugar bag, ready to head over to the school to distribute them. Indeed, Lewis had established a school, but it's more of a nursery than a school. Children under 13 were gathered here, taken care of by a few women. This setup enables the children to learn some basic knowledge and frees their parents to labor. Fortunately, the number of children in Red Tide territory is not large, otherwise such arrangements might be difficult to maintain. Moreover, once the children here turn 13, they must start working, like helping with fishing. When they arrived at the school, they happened to hear the woman who looked after the children animatedly telling them stories about Lewis. Lord Lewis had just returned with the knights from the Northern Territory after dealing with the Beastman, with armor stained with green blood, and immediately organized a recognition banquet with several knights overnight. Everyone worked until midnight and was about to disperse when he suddenly stepped on a stone, pointed at the sky, and cursed loudly. "You dragons circling my territory every day, really think I'm easy to deal with?" Speaking, he bent down, picked up a pebble, and swung his arm roundly, hurling it upward. The stone shot like a streak of red light, piercing a hole through the clouds. A wailing, 30-meter-long frost giant dragon spiraled down, crashing into the black pine forest. Sif listened to the story of using a stone to strike down a dragon. She couldn't help but twitch the corner of her mouth and slowly glanced at Lewis beside her, her eyes full of silent disdain. Lewis felt a bit awkward, coughed lightly, and explained in a low voice, "They made this up themselves." Sif crossed her arms and raised an eyebrow. "Oh, really?" Lewis's gaze drifted elsewhere. Suddenly a child caught sight of the figure at the door. "The great Lord is here!" A child was the first to shout. Then, as if the atmosphere had been ignited, the whole room boiled over. "Lord! Great Lord!" The children raised their little hands, hopping around Lewis, their eyes filled with admiration and anticipation. Clearly, this wasn't his first visit. Facing this enthusiastic group of little ones, Lewis's eyes showed a touch of helplessness, but he still smiled and patted the nearest child's head. Then he took the sugar bag from the knight's hands, grabbed a handful of candies, and leaned down to distribute them to the children. The little ones took the candies excitedly, cheering with joy. "Thank you, Lord." Then they eagerly put the candies into their mouths. As the candy melted in their mouths, the children's faces immediately blossomed into innocent smiles, filled with sweet contentment. Sif saw the sincere smiles on the children's faces. Her mood, originally dull as gray, unconsciously lightened a bit. Night fell, and Lewis, Sif, and a few knights sat in the dining room having dinner. Several dim oil lamps were lit, casting light on the simple meal on the wooden long table. Smoked fish with a faint wood scent, steaming wheat porridge, with coarse wheat bread and some pickled sauerkraut on the side. The entire dining room lacked any lavish decorations, with wooden tables and chairs, slightly yellowed oil lamps, and even a few cracks visible on the wooden walls. Sif looked at all this, a bit surprised in her heart. This was entirely different from the noble life she had imagined. In her perception, the noble's dining table should be covered with gold-bordered tablecloths, plates piled with exquisite dishes, shining silverware, and glasses filled with sweet wine. But the reality was, even though Lewis's dinner was slightly better than that of ordinary lords, it was far from luxurious. Lewis noticed her subtle change in expression. "Not to your taste?" Sif quickly shook her head. "No. Although she used to be the princess of the tribe and ate better than now, the Northern Territory had always been scarce in resources, and it wasn't extravagant anywhere." She picked up the wheat porridge and took a sip, the warm wheat aroma spreading in her mouth, and the taste wasn't bad. Halfway through the meal, Sif looked up and casually asked, "What are you going to do tonight?" Lewis, while chewing the smoked fish, replied, "Wolf taming." "Wolf taming." Sif was surprised. Then her eyes lit up. Lewis nodded. Yes. Now Lewis would spend a few nights each week at the beast taming arena training the ice wolf, Lung Feng. After weeks of training, Lung Feng had started responding to Lewis's commands, but complete obedience still required more practice. Today's practice was on hunting signals. Hunting signals are a system of whistles specifically used for taming wild beasts, often used in hunting, combat, or patrolling. They use different tones and rhythms to make animals understand and execute instructions. Lewis raised his hand, the whistle pressed to his lips, blowing a long high note. Lung Feng's body tensed slightly, then crouched low, his limbs close to the ground, ready to pounce on prey at any moment. Then Lewis blew two short notes. Lung Feng suddenly leaped, fiercely pouncing towards the target ahead, his sharp fangs biting into the cloth-made dummy target, tearing it with force. The cloth strips shredded, and a low growl came from the wolf's throat. Finally, Lewis blew a series of rapid tremolo notes. Lung Feng abruptly stopped his actions, cautiously scanning the surroundings, then released his grip, quickly retreating to Lewis's side. The entire set of movements was smooth and crisp, already demonstrating a certain level of tactical coordination ability. Lewis nodded contentedly, reaching out to gently stroke Lung Feng's neck. "Well done," he said softly, then took out a piece of cut meat from his waist, offering it to Lung Feng. Lung Feng licked his fangs but didn't pounce on it immediately. Instead, he first looked at Lewis, and after confirming his owner's permission, he suddenly opened his mouth to bite the piece of meat, a satisfied growl emanating from his throat. "There's already some form." The beast trainer Egger respectfully stepped forward, his tone tinged with a bit of comfort. "The progress of taming it is faster than I expected. However, to make Lung Feng fully obedient, more practice is needed. After all, ice wolves are not like ordinary beasts. Trust and obedience must be built little by little." "I know," Lewis responded. Sif watched the ice wolf in the training arena, her expression gradually darkening. When she was in the tribe, she also had an ice wolf. Lonely Moon. It was an ice wolf she had raised from a cub. They hunted together, ran through the endless snowstorms together, kept each other warm in the cold nights. But now it's probably all ready. Sif's hand unconsciously tightened, her fingertips embedding into her palm. Killed, perhaps. Since waking up from unconsciousness, Sif deliberately tried not to think about these tragedies. But she couldn't help it. Lewis glanced at her, seemingly sensing her discomfort, and asked softly, "What's wrong?" Sif was silent for a moment, but eventually couldn't help speaking out. "I used to have an ice wolf too. It's already dead." Her tone was calm, as if stating something unrelated to herself. Lewis pondered for a moment, then pointed to a group of ice wolf cubs in the distant enclosure. "Do you want to choose another one to raise?" Sif was stunned, seemingly not quite processing it. She looked at the fluffy wolf pups, some sitting, some lying down, softly snuggled together. Her gaze slowly swept over each of them, finally stopping at a little wolf cub in the corner. Its fur had a faint silvery gray sheen, its pupils icy blue, somewhat reminiscent of the lonely moon in her memory. She walked forward and gently extended her hand. The pup timidly sniffed her fingertips, then cautiously stuck out its tongue to lick her palm. At that moment, it felt like she was pulled back from the labyrinth of memories. Sif's eyes were slightly red. Her fingertip gently stroked the pup's soft fur. "Then you'll be Lonely Moon from now on." The pup let out a soft whine, as if responding to her. Sif's throat tightened slightly. She opened her mouth as if to say something, but no sound came out. The next moment, warm tears silently slipped down, falling onto the pup's soft fur. As the training continued, the night deepened. Lewis stood at the edge of the training arena, casually stretching, turning his head to look at Sif. "That's it for today's work. Remember to write down today's schedule." Sif nodded, turned to leave, and returned to her small room. As one of only 3 literate people in the territory, Lewis had specially arranged a separate room for her. The little wolf hadn't been brought back yet because it hadn't fully recognized its master. Sif sighed lightly, cleared her mind, walked to the desk, and lit the oil lamp. She opened her notebook and began writing down today's entries line by line. In the morning, the Lord personally trained the soldiers, who held him in high regard. The Lord inspected farmland and fishery, proposing development suggestions, gave care to injured knights and promised better potions, discovered the potential of birch sugar, attempted to promote sugar development. After finishing Lewis's schedule for the day, Sif stared at the lines of text for a while, feeling complicated emotions. Clearly a lord, yet without a trace of aristocratic arrogance. Wherever he went, he was respected. Her pen tip lightly pointed, writing 4 words on another sheet. A good person. After she finished writing, she looked at the sentence and suddenly felt a bit unsatisfied, muttering with pride, "Probably just pretending." Yet in her heart, she no longer really thought so. She casually tossed a piece of birch sugar into her mouth. The sweetness melted in her mouth, bringing a unique woody fragrance. Sif leaned back in her chair, softly murmuring, Sweet. Though it was already spring, the Northern Territory still had a bone-chilling cold wind that even a thick cloak could not ward off. "Sir, we're almost there." A knight reined in his horse and quietly reported to the elder at the front of the team. Bradley nodded slightly, his expression unchanged, silently riding on across the permafrost. This team traversed the desolate land of the Northern Territory, silent and wordless. Not because they were without complaints about the task, but out of respect for Bradley. He was the old steward of Duke Calvin, holding a high position. His status within the Calvin clan was no less than some noble branches. Even if the knights had questions, they dared not speak casually in his presence. Along the way, they passed through several pioneer lord territories, all in ruins and desolation. Even Frost Halberd City, home to the northern governor's mansion, appeared to these southerners as nothing more than a shabby military outpost. No one expected the Red Tide territory to be any different. Nor did Bradley. In his mind, Lewis was just one of the Duke's more than 20 offspring, with average talent and an honest, even somewhat dull personality. Neglected from a young age, a few months ago, the Duke sent him to this harsh, cold land to fend for himself. Yet now, in a letter to the Duke, he wrote that the territory's management was orderly, showing good development momentum, and even discovered valuable demon marrow ore. Bradley was skeptical about the letter's content. Could a young man under 20, with virtually no resources, manage a wasteland so well? It seemed too exaggerated. Moreover, demon marrow had always been a highly scarce resource in the Ironblood Empire, depending almost entirely on imports from the Jade Federation. And now, a large amount was discovered in his pioneer territory. There probably was some exaggeration, but regardless, he came, without any grievance or slackness, because he was Bradley, the most loyal steward of the Calvin clan. He had to see if this young lord could fulfill everything he described in his letter. If Lewis showed potential worth developing, he would give his full support. If Lewis disappointed him, he would withdraw all support without hesitation. In the cold wind, the outline of the Red Tide territory gradually emerged. On a mountain path in the distance, Lewis rode a black warhorse, wearing a thick wolf fur cloak, his jet-black hair fluttering in the wind. He bore quite a resemblance to the Duke, though less imposing and more delicate. At his feet stood a lithe ice wolf pup, exuding a wild, untamed air. This scene subtly elevated Bradley's assessment of Lewis. At least he was much better than the useless young lord he had imagined. The knights were also surprised, expecting to meet a downtrodden young lord trapped in a barren land. Instead, they encountered someone so calm and composed. He had even tamed an ice wolf. Lewis rode forward, respectfully saluting Bradley. "Mr. Bradley, you've had a hard journey. Welcome to the Red Tide territory." Bradley reciprocated with the proper etiquette of a steward, his attitude not warm but flawless nonetheless. "You're too kind, young master. The Duke sent me with some support, hoping to lend you a hand. My father's concern is etched in my heart." Bradley silently observed Lewis, his impression of him slightly changing. After all, maintaining such noble composure in this barren and harsh northern territory was not easy. Lewis rode slowly, surveying the team and supplies Bradley brought, his heart slightly moved. 3 elite knights, 10 official knights, 30 apprentice knights, dozens of craftsmen, doctors, and other talents, carts of food, wheat flour, dried meat, pickled vegetables, seeds of cold-resistant crops, dozens of black-horned oxen, cold-land sheep, cold-resistant warhorses. He initially had little hope for his father's support since this son was not highly valued. But now, it seemed this batch of supplies far exceeded expectations. The old man sure spent some gold coins, although this was just a tiny bit of the Calvin clan's wealth. Bradley spoke in a flat tone. "Young master, this isn't much. Consider it a chance for you." He paused, repeating the Duke's original words. "If you manage the territory well, the family will increase its investment, but any incompetence will result in immediate withdrawal of all support." Lewis just smiled slightly. "I will cherish this opportunity." As Lewis examined the support, Bradley was also observing the red tide territory. At first glance, stepping onto this land seemed no different from other northern territories. Barren, desolate, lifeless. Bradley nodded to himself, just as he expected. But as they ventured deeper, his expression became increasingly subtle. The first sight was spans of lush crops and plots of land under cultivation. The residents were full of vigor, sweat mixed with soil on their faces. Not a trace of complaint, only hope. Something was off. How was this achieved? In other northern pioneer territories, most were still in the sowing stage, but red tide territories' crops were nearing harvest. The new cultivation work was even progressing simultaneously. What did this imply? It meant Lewis was far ahead of other pioneer lords in agricultural management. Bradley noticed the rows of semi-buried longhouses by the roadside, simple but all recently built. Clearly, these were completed recently. In other words, red tide territory not only solved its survival problems but expanded its infrastructure in a short time. This feat even surpassed some territories developed over several years. As they went along, Bradley saw more and more things. Every detail made Bradley furrow his brow deeper. But what really startled him were the residents they passed along the way. The looks they cast at Lewis contained genuine reverence. It wasn't the fear of the nobility, nor was it gratitude toward a benefactor, but a belief nearly akin to piety. This kid, is he a born ruler? Bradley's heart shook slightly, beginning to reevaluate this seemingly insignificant young master. Arguably, Lewis's control over the red tide territory was even more comprehensive than the Duke's governance in the south. He claimed competent governance in his letter, but now it seemed he understated it. Everyone underestimated him, but it seems everyone judged him wrong. Perhaps he might not inherit the Calvin family, but his future achievements would undoubtedly be significant. Thinking this, Bradley's lips curled slightly, feeling oddly pleased. At least it won't be boring in the Northern Territory. 2 days later, Lewis led Bradley, along with the master craftsman Valentine and other expert miners, deep into the heart of the red tide territory along the mountain path. At this moment, Bradley still harbored doubts, thinking there couldn't possibly be a large-scale demon marrow or here, accusing Lewis of exaggeration. After passing through the forest, the view suddenly opened up, revealing a massive mining area before them. Outside the mining area, several knights stood ready. They wore heavy iron armor, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. Upon seeing Lewis and Bradley's group arrive, the knights immediately bowed and greeted, "Sir, the mining area is all normal." Lewis nodded and continued leading the group inside. And once they truly stepped into the mining area, everyone couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. The reserves of demon marrow or here were so astonishing. Entering the vein, the temperature here was slightly higher than outside, and the surface of the ore was faintly warm. The rock walls of the vein showed an eerie dark purple color, faintly shimmering with the luster of magic power, with subtle energy waves floating in the air. Valentine, being an experienced master miner, almost instinctively extended his hand, gently caressing the rock wall. His fingers trembled slightly, eyes full of fervor. "Oh my God!" He turned back to look at Bradley, unable to conceal his excitement in his voice. This vein can surely rank among the top 20 demon marrow or in the entire Iron Blood Empire. The surrounding craftsmen were also stunned by the scene before them, murmuring among themselves. The reserves are just too exaggerated. The purity of the demon marrow also looks very high, and if we delve deeper, we might even find high-tier crystal demon marrow. "Sir, this is a heaven-sent wealth." Several seasoned craftsmen gazed hotly, unable to resist stroking the rock wall with their hands, as if caressing the skin of a socialite from the imperial capital. Bradley furrowed his brows, severely scolding, "Quiet down. Don't treat this place like a marketplace." The craftsmen quickly hushed, but the excitement on their faces was still hard to hide. Yet upon seeing such demon marrow Bradley's heart was also stirred like a stormy sea. There truly was this much demon marrow Lewis hadn't lied. he began reassessing the value of this domain. Demon marrow is not just a raw material for making magic explosives. Magic marrow powder can also be infused into weapons, enchanting sword blades to cut through iron like mud. And alchemists need demon marrow to produce potent potions. High-purity demon marrow essence is indispensable for the core material of a magic array. Its value far surpasses ordinary magic minerals, being a strategic resource capable of influencing the entire Northern Territory's situation. The scale and value of this vein far exceeded his and Duke Calvin's imagination. Bradley rode closer to Lewis, his voice lowered a bit. "Young master, it's best not to let too many people know about this vein." Lewis quietly watched Bradley, waiting for him to continue. Although the Calvin clan is one of the 8 great clans of the Empire, usually, no petty thieves dare to plot anything against you. Bradley paused, his gaze becoming sharp. But this is the Northern Territory, too far from the family, and the family's influence might not reach here. Inevitably, some may take risks, and this demon marrow ore is worth such a risk. At this point, he looked at Lewis's expression, wanting to see what the young master's attitude was towards this matter. Yet Lewis's expression remained calm, even showing a serene smile. "I understand." He gently nodded, his tone calm. "Other than mentioning it to my father in a letter, I haven't mentioned this to anyone else." After hearing this, Bradley carefully observed Lewis's expression and found that he wasn't lying but genuinely had a sense of propriety. Only then did he slowly nod, secretly deciding in his heart. He must clearly report the situation here to the Duke, asking him to send more knights over. This vein is worth doing so. On the other side, Valentine said to Lewis, "Sir, based on the current survey results, the reserves of this mine are indeed astonishing, but it's also much more dangerous than ordinary mines. I suggest first mapping out the entire mining area boundary and identifying the most stable area as the initial extraction point." Then I'll leave it to you," Lewis nodded. Valentine led the craftsman into the mine, holding a mining hammer, and carefully tapped on the rock walls, listening to the echoes from different areas. The color of the ore here is dark purple, indicating a high content of demon marrow. Valentine crouched down, pointing to a piece of ore on the rock wall faintly emitting a dark purple light, especially this crystallized area, indicating a high-purity vein. However, it also means it's quite fragile and will shatter with the slightest carelessness. He then tapped a nearby section of the rock layer, the sound it made deep and heavy. This area is structurally stable, suitable for excavation. Walking a few more steps to another place and tapping again, the sound was slightly hollow. But this area won't do. Too geologically fragile and careless mining might cause a collapse. The craftsman nodded, marking the rock walls. Lewis stood by with his arms folded, quietly observing. Though he wasn't proficient in mining, he could see Valentine's extraordinary professionalism. It seems the craftsmen sent by the family this time are top-notch. Lewis's tone carried a hint of admiration. "Your expertise has broadened my horizons." Those craftsmen initially paused upon hearing this, then showed a bit of pride. This is their area of expertise, and being personally praised by the Lord indeed brings pride. Bradley nodded slightly, his face still calm as a lake, but internally he sighed. This young master is indeed no incompetent, knowing how to win people over. Valentine continued to analyze. Because the demon marrow ore will release magic power waves, the miners staying here long-term might experience magic poisoning. We must draft a ventilation plan to prevent magic from accumulating in the mine shaft. "How should we do that?" Lewis asked. "We need to establish ventilation shafts in different areas to allow air circulation. We should also set up partition passages inside the mine to prevent harmful gas accumulation." Valentine explained while drawing a diagram on a piece of parchment he carried. "Use black birch wood for support frames, setting a support point every 5 meters to ensure the tunnel won't collapse. As for the main shaft, it should be 3 meters wide, and the secondary shaft 1.5 meters, preventing congestion during transportation." "I can see you're very professional in this area," Lewis complimented. Hearing this, Valentine immediately straightened his back, with a hint of pride in his tone. Of course, I've been an old hand at mining all my life. I can walk through a vein with my eyes closed without getting lost. Lewis smiled and patted Valentine's shoulder. Then I'll leave the mining plan to you. Valentine grinned. Thank you, sir, for the trust. Everyone, stay focused. We're building tunnels that will last for decades, so don't blame me if you cut corners. As the comprehensive survey of the mining area was completed, Valentine immediately set the craftsmen to work on reinforcing the tunnels. Black birch wood was cut to standard sizes, and workers carried the heavy beams into the mine. Each place in the tunnel had a beam firmly fixed to ensure the stability of the entire passage. Carpenters used large wooden wedges to reinforce the joints and applied resin at the junction points to ensure long-term stability of the supports. With each black birch wood beam, Valentine lightly tapped it with the mining hammer in his hand to personally verify its firmness. Meanwhile, the first batch of miners composed of slaves was ready and waiting. They equipped themselves with simple protective gear and awaited instructions. Valentine nodded. Start with the most stable area, do some small-scale mining, and check the condition of the demon marrow. Upon receiving the order, the miners carefully wielded their mining picks, striking the rock faces and peeling off the ore. With each strike of the mining pick, the purple veins glowed softly, as if the magic power deep within the earth was being awakened. Soon, the first batch of ore was brought before Hilko, the only alchemy apprentice in Red Tide territory. Test the purity, Lewis ordered succinctly. Hilko nodded and dropped a small piece of demon marrow ore into the test solution. The liquid glowed faintly with a purple hue, and soon the magic power vibrations swirled in the air. The color of the solution quickly deepened to a dark purple, a sign of high-purity demon marrow. Sir, the purity of the ore is even higher than expected. Hilko's voice betrayed his excitement. Lewis's lips curled into a slight smile, his heart finally at ease. As night fell, the candlelight flickered in the study. Lewis sat behind the desk, his gaze fixed on Bradley across from him. I want the mining and processing to stay within Red Tide territory, and the sales to be handled by the Calvin clan, he stated bluntly. Bradley was momentarily taken aback, then revealed a meaningful smile. I understand. Lewis had his reasons for this decision. He needed the support of his family now and couldn't show signs of independence too soon. He had to offer enough benefits to ensure the family's continued investment. As long as the family's interests were satisfied, they would provide more resources and protection, allowing him to solidify his position in the Northern Territory. Moreover, in terms of sales channel control, he was far inferior to the Calvin clan. The Calvin clan's trade routes spanned the empire and even reached other nations. If he tried to develop his own sales channels on the same scale or even lesser ones, it would be nearly impossible in the short term. Given that, rather than waste his efforts on something he wasn't skilled at, he chose to stabilize the situation and earn money first. However, the processing technology must be in his own hands. In the future, if variables such as Duke Calvin's death or internal family changes occurred, he might lose this sales channel. But as long as Red Tide territory held the refining and processing technology of demon marrow firmly, even if pushed out of the market, he could still rebuild the market and wouldn't be at the mercy of others. Bradley glanced at him, a faint smile on his lips. Of course, he understood Lewis's meticulous thoughts but chose not to point it out. I will draft a letter according to your instructions and relay it to Duke Calvin, Bradley continued respectfully. Leaving everything to the Duke's decision, he only needed to play his part without overstepping. Lewis then opened a heavy wooden box, revealing it full of gold coins. There were about 1,500 gold coins. This time, the resources provided by the Calvin clan included 3,000 gold coins, which made Lewis suddenly wealthy. However, no matter how many gold coins there were, if they couldn't be exchanged for tangible resources to develop strength, they were merely dead assets. And the most needed resource in Red Tide territory right now is the population. Lewis closed the box, turned to Bradley, and said solemnly, I want to exchange these gold coins for slaves. Bradley's eyes flashed with a hint of approval. It seems you already have a clear plan. Lewis nodded. Based on the current grain production and reserves, 1,500 people are the maximum I can afford. He wasn't greedy for more, knowing that too many slaves could become a burden and instead reduce the stability of Red Tide territory. Bradley, leave this matter to me. For the Calvin clan's old steward, this was hardly a difficult task. Bradley simply wrote a letter. A few days later, slave masters from thousands of miles away made the journey to Red Tide territory, personally delivering a carefully selected batch of slaves. They were extremely respectful, cautious even during price negotiations, fearful of offending Bradley. Compared to the last batch of mixed-bred slaves Lewis had personally purchased from the black market, these were undoubtedly of much higher quality. Strong laborers made up the majority, with muscular builds and weathered skin, but their spirits were still quite good. Among them were also a batch of marriageable female slaves, which would play a crucial role in the future population growth of Red Tide territory. But what surprised Lewis the most was the price of the transaction. After exchanging for 1,500 slaves, there were still 700 gold coins left. Cheaper than I expected, Lewis remarked, looking at the high-quality slaves. Bradley smiled slightly. Market prices aren't fixed. It depends on who the buyer is. The implication was that, for anyone else, even with 1,500 gold coins, the quality and quantity of slaves they could buy would fall far short of what was achieved. Yet Bradley merely wrote a letter, which prompted slave merchants to travel far, personally delivering the best slaves available. With deferential attitudes, they even voluntarily lowered prices, all to maintain long-term cooperation with the Calvin clan. This is the prowess of the Calvin clan's old steward? It's terrifying. This isn't just about negotiation skills but an intrinsic understanding of rules within the core of society. Lewis felt quietly fortunate to be part of the Calvin clan. Of course, only by proving his strength within the family does he qualify to truly wield this powerful weapon. If it had been 2 months ago, he likely wouldn't even have had the opportunity to touch this authority. Suddenly, a thought popped into Lewis's mind. If one day he could completely control this influence, harnessing the entire Calvin clan's power for himself, how splendid would that be? Lewis suppressed that fleeting ambition, looked at Bradley, and said, "Thanks for your hard work this time." Bradley nodded slightly, his expression still composed and serene. "Serving you is my duty." A group of slaves, shackled with chains and ropes, stepped onto the land of the Red Tide territory under the guidance of the slave merchant. Their eyes were filled with unease, speculating on the fate awaiting them. However, as they entered the territory, they were stunned. Clean houses, orderly roads, and the smell of cooking smoke in the air. This was completely different from the slave camps they had in mind. No filthy, muddy tents, nor rotting food emitting a foul stench. Even the soldiers guarding them did not show the usual disdain and contempt, merely maintaining order calmly. They became even more fearful because the more different things are, the more unsettling they become. But this was only a preliminary impression. What truly shocked them were the words of the Lord on the second day at the square. In the morning, the square in Red Tide territory was packed with people. 1,500 newly arrived slaves were neatly gathered here. Lewis's voice echoed across the square. "Welcome to Red Tide territory." The phrase left many stunned. They were sold here, yet they were welcome? Lewis continued. "You can think of this place as just like where you were before, but I hope this place can be a rebirth for you." The slaves looked at each other, their eyes still wary. "I won't have you work for nothing. Red Tide territory will provide stable food, housing, and jobs. Your labor will not be wasted, and everyone's sweat will have meaning. More importantly," he paused for a moment, then slowly uttered, "Here, as long as you work hard enough, you can rid yourselves of slavery." The hearts of the slaves took a fierce jolt, and the square was in an uproar. What? What did he just say? How is that possible? Freedom? Is there really a possibility of gaining freedom? Would there really be a master in this world willing to forfeit slaves? They had long been accustomed to the restraints of chains, guided and traded, and dared not hope for a change in fate. This was a promise so beautiful it even seemed absurd. The whispers across the square grew louder. Some were excited. Some were lost and overwhelmed. But most sneered, their eyes full of doubt, having heard too many lies. Louis watched all of this, but he believed time would tell all. A few days passed, and the slaves gradually adjusted to the new environment. The morning sun cast its light upon the streets of Red Tide Territory, carrying a rare warmth in the Northern Territory. A young slave stood outside a wooden cabin, holding a steaming bowl of oatmeal, momentarily dazed. This was his breakfast, ample in portion, more than his entire day's ration before. Not far away, other slaves also came out of their homes one after another, gathering in small groups to warm themselves around a fire pit. "The beds here are more comfortable than the straw mats I used to sleep on," an old slave whispered. "Yeah," another replied, his expression complex. There were no more endless whippings and insults. Daily food supply was ample, and the accommodations compared to their previous slave camps were practically paradise. Most shocking to them was witnessing Freeman with their own eyes. "Hey, are you a slave?" A young slave timidly inquired of a craftsman fixing the road. The man stopped his hammer, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and smiled. "I used to be." The young slave's eyes widened. But now you." The craftsman grinned. "Because I worked diligently, the Lord granted me the status of a freeman." "Really?" His voice trembled. "Of course." The craftsman patted his shoulder. "As long as you work well, the Lord won't let down anyone." Such examples became more frequent. They saw freemen in the fields, in the blacksmith shop. Those who were once slaves were now wearing decent clothes, living with heads held high. The slaves' doubts were shaken at this moment. They began to believe that perhaps freedom was not an empty promise. As time went by, their fear gradually faded, replaced by adaptation to Red Tide Territory and a longing for the future. "As long as we work hard, we can achieve it too." This thought quietly spread among the slave community, igniting a spark of hope. They no longer passively obeyed, but truly committed to their work. Began to genuinely appreciate the person who gave them a chance, the young lord. Whenever he inspected the mines or workshops, the slaves would involuntarily pause their work. Seeing him off, their gaze held not only reverence but a kind of indescribable trust and respect. Of course, the influx of a large population brought not just labor, but unavoidable challenges. The food issue wasn't significant. Previous reserves and family support made supplies ample, but housing became a tricky issue. Red Tide Territory didn't originally have a large population, and housing was built as needed. Now, with a sudden influx of 1,500 slaves, previously sufficient accommodations became tight. But with a little crowding, they managed to fit in. The slaves were arranged into existing semi-underground longhouses, temporarily sharing accommodations with the original residents. In other places, such a situation might lead to dissatisfaction or even conflict, but Red Tide Territory remained remarkably stable. Because everyone believed the Lord had promised to expedite the construction of new houses. Moreover, craftsmen had already begun laying foundations in the outskirts. New housing was being built, progressing faster than anyone expected. But Louis said, "Bear with it a little longer, more houses will soon be ready." So even though it was a bit cramped, there was little grumbling among the slaves in private. The housing pressure was just an immediate issue. What really concerned Louis was sanitation. One afternoon, Louis took some time to inspect the newly built residential area. The houses here had just been erected. The beams still carried a fresh wood-shaving smell, and the ground was freshly laid with dirt roads. From a distance, the rows of houses were neatly arranged, considered one of the greatest achievements in Red Tide Territory recently. But as Louis walked deeper along the path, he sensed something was amiss. On either side of the path, occasional piles of garbage could be seen. A musty smell permeated the air, especially at the corners of the street. That patch of oily yellow-brown stuff under the sun made Louis's Adam's apple bob involuntarily. Such an environment may not cause trouble short-term, but with the population growth, issues of water, sewage, and environmental hygiene will inevitably become hidden dangers sooner or later. If left unchecked, once diseases spread, Red Tide territory would not have enough doctors to cope. Although conditions were harsh, Lewis would never allow sanitation issues to affect the future of the territory. First, we have to build toilets. Lewis's gaze swept over the gathered craftsmen and laborers. Install multiple public toilets in every residential area. Start preparing. The craftsmen nodded at Lewis's command, but many still had puzzled expressions. Build toilets? Isn't it just a matter of digging a hole? Lewis didn't explain much but directly led people to choose the locations. He chose locations away from water sources, avoiding the main roads of residential areas, and downwind, ensuring it wouldn't pollute the drinking water nor affect daily life. The double pit alternating method was adopted. Each toilet would have 2 adjacent pits, separated by 1 meter. Each pit would be at least 2 meters deep and 0.8 meters wide. The first pit would be covered and left for fermentation after 6 to 12 months, turning into fertilizer, and then the second pit would be used, cycled like this. To ensure the people truly followed the new regulations, Lewis even arranged something special. Pictorials of the 10 Commandments of toileting were made and hung on every toilet wall. Since the vast majority were illiterate, he simply had straightforward illustrations drawn. For example, do not relieve yourself anywhere, cover the pit after use, do not litter in the toilet, etc. He issued a strict prohibition on these. Everyone must use the toilet as per regulations. Violators will be heavily punished. When the new rules were first implemented, many residents were perplexed. They were used to relieving themselves anywhere since childhood and never thought using a toilet would require rules. But no one dared to refute, perhaps not understanding why, but they believed the Lord's words were absolutely correct. Building toilets was just the first step. The next focus was on water treatment. Lewis frowned, pointing at the map near the rivers of Red Tide territory. We can no longer let everyone fetch water from the river as they please. We must build a water purification system. He sent people to sample from several fast-flowing rivers, eventually selecting the cleanest water source. Here they constructed a stepped sand filtration pool using a 3-layer filtration method to purify the water. The first layer was coarse gravel, which could intercept mud and large particulate impurities. The second layer was laid with fine sand, which could absorb the suspended substances in the water, making it clearer. The most crucial layer was the topmost birch charcoal fragments, which could not only remove odors from the water but also filter out some bacteria, making the water safer. Lewis watched as the first batch of purified water slowly flowed into storage barrels, clear enough to see the fine sand at the bottom. He scooped up a cup and confirmed there was no odor before nodding. Not bad. This water is drinkable. To ensure water quality, he even specially arranged a few reliable soldiers and stewards to test the water quality daily and report any abnormalities immediately. The surrounding residents gathered to see, carefully sipping the water in their hands with surprised expressions on their faces. Sweeter than river water, and without that strange earthy taste. Thus, the residents gradually accepted the rules for fetching drinking water here. With the new water source system operational, the water source problem in Red Tide territory was no longer a hidden danger, and the cleaning work must be thoroughly executed. Lewis gathered about a dozen reliable residents, pointing at the filth. From today on, you are the cleaning team, responsible solely for maintaining the territory's cleanliness. Tools like brooms, wooden buckets, and lime will be issued to you, and inspections must be conducted daily with no blind spots. But relying solely on these people was not enough. Hygiene had to be everyone's responsibility, so he established a big cleaning day. Once every month, everyone in the territory must participate. Whether they are soldiers, civilians, or slaves, even knights, no exceptions. The first big cleaning day officially started, and the sound of morning bells rang out, with streets in Red Tide territory bustling with people. Soldiers, civilians, slaves, all holding brooms, wooden buckets, and shovels, gathered in the square, ready to start today's cleaning work. Though people didn't say much, many still had faces full of resistance. But just when they hadn't started yet, a familiar figure had moved first. Lewis picked up a broom and started sweeping the dust and fallen leaves on the ground. The sound of the broom dragging across the ground was distinctly audible, especially loud in the quiet air. Everyone was momentarily stunned. The soldiers had subtle expressions. They originally thought they were just there to maintain order and never expected the Lord himself to get involved in the task. Slaves, even more incredulous, a noble doing the same work as them? But before they could think much, a few soldiers were the first to react, whispering the Lord is doing it, before bending down to start cleaning as well. With the soldiers leading the way, the remaining residents also began to take action. People gradually dispersed. Main streets, alleys, enclosures, markets, every corner had people cleaning, quickly transforming the formerly dirty and chaotic environment. Lewis didn't say a word more. He just focused on doing his own cleaning among the crowd. Looking up, he saw those residents who initially resisted were now fully engaged in the cleanup too. As the sun set, the garbage and excrement in red tide territory were thoroughly cleared, leaving a hint of freshness in the air. At first, Lewis's series of troubles, building toilets, purifying water sources, digging drainage ditches, organizing cleaning teams. Many thought it was just the young lord's whim, that it wouldn't last long before it fizzled out. But as time went on, observant people began to notice something was different. Hey, where's the trash on the street? Wait, why isn't there that stench in the alley? Even more surprising was that when drinking, there was no longer the previous muddy smell. In the past, people often had diarrhea, but now such cases had almost disappeared. In the past, everyone thought dirt and mess were natural since everyone was used to it anyway. But looking back now, they realized a place could truly become so clean, so livable. The most visible change was fewer sick people. Unconsciously, the initial complaints of "the Lord is too troublesome" disappeared, replaced by silent acceptance of the new rules. After all, who wouldn't like a more comfortable environment? Bradley stood high up, overlooking the newly transformed Red Tide territory. As the old steward of the Calvin clan, he had seen the domain management across the empire. Even the core city where the Calvin clan's mansion was located, Cloud Tide City, had most neighborhoods with poorer environments than here. Interesting, Bradley murmured to himself, raising his evaluation of Lewis by several notches. The candlelight flickered, illuminating the letter spread out on the desk. The handwriting was neat, matching the character of the cautious and prudent old butler, Bradley. Duke Calvin's gaze fell on the beginning of the letter, and he had only modest expectations for this son. However, as he delved deeper into the words, the Duke's initially indifferent expression gradually tightened, and his brow slowly furrowed. Outperforming other pioneer territories? Agricultural breakthrough, crops maturing ahead of schedule? Solving the housing problem more efficiently than established territories? The Demon Marrow, or not only being successfully mined but also having a scientific mining plan in place? Even slave management optimized to the point where no flaws can be found? Especially the part about the grain yield supporting an additional 1,500 slaves, which gave him pause. He sat up a bit, glanced at Bradley's signature. If it weren't Bradley, the family's most loyal old butler, who wrote the letter, he would have suspected the writer was bought off. But his gaze did not leave the letter as he continued reading. Duke Calvin quickly discovered that Lewis's leadership was evident not just in policy, but also in his personal charisma. He did not rely on the family's prestige but instead on his ability, winning the heartfelt following of the entire territory's people. Especially when Duke Calvin read about the near-fanatical respect the residents of Red Tide territory had for Lewis. Fanatical? Is it that exaggerated? Even the Duke had to admit that, in his impression, few lords in the entire Ironblood Empire could achieve this. He originally only intended for Lewis to fend for himself in the Northern Territory while extracting the last bit of value. Who knew this kid would actually make a name for himself? Indeed, his many children, many fortunes plan was correct, Duke Calvin thought proudly. Like a lottery, the more you enter, the more likely you'll win a few prizes. He continued reading, and at the part about the Demon Marrow, or Duke Calvin's gaze paused slightly, showing a tinge of intrigue in his eyes. The sales rights of the Demon Marrow or were transferred to the family in exchange for support while retaining processing technology. This kid's ambition is indeed big. He certainly knew what this meant. Louis did not want to be overly constrained by the family. He was trying to preserve his independence. The Duke sneered. He's quite bold. However, he did not dislike it. On the contrary, he even found it somewhat interesting. Red Tide territory, located in the Northern Territory, seemed barren and desolate, but if managed well, it could become a formidable local power. Louis's willingness to transfer sales rights to the family indicated he understood he still needed the Calvin family's protection for now. But his refusal to give up processing rights signaled he was planning for the future. Once the time was ripe, the Demon Marrow economy of Red Tide territory could fully detach from the family, even potentially having independent influence in the future market. A pioneer lord born into nobility often chooses to wholly depend on the family, but Louis did not do so. Of course, just this was not enough to make the Duke view him in a completely different light. Louis has yet to truly establish a foothold in the Northern Territory, and the benefits of the Demon Marrow or have not been fully realized. With the ever-changing landscape of the Northern Territory, his future remains uncertain. But Louis indeed gave him an unexpected surprise this time. He primarily valued Louis's potential. As for some resources in Red Tide territory, they did not yet catch his full attention. Perhaps he should reconsider the value of this son. The Duke held the letter, his fingers tapping lightly on the table, his gaze wandering between the lines. Bradley's appraisal was unexpectedly high, even giving him a sense of absurdity. But regardless, the facts were before him. A child he never really regarded showed more capability on the barren land of the Northern Territory than expected. The most important point: the Northern Territory is, after all, too far from the Southeast Province. The land of Red Tide territory, though full of potential, is too distant from the family core. Fully supporting it seems unrealistic. The present Red Tide territory, like a seed yet to sprout, has potential but is also fraught with uncertainty. Excessive support might lead Louis into opportunism, possibly not adapting to the harsh environment of the Northern Territory. Moreover, with Louis's attitude towards the benefits of the Demon Marrow or, he seemingly does not want the family to excessively involve in his territory. The Duke sat in front of his desk, eyes again fixed on Bradley's letter, maintaining the family's influence yet not overly interfering. He gently tapped the table, murmuring, "Financial support will be given, but not much." He decided to continue allocating 1,000 to 1,500 gold coins. This amount of money is enough to keep Red Tide territory stable, but for expansion, Louis must find his own ways to earn money, to ponder how to let the territory sustain more people. Learn to augment income and reduce expenditure, not just rely on family aid to scrape by. By letting him lack money, forcing him to think, only then can his true abilities be seen. Some military support is necessary, too. The Duke decided to allocate him 2 more squads of knights, nominally to protect the Demon Marrow but in reality, leaving him a trump card to prevent him from being stomped out right at the beginning. This contingent in the Northern Territory can't support any grandeur but at least prevents Red Tide territory from being overturned by any random bandit. If Louis truly has the ability, the knights he holds are enough for him to stabilize the situation, perhaps even develop his own power based on this. But if he can't even protect the territory with this bit of family support, then there's nothing more to say, not worth further investment. As for talent support, Louis can handle agriculture, deal with basic infrastructure, and even plan mineral development, proving he has a certain management talent. The Duke will only send a few alchemy apprentices to assist him with the basic technology of Demon Marrow refinement, leaving the rest to him to figure out. He has to recruit people, trade his limited resources for cooperation, learn how to swim in the quagmire of reality, instead of sitting back waiting for the family to spoon-feed him. And for political support, he won't give Louis any formal political backing, nor will he restrict his dealings with powers in the Northern Territory. Who he wants to ally with, how he wants to establish himself locally, is entirely up to him. But the premise is, Do not cause trouble for the family. It's like placing a chess piece on the battlefield to see if he can charge forward or be used as a stepping stone and trampled below by others. If he can't withstand this bit of pressure, it only proves Lewis never had the capability, and perishing in the Northern Territory would be fitting. He certainly won't waste resources on a useless child. Anyhow, he has many children. What difference does one or two make? The family's lineage never lacks. What it lacks are capable, ambitious people. But since Lewis made it this far, earning such high praise from Bradley, proves he has some skills and carries a bit of pride. Very well, then demonstrate some true skills and show him. After dealing with the issues brought by 1,500 slaves, the development of Red Tide Territory was smoother than expected. New houses sprang up continuously within a month, and barren fields were rapidly cultivated. There was finally hope on people's faces, and the barren and desolate land was becoming a real domain. Lewis sat in the office, nodding in satisfaction as he looked at the territorial intelligence compiled by Bradley. Very good. The foundation has been laid. It's time to do something more important. It's time to proceed to the next step of the plan. Lewis picked up the bloodstone brought from the southeast province, a deep red crystal with a strange luster on its surface, as if flowing with blood. This is a special magic or that can test whether a person has the aptitude to become a bloodline knight. Only those with knight lineage can cause it to react. Lewis cut his fingertip with a dagger, and the blood slowly dripped onto the stone. The next second, the bloodstone vibrated slightly, emitting a dark red glow. This indicated that Lewis had the qualification to become a bloodline knight. Of course, this stone can only test the qualification to become a knight, not assess the strength of the talent. But Lewis wasn't worried about that because he had the daily intelligence system. If there are children with strong talent, the system will eventually notify him, and he can focus on nurturing them then. So, how many children in Red Tide Territory have the talent to become knights? Lewis planned to use this stone to select children from Red Tide Territory and find those with the potential to cultivate true bloodline knights belonging to him and Red Tide Territory. They are not knights dispatched by clans, but loyal knights selected, trained, and shaped by him personally. Lewis's knights should be fervent followers. They should trust him completely, follow him, and be loyal to him. Not just allegiance, but seeing him as a true leader, even as faith itself. Over 200 children gathered in the plaza of Red Tide Territory, mostly under the age of 15. The air was filled with an inexplicable excitement, and each child held their breath, eagerly anticipating something. Their heartbeats quietly accelerating with that anticipation. Their eyes were locked onto Lewis, standing at the center of the plaza. He wore a black cloak and bore the Calvin clan emblem on his chest. Like the sun hanging high in the sky, warm and dazzling. Seeing Lewis, every child felt a surge of strong admiration. Most of them were children of drifters and natives, their parents rescued by Lewis from near starvation. And through the teachings of their teachers and parents, they held immense respect and admiration for Lewis. In their hearts, Lewis was akin to the sun. Today, I will select some children to become knights. The sun spoke. As soon as the words fell, the plaza instantly fell into a commotion. Becoming a knight, does that mean riding a horse and wielding a sword? Could I protect Red Tide Territory like Lord Lewis? Can I become a knight? The children chatted noisily, their eyes filled with surprise and excitement. These children came from the lower classes, and they were too young to understand what the word knight meant. Their understanding was simple and direct. A knight is the closest warrior to the great lord, his guard, a figure of strength and nobility in everyone's eyes. To become a knight meant standing beside the sun, in the most prestigious place. Quiet, one at a time. The testing officially began, with knights and teachers directing the children to queue up, ensuring each child stepped forward in order. Lewis stood on the high platform of the plaza, with the bloodstone on the table before him. The stone's surface shimmered with a strange light. Its deep red glow seemed to be pulsing, capturing every child's attention. The children stepped forward one by one, following Lewis's instructions, gently cutting a small slit on their finger to let blood fall on the bloodstone. As the test began, all the children were animated, eagerly hoping for a miracle. However, as most of the children's blood dripped down, the bloodstone merely remained unchanged, showing no response. As time passed, the children's expressions began to turn disappointed, and the atmosphere gradually dimmed. Louis felt a tinge of disappointment too, but he showed no sign of frustration. Such filtering was inevitable. Only a very few could possess the knight's talent. A little girl walked up and gently let her blood fall onto the stone. Suddenly, the bloodstone faintly glowed, then gently quivered, emitting a dark red brilliance. In that instant, everyone held their breath, their eyes wide open. "It's her. She's the future knight," the children whispered excitedly. The little girl stood there, dazedly looking at the bloodstone, seemingly not fully understanding what had just happened. Her eyes glittered with confusion and excitement, her legs slightly trembling, unable to comprehend the miracle before her. Louis gently patted her shoulder and asked, "What's your name?" The little girl seemed startled, stammering, I'm Lilia." "Congratulations, Lilia," Louis said, looking at her. "You are the first knight cultivated by Red Tide territory." Upon hearing this, the girl's legs weakened, almost unable to support herself. Tears instantly welled up in her eyes. She stood there in shock, unable to believe she could actually become a knight. All the children in the plaza watched her, whispering amongst themselves, their hearts full of envy. Listening to the envious words of her peers, Lilia finally stood proudly upright. Though her legs were still somewhat weak, the excitement in her heart made her feel as if she were flying. I will become an outstanding knight and protect Red Tide territory," Lilia promised Louis. Hearing the little girl's naive words, Louis smiled. "I look forward to that day." With Lilia successfully passing the test of the bloodstone, the atmosphere in the plaza became even more enthusiastic. Children are always blindly confident, believing they are the chosen one in 100 and that they will be selected as knights. However, reality is always harsh. Nearly half of the children had already been tested, yet only 3 had shown the potential to become bloodline knights. And among the crowd, there was a smaller child, his eyes glimmering with anticipation yet shadowed with a bit of fear. He hoped to become a knight, yet feared he might lack the talent. He wished to become a knight, to stand by Lord Louis's side, to repay the Lord's kindness. His name was Weir. Weir's story began 2 years ago, on the day the beast men attacked his village. He was only 10 years old then, still just a child who knew nothing, and he lost all his family and friends as his former home became ruins. Only his mother, dragging her weary body, escaped with Weir into the forest. With no food and no water source, they could only rely on scavenging fruits to barely survive. However, misfortune did not stop there. Soon after, they were captured by a group of passing slave merchants. His mother tried to get Weir to escape, but ultimately they were brought to the slave market. Weir only remembered being displayed like a commodity in front of those cold buyers. He wore rough fabric, his stomach was starving to the point his chest was touching his back, and even his basic dignity was stripped away. His mother held Weir tightly, silently enduring it all. Until a turn of fate appeared, the great Lord Louis arrived at the slave market and purchased hundreds of slaves, himself included. Louis took them to Red Tide territory, giving them a warm home. For the first time, Weir ate his fill, put on warm clothes, and felt a long-lost sense of security. His mother started working at the smoked fish workshop in Red Tide territory. Every morning, she was busy washing fish, marinating, smoking, never slacking on any step. Although it was hard work, she survived through her own hands, finally gaining some dignity and stability. And her efforts did not go to waste. After hearing about her performance, Louis decided to remove the slave status from her and Weir, granting them free citizen status. That day, the mother who never cried held Weir and bawled her eyes out. From then on, Weir had a life goal, to become someone who could repay Lord Louis for his kindness. Weir stood among the crowd, eyes fixed on the bloodstone. The opportunity had arrived. Lord Louis was selecting knights. As long as he was chosen, he could serve the great lord and repay everything given to his mother and himself. Only then could he stand by Lord Louis's side. Only then could he change his fate. Finally, he was called up. "Weir," the teacher gently called. Weir's heart nearly leaped out of his chest, and with heavy steps, he walked toward the high platform. The great lord was right before him, somewhat dazzling. Following the rules, he lightly cut his finger with a dagger, letting the blood drip onto the bloodstone. "I must succeed! I must succeed!" He kept chanting in his heart, almost unable to breathe. As the blood touched the bloodstone, it seemed a subtle reaction was taking place. The surface of the stone glowed faintly, the red light flickering. Weir's eyes widened, almost unable to believe the sight before him. "I did it! I did it!" He couldn't help but murmur softly, tears of excitement welling up, instinctively kneeling, his knees touching the ground. I really succeeded. Great Lord, I pledge my loyalty to you." Louis gently helped him up. "No need to be so excited." Weir spoke with a slight tremble in his voice. Thank you, my lord. I will do my utmost to protect Red Tide territory." Louis had long known that Weir had the potential to become a peak knight. Even when Weir was still a slave, the daily intelligence system had alerted him. Weir was a knight candidate with a super talent, capable of becoming a peak knight and a future top combat force of Red Tide territory. The test lasted a whole morning, and out of over 200 children, 8 were finally selected, possessing the talent to become knights. 8 knights, Louis murmured, a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. Though not a large number for a burgeoning territory, it was already quite a considerable gain. In fact, cultivating knights required a vast amount of resources, and though resources were tight in Red Tide territory, with family support it was still affordable. In the south, those small nobles with several generations of accumulation might only have dozens of apprentice knights, a dozen official knights, and a few elite knights. Compared to these small nobles, supported by his family, Louis's current military power was no inferior to theirs. The only challenge was that Red Tide territory was situated in the Northern Territory, which was desolate and dangerous. Beastmen, barbarian race, bandits, and even other lords around were potential threats. For instance, according to the daily intelligence system, the Snow Swearer had been frequently harassing the northern province lately, seeming mad, though luckily far from him. To survive in such an environment, Louis had to be more careful and cautious, relying on his forces and resources to steadily establish a foothold here. Standing at the high point of the training ground, Louis looked at the 8 children. These children were not only the future knights of Red Tide territory but also his closest strength, the future Guard Corps. Louis entrusted these 8 talented children to Barnes, the official knight. Barnes had rich combat experience and teaching ability, making him the best choice to cultivate this batch of future knights. Their first lesson was training in breathing techniques. Breathing techniques are the foundation of a knight's training, determining how far you can go. Barnes demonstrated how to use the breath flow technique, a technique from the Calvin clan. Though not as strong as the Family Corps' tidal breathing technique, it was powerful enough to be considered a first-class breathing technique. There are 7 chi nodes in the human body. Activating them through the breathing technique can convert the energy in the air into fighting energy, enter the body, and activate the bloodline. Barnes explained while demonstrating the breathing actions, taking a deep breath, his chest rising slightly, then exhaling slowly. Each deep breath is an absorption of energy from the atmosphere. This energy will ultimately be converted into your fighting energy. The children earnestly mimicked Barnes's actions, striving to feel the changes within their bodies. At first, they felt nothing, but as time passed, some began to notice subtle changes within. Weir was the first to feel it, softly saying, I feel energy entering my body." Barnes nodded in satisfaction. "Very good. That's the first step." In the subsequent training, Barnes required the children to keep practicing, deepening their understanding of the breathing technique. He emphasized, Breathing techniques are not just a means to increase fighting energy, but a process to temper your spirit and will. After a few days of training, all the children could feel the changes in their internal chi flow, having grasped the core of the breath flow technique. Barnes expressed contentment with their performance. You have already taken the first step to becoming knights. This was just the beginning. Only by relentlessly honing these children could truly loyal and capable knights be cultivated for Red Tide territory. Lewis woke up and habitually opened the Daily Intelligence system. The recent Daily Intelligence hasn't been of much direct use. Great Intelligence System, please provide some good intel. Daily Intelligence update completed. 1. Due to the increasing madness of the Snow Swearers, Duke Edmund has decided to summon the vassals to eradicate them in one strike. 2. Knight Reserves has activated his bloodline, officially becoming an apprentice knight. 3. A group of ice armor bears is expected to pass through the northern part of the Red Tide territory tomorrow afternoon. Lewis's gaze swept over the intelligence screen, and today's updates seemed quite useful. The first piece of intelligence caught his attention. Duke Edmund has decided to eradicate the Snow Swearers in one strike. This news made Lewis somewhat happy, yet he also felt a tinge of worry. The Snow Swearers, being the largest terror rebellion organization in the Northern Territory, have been increasingly rampant. Recently, they've not only attacked multiple small territories but also kidnapped nobility and knights for horrific, evil sacrificial rituals. Although these riots are still some distance from the Red Tide territory, what if they extend their reach there? The massive scale and frenzied methods of the Snow Swearers stirred anxiety in Lewis. His current forces were simply insufficient to deal with such a rebellious organization. However, Edmund Duke's move to eradicate this organization is undoubtedly a blessing for the Northern Territory. But his gaze sank again. According to the Northern Territory Expansion Order, he is nominally considered a vassal of Duke Edmund, or rather the entire Northern Territory is his vassals. I definitely need to respond to the summons, Lewis whispered to himself. The situation in the Northern Territory is turbulent and unsettling, and as a vassal, he must deploy troops to quell the rebellion at the Duke's call. Yet, the Red Tide territory has just stabilized, and the troops he commands are still weak. If they engage in a rebellion suppression campaign, losses are inevitable. But then Lewis remembered one thing: he has the Daily Intelligence system. This powerful tool had already kept him safe through many crises. Using the system, Lewis can detect potential threats on the battlefield in advance, avoiding direct confrontations. It could even allow the Red Tide territory to seize more resources amidst the turmoil, enhancing its strength. Armies throw back the invaders, and Earth blocks the flood. With this thought, he felt much more relaxed. Lewis continued reading the intelligence, his eyes landing on the second update. Weir has officially become an apprentice knight, activating his bloodline. He was slightly surprised, but then a hint of admiration flashed in his eyes. With the help of the Daily Intelligence system, he had long foreseen this moment. Moreover, Weir's future is not just as a mere apprentice knight. He will become one of the strongest forces in the Red Tide territory. Truly destined to be a future peak knight, Lewis couldn't help but exclaim, nodding in satisfaction. He then looked at the third piece of intelligence. Ice armor bears have awakened from hibernation and are expected to pass through the northern part of the Red Tide territory tomorrow afternoon. Adult ice armor bears are extremely dangerous magic creatures. They stand at a height of 7.2 meters, their skin covered with a natural layer of ice crystal, almost impervious to any attack. Their forepaws have evolved into half-meter-long cold iron claws, releasing cold pulses when hunting, instantly freezing the blood of their prey. There wasn't a hint of worry on Lewis's face. Instead, a faint smile emerged. For me, this is actually a good thing, he whispered to himself. Although powerful and fierce, ice armor bears aren't much of a threat to his current combat power. Moreover, their meat is incredibly valuable, capable of enhancing a knight's flesh and fighting energy. This serves as a perfect reward for his knights and the 8 knight reserves under his care. Additionally, these knights have not experienced battle for quite a while. The presence of the ice armor bears can also ignite their desire for combat and training enthusiasm. He immediately summoned Lambert. Lambert, gather all knights and archers. Prepare to head north for hunting. Lambert asked no questions, responding promptly and going to arrange the related matters. An urgent report quickly flew into Duke Edmund's study. Report. One territory in the Northern Territory encountered a snow swearer's attack. All civilians were killed, and the nobility and knights were taken away. This brief line of text exploded like a massive bomb in the Duke's heart. This is the 6th incident of its kind in the past 2 months. The atrocities of the snow swearers are becoming more rampant, causing every inch of land in the Northern Territory to tremble with unease. Damn snow swearers! Duke Edmund suddenly stood up, sweeping the documents on his desk to the floor. The snow swearers were once a surviving force of the snow country, gradually becoming desperados following the Empire's conquest. Now, entangled in hatred, this organization is igniting their fire of vengeance across the Northern Territory. These aren't just bandits anymore. We need to strike hard. The flames of anger raged in the Duke's heart, and he knew he must eradicate this threat before the Northern Territory could regain peace. Even if they cannot completely wipe them out, they must cut off their hands so they dare not plunder the territories at will. That evening, the Duke summoned the senior members of his family, military advisors, strategists, and key generals for an emergency meeting. We can't wait any longer. Deploy all vassals, gather the army, and divide our forces to encircle and annihilate the snow swearers' base. Under the Duke's instruction, all family members began discussing in detail how to deal with the storm. The meeting plunged into intense strategic discussions, with strategists starting to formulate specific battle plans. We will divide our forces to besiege the snow swearers' bases, ensuring no stone unturned. Meanwhile, heavy forces will guard the borders to prevent the northern tribe from exploiting any weakness. The Duke instructed, notify all vassals to gather and prepare to attack. Make sure to depart on time. As the meeting was drawing to a close, a strategist asked, Duke, should we include those newly arrived Southern Pioneer lords in this operation? Duke Edmund sneered, his eyes filled with disdain. All of them, Southern Pioneer lords? These people are nothing but worthless offspring of nobility. Besides, when they die, those big shots in the South won't even care. Let's send them to die too. His tone revealed blatant contempt for the Southern Pioneer lords. The Emperor's original Northern Territory expansion order had asked the Southern nobility to send sons to develop frontier lands, using their strength to stabilize the Northern Territory. In reality, they merely sent a few dispensable corners to pacify the Emperor. Since that's the case, let's take the opportunity of this campaign to eliminate these useless troubles. After the meeting, the Duke immediately began implementing the plan. The knights quickly took action, delivering orders to every vassal to ensure all armies could gather on time. The entire Northern Territory, like a slumbering beast, began to slowly awaken, preparing for the bloody battle ahead. Standing upon the high tower of Frost Halberd City, Duke Edmund coldly overlooked the lands about to be engulfed in flames. Louis stood atop the mountain, gazing down at the group of ice armor bears. Sunlight shone on their gray-white armor, the hexagonal ice crystal scales reflecting blinding light. The claws on their front paws were as sharp as cold iron, and blue flames occasionally flickered as the armor on their backs moved. These ice armor bears were massive, each growl like a thunderous quake shaking the earth. No matter how you looked at them, these giants were anything but cute. Rather, they were extremely fierce beings. They roamed the snowy ground, searching for prey to fill their bellies. Beside Louis stood 2 children, Lilia and Weir. They were the only 2 out of the 8 candidate knights who had activated their bloodlines and become apprentice knights. Today, Louis decided to bring them to witness this hunt firsthand, to liberate them from the dullness of daily training as a reward for their efforts. Lilia's eyes sparkled with excitement, gripping a long sword almost as tall as herself, mimicking the stance of an adult knight. Not to be outdone, Weir adjusted his gear and straightened his back to make himself look like a real knight. You'll stay by my side and protect me, Lewis whispered. He was actually worried that the two excited little ones might rush down to challenge the ice armor bears in a life-or-death battle. Protecting the Lord. Such an important task. Lilia and Weir straightened their backs a little more, nodding nervously with excitement. When all was ready, Lewis waved his hand. Prepare! The bear hunting plan starts. At his command, a distant commander waved a large flag, signaling the knights and hunters to stealthily move from their ambush spots. Hunters quietly approached the activity zones of the ice armor bears and discreetly sprinkled the urine of a bear in heat. This peculiar odor could quickly attract ice armor bears, especially as the male bears were extremely sensitive to it. As the urine was spread, the bear group started slowly gathering, and 9 ice armor bears gradually assembled and headed towards the gorge. Meanwhile, another group of hunters hid on distant ridges, creating sounds of falling stones to guide the bears into the pre-designated gorge. "They're entering the gorge, everyone act as planned," signaled the commander with a flag wave. At the low-lying areas of the gorge, a row of sharp stakes were meticulously arranged in the ground. Under the guidance of the hunters, when the ice armor bears entered the gorge, the stakes quickly pierced the paws of a few leading bears since their paws lacked thick armor. Sharp pain spread rapidly, and the ice armor bears growled deeply, trying to pull out the stakes embedded deep within. However, their massive size and unwieldy strength kept them from breaking free immediately. The other ice armor bears faced similar dilemmas, leading to chaos within the group. Soon, the hunters set alight the resin and petroleum accumulated on the cliff walls, and flames devoured the mountainside almost instantly. With a roar, fireballs fell from the cliff, accurately landing in the center of the bear group. The sound of explosions and spreading flames engulfed those ice armor bears trapped by the stakes in an instant. Though the high temperatures of the flames ignited the ice armor bears' fur, their thick ice armor didn't collapse immediately under the heat. The flames only left burn marks on their hard scales, without delivering a fatal blow. The bear group grew more chaotic and furious from the searing flames, pressing and clashing against each other. At this moment, the eyes, necks, and other weak spots of the ice armor bears were exposed, but it was difficult for ordinary arrows to pierce through their thick armor. The archers hidden above the gorge began using fire arrows, shooting at the ice armor bears. The arrows barely had any penetrating power, aimed instead to drain the bears of strength and endurance. Fire arrows struck the bodies of the ice armor bears, flames spreading along the heavy armor. While unable to tear through the armor, the sustained burning gradually wore down the bears' physical strength, slowing their movements significantly. Despite their remaining strength, their thick armor was now riddled with cracks, some spots even melted by high temperatures, revealing the tough yet no longer impenetrable skin beneath. At this instant, the knights ambushed all around made their move. "Now!" The commander's command flag sharply dropped. The knights raised long swords and spears, channeling fighting energy as blazing red light ignited on their blades. Crimson fighting energy flowed along the weapons, the slight tremor even distorting the air. "Charge!" The knights' warhorses leaped forward sharply, their targets clear. The joints, jaw, throat, and eyes of the ice armor bears, weak points. The archers had greatly reduced the defenses in these areas, and the knights' task was to end the bears' lives. An elite knight brandished a spear, fighting energy condensing into radiant glory at the spear tip. He targeted a slightly smaller ice armor bear, which had a fine crack in its throat from the arrows. The knight's gaze was like an eagle, battle horse galloping in the fierce wind. Fighting energy burned on the spear's tip, and he plunged it into that crack fiercely. The spear thrust directly into the ice armor bear's crack, blood and crimson fighting energy intertwined, like fiery lava searing through the bear's flesh. The ice armor bear unleashed a sky-shaking roar, its massive body quivering in agony, nearly collapsing. Weir, watching, had a gleam of excitement in his eyes, jumping up. "We defeated one! The knights are so strong." "Don't get too excited, Weir," Lewis said calmly. "This is just the first stage." Weir was briefly stunned, confused, as the ice armor bear seemed about to fall. Just then, the tottering ice armor bear raised its head, roaring in anger. Its hard shell began to crack intensely, ice flames spreading out like demon wings, chilling mists swiftly spreading in the air. As the ice flames met the air, they erupted in a fierce frosty explosion. "Retreat quickly!" The commander hastily waved the flag. The cold force swept across, covering a few knights with ice flames before they could react. Fortunately, the fighting energy shielding prevented total incapacitation, allowing them to retreat swiftly. However, the ice armor bear's assault didn't end there. As the ice armor bear entered full berserk mode, 3 giant crystal spikes rose from its back. The crystal spikes continuously released high-energy shock waves, intertwining heat waves and explosive sounds, shaking the surrounding knights nearly to impotence. The air around seemed to grow heavy, each intense vibration making it hard to breathe. We watched the situation nervously, worried for the fighting knights. By now, the ice armor bears were in a complete state of rage, seemingly freezing everything around them in their fury. 3 massive crystalline spikes protruded from their backs, emitting a scorching blue light. The air began to vibrate violently from the distortion of intense heat, shaking the knights nearby to the point they could hardly stand. The arrows from the archers could no longer reach the skins of the ice armor bears, as the icy flames in the air evaporated them mid-flight. "Initiate second phase of the plan," Lewis commanded loudly. The commander waved a flag, sending out the signal. The knights quickly divided into several small groups, starting to encircle the ice armor bears. They quickly moved out of the bears' line of sight, each provocation causing the bears to grow more agitated. Their hexagonal eyes flashed with angry red light, as cold flames continuously leaked from their bodies. "Keep luring them. Don't let them get close," Lambert, the on-site commander, shouted. Each time they approached, the knights swiftly turned away, skillfully dodging the attacks of the ice armor bears. They swung their giant claws madly, but no matter what, they always struck empty air. Frustrated roars tore through the silence of the mountains. The crystalline spikes released ever more intense heat waves, and the air was filled with deafening energy waves. "Their energy is about to burst," Lilia shouted, her eyes filled with worry. "Be patient a little longer. Don't let them stop." Lewis kept his eyes on the ice armor bears, observing the crystals on their backs. At this moment, any detail could determine the outcome. The knights' movements became increasingly precise, their provocations pushing the bears' berserk energy further each time. The implementation of the kiting strategy continuously drove each of the 9 ice armor bears into a frenzied state of frenzy. The energy within them began to overflow uncontrollably, the furious air currents almost collapsing the surrounding trees and rocks. Rocks began to roll down, and even the distant mountains could feel the vibrations. "Now's the time." Lambert's eyes lit up as he saw that fleeting opportunity. Lambert led 6 elite knights and 23 official knights to swiftly separate and charge at each berserk ice armor bear. Each bear was desperately releasing powerful cold flames, the raging air currents sweeping all around. Temperature rose sharply. Cold winds and heat waves interwove into a deadly barrier. Lambert gripped his longsword tightly, leading his team to advance with a clear target, the core of the berserk ice armor bears. Slash! The longsword stabbed fiercely into the core of a berserk ice armor bear's back. Meanwhile, the other knights were not to be outdone, quickly concentrating their strength in successive attacks. As the knights attacked, the crystalline spikes on the bears' backs flickered and violently shook, unleashing powerful energy like a torrential downpour. A massive shock wave erupted instantly, almost tearing apart the entire battlefield, cold flames forming a giant storm that swept everything away. "Retreat! Quickly retreat!" Lambert's voice was almost drowned out by the explosion's roar. The knights swiftly retreated, avoiding the uncontrollable explosive energy. The battlefield was shrouded in smoke, with flames scattering in all directions. The energy burst from the 9 ice armor bears created a terrifying disaster, shaking the air into distortion. The ice crystal shells shattered in the flames, fragments flying everywhere. As the smoke cleared, in the chaos of the battlefield, the bodies of the 9 surviving ice armor bears lay quietly. Although their berserk explosive force was enough to tear apart everything around, thanks to the ice crystal shell, their remains were not reduced to ashes. Their crystalline spikes remained hard, though some had shattered, still conveying a powerful threat. It was over. Lewis stood at one side of the battlefield and surveyed the area, finally breathing a sigh of relief. Although it was a fierce battle, his troops emerged unscathed. Not even their warhorses suffered any harm. Weir and Lilia stood aside, their eyes gleaming with longing. They looked at the knights on the battlefield, aspiring to one day stand there as they did. To be able to stand on the battlefield, slaying these powerful enemies for Lord Lewis. "We can do it too, right?" Lilia asked softly. Weir didn't speak, just nodded vigorously. With the battle concluded, the knights began to methodically collect the spoils of war. The once feared behemoths now lay quietly on the ground, turned into trophies. Moreover, each ice armor bear was practically a treasure trove. The knights carefully cut off the bear meat, which was firm and elastic, exuding a unique aroma. Ice armor bear meat was considered a valuable tonic, selling for high prices in the south. It effectively enhanced the knights' bodies, increasing their fighting energy reserves. Every piece of meat could provide the knights with significant assistance. There were even knights specialized in dismantling the crystals from the bears' backs. These crystals could be turned into potent potions or magic items in the hands of an alchemist, with prices that couldn't be matched in the market. Lewis looked at the bear corpses, his gaze tinged with a hint of regret. If it weren't for the ice armor bears being so dangerous, even unstable, he would have long considered opening an ice armor bear farm. These massive creatures, every inch of them was well worth utilizing. Bear meat, crystals, ice armor, even bear claws and teeth held immense value, like a natural resource chest. But it could only be a thought. Any attempt to raise them might result in the Red Tide territory being blown sky high in no time. He glanced at the busy knights, looking at the spoils, and couldn't help but smile. This was indeed a magnificent victory, so he prepared to reward the knights. "All right, everyone, stop," he shouted loudly. The knights all paused their work, turning to look at Lewis. "I've decided to hold a feast tonight with this ice armor bear meat," Lewis announced. As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding knights erupted in cheers. The tense atmosphere after the battle instantly dissipated. "Lord Lewis, this is so generous." A knight was the first to cheer loudly. "Indeed, this bear meat is precious. It's the warrior's boon." Another knight's eyes gleamed. The surrounding knights raised their hands and shouted in unison, "Praise the great Lord." Listening to the joyous laughter around him, Lewis felt very satisfied. After all, these knights weren't trained directly by him. Only by providing enough resources could he ensure their real loyalty. With sufficient rewards, a knight performing 6 strikes per second wasn't the limit. Moreover, with imminent danger, the ice armor bear meat could provide his troops with additional strength, giving him greater confidence in facing the upcoming bandit clearing challenge. When Lewis rode back to the territory with his prey, the sky was already growing dark. The battle he had just participated in was still exciting, and the good news today came one after another. Upon returning to his residence, he received the second batch of support from his father, Duke Calvin. "Sir, your father has replied." Bradley respectfully handed the letter to Lewis. Lewis opened the envelope and began reading quickly. Duke Calvin provided him with 6 elite knights, 20 official knights, and 60 apprentice knights. This nearly doubled his military power. Besides the knights, the letter also mentioned 3 alchemy apprentices. Although not many, they were enough to help him establish a stable demon marrow extraction technique. What surprised him the most was his father's agreement to his proposal for demon marrow mining and processing. He even agreed to let the Red Tide territory handle all the work for this project, while the family would only be responsible for sales. It ensured his autonomy over this project. This meant that Lewis would sell the finished Demon Marrow products to the Calvin clan, which would then distribute them. The last line of the letter came with a reminder: "You will always be a member of the Calvin clan." Although it wasn't stated explicitly, the underlying threat made Lewis slightly tense. He understood it was a warning not to have too many personal thoughts. Lewis put down the letter, stretched lazily, feeling great. Today is truly a day of double joy. Inside the banquet tent, the atmosphere was lively. Lewis sat at the head. In front of him was a plate of golden roasted ice armor bear meat. For this barbecue banquet, Lewis did not invite ordinary subjects. After all, the meat of the ice armor bear was too precious, and this banquet was mainly for the knights. Besides Lewis and his original knights, the feast also included new knights brought from the family and 8 reserve knights. It was both a celebration of a successful hunt and a welcoming party for the newly joined knights. Plates of roasted meat were served, emitting tempting aromas. Every piece of ice armor bear meat was roasted to perfection, with a slightly charred surface and tender flesh. 1 portion each, old Butler Bradley commanded on the side. Servants quickly distributed the roasted meat to each knight. The atmosphere of the banquet instantly heated up, especially for the new knights who had yet to adapt to the coldness and bleakness of this land. To their surprise, they could enjoy such a precious delicacy as soon as they arrived at the Red Tide territory. "This is the meat of an ice armor bear. It can nourish and strengthen, enhancing fighting energy," Bradley explained to the new knights. This is ice armor bear meat." The eyes of a young knight almost popped out. The preciousness of ice armor bear meat was self-evident. In the South, only a very few nobility had the chance to taste such high-grade magical beast meat. "We're given ice armor bear meat to eat. How luxurious!" The new knight's eyes were full of amazement. "I usually eat ordinary magical beast meat only once or twice a year. I never thought I would taste this premium kind right upon arrival." Another young knight could not help but mutter softly. In the South, even the great nobles only have the chance to eat this level of magical beast meat at important banquets. Such good meat, ordinary knights don't even dare to touch. "Is this the treatment of the Northern Territory?" a new knight asked softly. The veteran knight next to him shrugged indifferently in a Versailles manner. "Actually, this kind of premium magical beast meat isn't common even here, but you can eat ordinary magical beast meat once a month, so don't make a fuss." The new knights were even more shocked. Being able to eat ordinary magical beast meat once a month. What a generous lord. "Seems like I've come to the right place," the new knight thought to himself. They had originally harbored some resentment upon reaching the Northern Territory, thinking they had come to endure hardship, only to find that they had actually come to enjoy themselves. Their grievances dissipated, replaced by loyalty to the generous Lord Lewis. Lewis stood in the center of the banquet, raising his glass. "Everyone, you have worked hard. Today's banquet is not only to celebrate our victory, but also to celebrate the joining of our many new members. Everyone's effort is indispensable. From the hunting ground to the battlefield, we will face many challenges together and share the fruits of victory. Remember, whenever I have something to eat, so will all of you." The knights raised their glasses, responding enthusiastically, chanting, "Long live the Lord! Long live the Lord!" Their eyes were filled with admiration and gratitude for Lewis. Weir was also at the banquet, sitting among a group of knights, with an excited expression. Being able to become a member of the Red Tide Territory Knight Order filled him with immense pride. The atmosphere of the banquet was heated. After praising the Lord together, it was time for the most anticipated part, eating meat. He carefully picked up a knife and fork, sending the roasted ice armor bear meat into his mouth. The roast was crispy on the outside, tender inside, and full of juice. Upon entry, a wave of warm energy spread from his stomach, quickly flowing through his limbs and bones. Weir widened his eyes, feeling the blood in his body quickly being invigorated, an unprecedented power surging. He hurriedly put down the knife and fork, sitting cross-legged, starting to run the breathing technique, guiding the warm flow within his body. The warm energy shuttled between his meridians, and he could clearly feel his body being continuously strengthened, his vitality growing fuller, as if his bones had been honed again. A moment later, his vitality finally broke through the critical point. He broke through. Mid-tier apprentice knight. His coach Barnes next to her saw this, his eyes widening in shock. He looked at Weir, unable to stop himself from muttering, "Didn't we just break through to apprentice knight yesterday? His talent is so remarkable." Weir's breakthrough caught the attention of those around, but he wasn't the only one. In the banquet, one knight after another began to feel the surge of vitality within, a strong energy flow forcing them to sit cross-legged and start running the breathing technique. The commotion gradually subsided, replaced by the deep breathing of every knight, and the entire banquet hall suddenly became unusually quiet. The air was filled with a subtle atmosphere. Everyone was concentrated on guiding their inner force, bodies constantly strengthening. A few minutes later, a sudden cheer broke the silence. Several knights had broken through. The knights congratulated each other, without forgetting to praise the Lord's generosity. "With Lord Calvin, we don't have to worry about food and clothing, and we also get to eat precious magical beast meat. Loyalty. The Lord's kindness can never be repaid. It's our honor to follow the Lord." Lewis couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The effect of today's banquet exceeded expectations. As the day to purge the bandits drew closer, Lewis, accompanied by a few knights, carried 2 heavy chests, heading straight towards the Magic Marrow factory, also an alchemy workshop near the mine. This factory was built by Hilco along with 3 newly arrived alchemy apprentices. Though termed a factory, it was actually just a few simple sheds with alchemy equipment brought from the southeast province placed around. Despite the humble conditions, it was enough to form a preliminary process for extracting the magic marrow. "Lord, you're just in time." Hilco lazily leaned against a wooden pillar. With the increase in talents at Red Tide territory, he no longer had to be as busy, looking a bit more spirited than before, though still appearing languid. "The first batch of magic marrow has just been completed." Hearing this, Lewis's interest was piqued instantly, his gaze falling on a heavy wooden barrel. The barrel was filled with deep purple powder, its sheen subtly shimmering, looking delicate and smooth, faintly exuding a magical aura. Lewis reached out to grab a bit, feeling an extremely smooth touch at his fingertips, and couldn't help but exclaim, "Is this the magic marrow?" "That's right." Hilco patted the wooden barrel. "This barrel alone is worth at least 50 gold coins in the market." Lewis's eyes showed a slight change. 50 gold coins, this is no small amount, enough to buy 100 slaves or sustain 2 official knights for a year. And this was just the outcome of small-scale trials. Thinking about the vast magic marrow mine in his territory, Lewis's excitement grew more intense. But at the same time, he was also aware that to truly achieve large-scale production, many challenges still needed to be overcome. The mining of the magic marrow ore itself was fraught with risk, with even slight carelessness potentially causing collapses. Furthermore, their current equipment and manpower were far from sufficient. This barrel of magic marrow represented the entire week's production. "Well done." Lewis immediately took out 20 gold coins and handed them to Hilco, also giving each of the 3 alchemy apprentices 10 gold coins. Upon receiving the gold coins, the few of them were momentarily stunned, followed by full excitement. For them, this was a considerable amount of money, and they all expressed their gratitude to Lewis. "Thank you, Lord." But a moment later, one of the apprentices muttered quietly, "But in this place, where can we spend the gold coins?" The people around fell silent for a moment, but then couldn't help but laugh. After the laughter, Lewis began to discuss business with Hilco. He patted the wooden barrel and directly asked, "Hilco, can this stuff be used to make demonic flame bullets?" Hearing this question, Hilco furrowed his brows slightly, and after pondering for a moment, he replied, "The key materials for the demonic flame bullet aren't just magic marrow. They also require ignition cores and other materials. Currently, Red Tide territory doesn't have any of these materials." "Is that so?" Lewis then lightly coughed, signaling the knights behind him to open the 2 heavy chests they brought. The lid of the wooden box was lifted, and a strong magical aura instantly emanated. The box was filled with deep blue crystals. These were the crystal spikes extracted from the ice armor bear, containing extremely strong energy waves. Hilko and the 3 alchemy apprentices were stunned, their eyes widening, and even their breathing became rapid. "These are top-grade alchemy materials," one apprentice exclaimed excitedly. "If used properly, they could be enough to craft high-tier magical artifacts." Hilko regained his composure and uncertainly asked, "Are you planning to?" Lewis patted the box. "With this added, can we make demonic flame bullets?" Hilko was momentarily dazed before foolishly nodding. But the next moment, he quickly shook his head with an incredulous expression. "No way! This is a waste. The magic marrow alone is already precious, and combining it with ice armor bear crystals? Using these 2 top-grade materials to make demonic flame bullets. It's simply a reckless waste of nature's gifts. If these materials were used in weapons, armor, or magical tools, their value would far exceed that of ordinary demonic flame bullets." Lewis, hearing this, merely waved his hand dismissively. "As long as you can make them, do it quickly. I need them urgently." Hilko sighed. "Since the Lord says so, we will complete it as soon as possible." "I need them at the latest by the day after tomorrow," Lewis set a deadline. Hilko's mouth twitched, wanting to say more, but ultimately just shrugged helplessly, waving his hand to signal the alchemy apprentices to start their research work immediately. Lewis stood aside, watching the alchemy apprentices bustle around with great interest. Just as an apprentice carefully poured the deep purple magic marrow powder into an alchemy bottle, the rapid sound of hoofbeats suddenly echoed from outside. "Lord!" A knight rushed in on horseback, dismounting quickly and kneeling on one knee. "Duke Edmund's envoy has arrived, waiting at the gate of the territory." Lewis sighed. "What must come has come." He turned around, adjusted his cloak, and nodded to the knight. "Take me there." Outside the council hall of Red Tide territory, a knight wearing a deep blue cloak awaited. The knight was an official knight, and the armor bore the emblem of Duke Edmund's family. Clearly not an ordinary messenger. Seeing Lewis approach, the knight immediately knelt on one knee, resolutely repeating Duke Edmund's words. "Lord Lewis Calvin, His Excellency Duke Edmund has ordered the gathering of all Northern Territory lords to immediately organize troops and mobilize against the Snow Swearer rebels." With that, he took out a letter sealed with the Duke's insignia from his waist and offered it with both hands. Lewis accepted the envelope, quickly scanned the contents upon opening it. The letter's tone was extremely stern, clearly stipulating the gathering time, and commanding all Northern Territory lords to personally bring troops to the assembly point. Each lord was required to dispatch a certain number of soldiers. Any delay or disobedience would be considered treason against the Empire. The letter specifically noted that Lewis's assembly point was Snow Eagle City. Snow Eagle City was an important military stronghold in the Northern Territory and also Count Rivers's domain. Count Foss was also the prefect of Snow Peak County and responsible for overseeing all the small territories within Snow Peak County. Red Tide Territory, in name, was one of his jurisdictions. However, due to the pioneer lords enjoying tax exemption policies and the immense expanse of the Northern Territory, Lewis had yet to formally engage with this count. Lewis closed the letter, looked up at the envoy, and said, "I will arrive at the gathering place on time." The knight, upon hearing this, saluted, then immediately turned around and rode swiftly towards the next territory. Only after the knight's figure disappeared into the distance did Lewis look down again, seriously rereading the letter, calculating the time. There were still a few days to prepare before officially setting out for the expedition.